Hello, everyone. My name is John Bristow. I'm the community director for Octopus Deploy. Welcome to day 2 of SHIPPED24. Thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate it. If for those of you who were lucky enough to join us during day 1 yesterday, you saw a whole swath of awesome sessions from speakers, both from inside of Octopus, that is people who work at Octopus, as well as a lot of our partners who are partners with Octopus Deploy. This is day 2, and in day 2, you're going to see a lot of more awesome things going forward. So let's go ahead and take a look at the calendar for today's events. I'll go ahead and share the screen here. All right. Add it to the stage. There we go. So if you want to find out what's planned for today, you can go visit our website, which is at octopus.com/shipped. There you'll see a site that looks like this. This is a schedule that's just linked off of this. And there you'll see the list of sessions we have planned for today. So we've got Steve first up giving us a session entitled Effective DevOps Metrics. Then from there, we're going to be talking about things like Kubernetes, integration with Argo, mastering Kubernetes workflows and deployments using the Argo suite, which looks awesome. We've got a really cool session from Alexander entitled Tailoring Third-Party Helm Charts with Gitcraft and Deploying with CodeFresh. And then Dan is going to be talking about modeling Argo CD app promotion between environments and our new CRDs. Then from there, we've got a little break, and then we don't stop. We basically keep going. So Jed and Chip are doing a really cool session entitled Top 5 Insights from Talking to Over 30 Platform Teams. Amarechi is talking about from monolithic to microservices with GitOps. Bob Walker, our field CTO of Octopus Deploy, will be talking about progressive delivery strategies. We have a little break. And as I said, we just keep going. So lots and lots of content. Stick around to the end, and you'll see a really cool session here with Dan and his friends. They're going to be doing a little bit of Jeopardy trivia there. Always a good time. So this is the calendar for today. So if you have any questions at all, let us know in the chat. We are live, and we're happy to take your questions. Just letting folks know. So we've got Marcos here joining us from Oklahoma. Welcome. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Very good. Notice that Marcos is using our SHIPPED24 hashtag. That is really important because we'll be giving away prizes throughout the day. And if you use that hashtag SHIPPED24, you'll enter a chance to win either a voucher for our gift shop, our shop.octopus.com website, or our GitOps certifications, which we'll take a look at in just a second. Welcome, Justin. We've also got Justin looking forward to day 2, which is great. Got Tony here from Ireland. We got folks from all over. We got Joanna from Fargo, North Dakota. Awesome stuff. And then I had mentioned that earlier we had published a playlist to Octopus. Sorry, that's the wrong comment. I want to just mention this one here. Sorry, we've got a playlist here that we've published to Octopus Deploy. So if you happen to miss any of the sessions from yesterday, don't worry. Everything is being recorded, and it will be published to our YouTube channel. So if you want to find out more, you can go to our YouTube channel. You should like and subscribe, as always. But you'll find this up here, and there's a playlist here, and all the sessions that we'll be showcasing during Shipped will be featured here. We are publishing these as they come available, so just be patient if the session you're looking forward to isn't there. We have most of the ones from day 1 already published, so but just be patient there and you'll see them listed, and that's up on our YouTube channel, which is at /OctopusDeploy. You should also check out the CodeFresh channel, which is at /CodeFreshCI/CD. All right, just a few housekeeping notes just before we get started. Don't forget you can sign up for a free trial at octopus.com. It's the button here. You can sign up either for running it on your own infra, or you can obviously use it in a cloud instance. I think most of the folks know that. Today, we'll be talking a lot about CodeFresh. You can find out more by going to codefresh.io. This is the site that details it as well, and we've got lots of great stuff there. I mentioned earlier our GitOps certification. You'll find this at learning.codefresh.io. This site actually is great because we provide a bunch of certification courses that you can take, and we have some new certifications that are available. Specifically, last week at KubeCon, we announced the Enterprise certification, and so we'll be giving away certification vouchers for this, and you can find out more by visiting learning.codefresh.io. I also mentioned the Octo Shop. You can check this out at shop.octopus.com. Lots of coveted, highly coveted t-shirts and such. People really like our t-shirts. They think we have really good swag. I like this one, the multicolored option myself. But we'll be giving away some gift cards to those. Again, remember to use that hashtag SHIPPED24 in your comment or question. You don't even have to write anything. Just use the comment in there, and you'll be good to go and be put into the draw for to win a voucher for that. Now, this is an event that obviously is tailored and designed for our community. We have an awesome community of technical professionals who are doing great things with Octopus and DevOps every day. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our awesome community. You can find out more by visiting our website, which is at octopus.com/community. There you'll find links to everything that we have featured there, including a link to our community Slack. We have over 6,500 members on our Slack who are discussing any challenges that they're having with CI/CD, automatic deployments, continuous delivery, etc. So make sure to sign up for that today. We have a bunch of other resources as well, including our webinars. Our webinars you'll find here at /webinars. If you go to this URL, octopus.com/webinars, you'll see these are a bunch of stuff that we publish almost on a weekly basis now. Next week, we've got Nathan Harvey from Google. He'll be joining us to talk about the State of DevOps report. This is a yearly report that's put out, and it's just chock-a-block full of great information that is based on all the survey information that they have pertaining to DORA. And so Nathan will be joining us, and I'll be interviewing him about that. If you want to see Octopus and you want to kick the tires, so to speak, we have a 101 series that you can check out. And that will be in December 12th, just before Christmas. So there you go. And then later on in February, we've got one featuring a new feature that will be shipping entitled Introducing Config as Code for Runbooks. So these and other webinars you can find up on our webinars page. So lots of stuff there. Comments are coming in fast and furious. That's awesome. So hashtag SHIP. There you go. That's awesome. And again, as Joanna mentions here, if you want to join our community, you can do so by visiting the URL there. Tanya with the hashtag. There you go. If you guys are looking forward to winning a chance to win, make sure to use that hashtag. That allows us to do random draws, keeps it fun throughout the day. Definitely something we want to continue to do. All right. So as I said, we've got a full day of presentations. We've got a lot of great content available for you to check out. But I'd like to start here by talking a little bit about our next presenter, Steve Fenton, who is our DevOps extraordinaire at Octopus Deploy. You can find out more by visiting him on LinkedIn if you want. He'll be doing a session entitled Effective DevOps Metrics, and I loved his abstract. He basically talks about how you can find out how to use metrics to improve your software delivery without ruining your life. So Steve's great at basically summarizing these. But obviously, when you think about software delivery, the metrics that go along with it are very important. So we have a variety of metrics that complement software delivery, and these are basically pertaining to things like DORA metrics, developer experience, space, Monk. These and other sort of terms Steve will walk us through. So I'm going to go ahead and invite Steve here onto the stage. Hi, Steve. How's it going?
Hello. Yeah, not bad.
Welcome.
How are you?
I'm well. It's nice and sunny where I guess you are, eh? In sunny old England. Awesome.
Yeah, it's been freezing cold all day, but the sun has suddenly emerged. So it's going to be a good session, I think.
Well, I think that's a good way for me to step out. So over to you, Steve.
Thanks very much. So as John just said, I'm going to be talking about effective DevOps metrics today. And to be effective, they have to be useful measures that help you make improvements to what you're doing, but they also need to be healthy for the whole team. So many times we try to use metrics, but what we end up doing is causing unintended side effects and strange behaviors that they're actually predictable if we think about the metrics we're using. So the topics I'm going to be racing through today are these. We're going to talk about some broad buckets of software delivery history, and it's a bit of a simplification because it's a lot more complicated than what I'm going to present. But looking at it this way helps us understand how metrics have changed and why they need to keep evolving. And we're going to talk about why we're overwhelmed with all of the options at the moment for different measurement systems. And then we're going to kind of forge a path ahead so that you'll have some practical tools to use so that you can actually use metrics in a positive, healthy way. And I'm going to be taking questions at the end. So anything that crops up throughout the session, stick it in the chat and we will cover those at the end of the session. I'm looking forward to lots of interesting questions. So a very quick bit about me. I'm a DORA community guide. DORA are an organization that have probably done the most to advance our knowledge through their research in terms of software delivery over the past decade. And I'm on the CD Foundation Outreach Committee and the CNCF Platform Working Group. I'm also a Microsoft MVP for developer technologies. And I've also written a book about Octopus Deploy, which you can get for free from octopus.com. So go to octopus.com/publications and you can download that book free of charge. Go and enjoy. So let's get started by talking about the history of software delivery, but not the kind of padded elbow history. It's going to be brief. If we look back far enough, we can consider the heavyweight era. And this really was an accident that happened as a result of phased software delivery. So you had Bennington and Royce who wrote about this. And what they needed at the time was to have a very structured process for developing, which often involved also delivering hardware alongside the software, as the Sage project did. And there were lots of handoffs in there. So what we ended up doing as a result of this is we started measuring activity. So the focus was on things like whether things were on time and on budget. And we were ticking off against a list of documents that supported the process. So we often think of the waterfall model as being like the stages going down a hill. But if you look at the full model, each one of those stages has documents coming off of it like spaghetti. So it was quite wasteful. And this got encoded into maturity models where you would be moving your way through this maturity model process, adding more things to your process, but not really getting any real benefits from it. It was just a checkbox exercise. So we definitely needed to move on from this activity-focused way of doing things. And luckily that happened. The lightweight era of software was much more adaptive to change. So it was a bit of a revolution. It recognized that most of the activity that was required in the heavyweight process just wasn't needed and it wasn't valuable. So small teams with a lightweight and evolving process could deliver software and value to customers far better. And it wasn't the intention of the agile movement, but we ended up being a little bit too focused on throughput and speed. So there are books that have the subtitles such as "Twice the Work in Half the Time." So it's all about that throughput, pushing things through. It becomes a bit of a kind of mass production factory of trying to get lots of things through as quickly as possible. So we needed another revolution. And thanks to all of the research, we found one. So the modern era of software delivery is about establishing links between technical and cultural practices that we can and meaningful outcomes. And that's really the key for the modern era of software delivery, is that we don't measure activity and we're not measuring flat out speed. We're interested in the outcomes. So is the software we're delivering helping our users? So that's really the three stages that we're looking at in order to understand where we are today. So this is the question that comes up quite a lot. How do we measure software delivery in this modern era? And there's no shortage of options here. You've probably heard of the DORA 4 key metrics. You've probably heard of the SPACE framework. Both of those came out of work started by Dr. Nicole Forsgren. You may have also heard of the DX Core framework, which is more about measuring developer experience. So most likely, if you're interested in measuring, you're going to find that it can be quite overwhelming. So we need to adjust our question slightly because we can't do all of this at once. So we're going to change it to, why do we measure software delivery in the modern era? So the reason we want to measure things is just so that we can improve what we're doing. In the DORA community, quite often you'll hear people saying that we want to get better at getting better. So when we frame the question this way, it becomes easier to decide what we should be measuring and how we use those measures. We want to get clear signals that give us clues about which parts of our process we should be improving. So we can approach this in some small steps in order to, over time, build up something that can be very clear, but we can't do it all in one go. So let's have a little look at the journey that takes us from where we are today to a healthy measurement system. And I'll caveat this by saying this is not a maturity model. This is just an example of how you can move forward in small steps. So there's a level -1 on here. This is because we're probably measuring some stuff already, and what we're measuring might not be beneficial. It may, in fact, be harming our software delivery, depending on how we're doing things. So what we should be looking to do is to remove anything that's in the way of healthy measurements. Quite famously recently, there's been a lot of focus on productivity as a measure, and I really don't like productivity as a measure. We don't really want to measure at the individual level because we need people to work on a team. So productivity can be a rabbit hole that causes too many negative side effects. So anything like that could be causing people to do things that aren't beneficial to the end-to-end process, we're going to strip those away. And then level 0, we're going to use the DORA 4 keys. These measure throughput and stability, and they help us to balance moving at a pace where we can still deliver quality. And it actually, instead of slowing us down to try and improve our quality, it encourages us to adopt practices that give us both. So they'll give us speed and they'll give us stability. So automation is really key to this because automation tends to not just make something faster and easier, it also usually makes it more reliable because automation doesn't forget a step or do something in the wrong order. So once we've got to this level, we should then start tracking developer satisfaction, but that can be quite low fidelity. I think it was in a book by Jim Benson and Tonian de Maria Barry, where they recommended just putting an emoji on a card when you finish it. So you can kind of say, when I finished this card, I was feeling happy, meh, or sad. And that gives you enough of a temperature check to kind of see if the team is satisfied with their work. The interesting thing about this is satisfaction tends to drop first. So it can warn you perhaps 2 weeks before you'll see a drop in other metrics. So it's like an early indicator that things aren't going well. And you can pause and find out what's going on so that you can actually solve the problem before it impacts any outcomes. So that's super useful. We can then move on to reliability, which is looking at our service level objectives and how our software performs against those. Now, this is actually where we're now connecting to things that our customers and our users care about. So the metrics are now kind of not just about whether developers are happy, but now we're looking at whether other people are happy too. And then level 3, we move on to outcomes. And this is where it gets very variable because your software is doing something that many other people aren't doing. So these need to be specific to what you're building. And a classic example for this would be in e-commerce, you'd be tracking transaction rates, transaction values, abandoned baskets. They're very specific to the software. And then finally, you expand out to the whole value stream. So we're no longer looking just at software delivery. We're looking at someone has an unmet need. How long does it take until that need has been met? And if your organization has goals, and there are some noble goals that exist in the world, there are organizations who want to reduce death and serious injury on the roads, or the ones that want to save the bees. These are the goals that you then want to measure. Are we achieving our goals as an organization? So given that we're going to kind of zoom out to this huge maybe quite sophisticated model, why do we start with something as simple as the door of 4 keys? Well, the reason these are so useful is that they don't just measure the outcome of what you do in terms of your capabilities. And on the model here, you can see there are things like culture are in here, but there's also very technical, practical things you can be doing, like deployment automation and working in small batches. They measured the outcome of that, which is really useful because it helps you to decide if those things are working. But they also predict what your organization is going to be doing in the future. So if you manage to improve those 4 keys, your organization is more likely to hit its goals. So it kind of translates into cold hard cash. So basically, you can use those measurements for your team to decide what areas maybe you want to focus on for improvement. And then you can pick from that list of capabilities something that's going to help. So, for example, if you're always finding out about an outage because a customer phones, you might look at that list and go, maybe monitoring and observability will help us. And then you'll implement it, and then you can see what impact it has on those metrics and hopefully on your organization. So the team is using the metrics and they're using them to improve their own process. And that's kind of important here because very often with these metrics, there are some negative behaviors that we want to avoid. And I'll be talking about those shortly. The research is really good, but you also don't have to trust it. So the model is here. If you do these things on the left, you should see the things in the middle improve, and that should then improve the things on the right-hand side. Well, you can test that by measuring those things. And I think that's one of the most interesting things about this is you don't have to just blindly do it because it's in a book and someone's told you to do it. You can actually try it out and see for yourself the impact that it has. And we've seen actually in day 1 of Shipped, we heard from some of our customers who were talking about the impact that Octopus has had for them in terms of things like deployment frequency and the time it takes them to deploy. And the numbers are impressive, right? It's you can see this case study here where there's a 2,000% increase in deployment frequency, which isn't a typo. But after this, they've continued to improve, and now they're deploying even more frequently. And I thought that was a really interesting part of the story that we heard yesterday. And you can find more stories like this on our website. So how do we use the door of 4 keys? So we don't use them at the line of business level. We don't use them at the organization level. And we definitely don't use them as league tables to compare teams or people. Really what we should be doing with these is using them at the application or service level to visualize improvements and get ideas for improvements. So they're a signal that you can use for that improvement process. And it's super small, but over on this slide on page 74 of the 2024 report, this is what is being told to us as well by the people who did the research. So it's super important. If you start measuring these metrics at the individual level, people will optimize for their own work. And that means they may stop doing things that help other people on the team. If I have to get through, I've got a goal of hitting 5 deployments a week and someone else needs help, it's harder for me to decide to help them if it's going to cost me hitting my goal. Equally, if you've got 2 teams battling each other over their DORA metrics, it completely ignores all of the context about what they're working on, the kinds of problem they're solving, historic technical choices that may have been made. So we need to use them just for the local improvement process. And that doesn't mean that you hide them from your manager. Your manager may be able to help you with some of these things. If you need a new test automation tool and they can see this improvement process is working, they're going to help you kind of find the budget for that tool. So it's not about hiding it from management, but it's about using it in a healthy way, which is why culture is one of the capabilities on the model. So that really brings us into what we do about visualizing and sharing metrics. And this is a subject that's close to our heart because we make these metrics available in Octopus. So we want to make sure that, as well as providing an easy way of getting these numbers, we can also give you the right kinds of ideas for how to use them. So there are two particular things to be careful of. One is elevation. And this is the temptation that some teams have to send the DORA metrics all the way up to the C-suite in their monthly reports. And when you're making improvements, of course, you want to shout about it. But when you turn it into a visible metric on a report, which is being sent every month, you kind of make that more important than things that aren't on the report. And we don't really necessarily want our C-suite thinking about DORA metrics. I think we'd rather they were focusing on the business metrics, which is a bit later in the journey. Those are the things, as I said, for e-commerce, like transaction rates and transaction values. So we don't want to just blindly share these metrics too high up in the organization when there are better metrics to share at that level. We also need to be careful when we dashboard these for our own use, because once we put them on a dashboard, they will keep reminding us that we should be improving something. So if we've already improved something to a high degree, maybe we should think about not having it on the dashboard and bringing in a different signal that helps us think about something maybe we're missing. So we need a little framework to help us with this. And we have one here. What we have is two levels of metrics. We're keeping it really simple. There's internal and elevated. Internal metrics are ones that you are keeping within your team to help you do your jobs better and to improve how you do your jobs. We don't need to send these all the way up through the organization. There are better examples of things we can send up. And then we've got three timescales for metrics. And this is really something that we've thought about a lot in terms of monitoring and observability. Usually everyone goes through a journey with this where they start off measuring resource usage, and then over time they get more advanced and they measure things that are more like business metrics as part of their monitoring. So if they deploy a new version and it causes sales to drop dramatically, they can respond to that just the same as they could resources being exhausted. But when we do this and get more advanced with our measurements, it might be that we shouldn't be dashboarding those numbers that are no longer useful and no longer signaling to us. We should either stop measuring them entirely if they're not useful, or just take them off the dashboard and have them as a background metric with something that's going to alert us if it goes wrong. And this is exactly what we've done with resource usage. You don't tend to plot CPU on the chart anymore, but if a CPU is hot for a long period of time, you'll get an alert to kind of be a backstop on that. So we only want to put things on our dashboard if they're signaling to things that we want to be working on right now. So using this grid, you can basically plan out your metrics, and it's just useful to think each time you introduce a metric, where does it belong on this grid, and then review it as part of your retrospective process to decide if something maybe needs to be pushed into the background or something that you should stop measuring. And whether you really want to share it outwards or not. That's the idea behind it. So I've got some example metrics on here. These are just illustrative. You should kind of, over time, this should be completely custom to you. And it should be only the things that are helping you find the next thing to improve. So it's not just about the metrics, and it's not just about speed. One of the things that we should caution against is just flat out speed. What we actually want to try and achieve, instead of twice the work in half the time, is twice the impact with half the work. And for software teams, the way to do this is to be much more targeted about what we develop for our users. There's a chart I'm going to show that I'll quickly describe to you that explains this in some detail. This is from the 2024 DORA report. And this chart is illustrating how if you actually connect to your users and really uncover what problems they need solved, it actually doesn't matter too much how fast you can deliver. So your throughput doesn't have such a large effect on your success. You can see along the bottom axis, very low delivery throughput is still working in the product being rated very highly. And this is because you may only do half the number of features, but every single feature is something that really helps a user to score a goal. When you're not listening to your users, this is where you are more likely to just try and push through more features, because if your success rate is only 50%, you'll need to develop twice as many features to find those that the users like. And that can be a valid thing to do when you're not sure about what your users need and you're experimenting. But over time, as you get deeper into your speciality, you should definitely be seeking to understand your users better. So the summary of this slide is, if you're experimenting and you want to just try lots of different ideas, then being able to deliver rapidly helps you with that experimentation. But if you want people to really love your product, then you need to speak to them and understand them. And this is the kind of thing that we talk about quite a lot in the Dora community. And you're very welcome to come and join us. Dora.community is the website. We have discussion groups on there where you can just type in messages to ask questions. But you can also join our regular meetings, one of which is Metric Monday, which is entirely focused on metrics. And I know not everyone is into metrics to that level. I certainly am, so I try to attend all of those. The other thing that I'd love to ask everyone to do today is, I'm currently working on a project which is related to research to find out more about the state of GitOps. We'll be sharing all of the insights that we find from this. We want to understand how it's being used and the impact it's having. So whether you're using GitOps already, or if you're just thinking of getting into GitOps and using it, so you could be at a very early stage, we're really interested in your perspectives. So you don't have to be deeply experienced with GitOps to be able to give us a useful answer. And we are giving away some $100 Amazon vouchers. We've got 5 of those to give away to people that submit a response. But you're probably not that interested in the voucher, because the cool thing that you get is you'll be the first to get the report when it comes out if you've submitted a response. So that might be the motivator. So let's quickly check that we've covered everything that was in the agenda. We talked about the different eras of software delivery and how we've moved on from activity tracking, and we've moved on from pure speed into a more user-centric and a more thoughtful way of developing in the modern era, centered around a lot of the ideas from continuous delivery. We've talked about there being lots of options available with metrics, but we talked about a way of planning out the introduction of metrics so that you're not overwhelmed. You can do it gradually. And we talked about how to do that in a healthy way, where we're always thinking, how will people respond if we start measuring this? And I'd be really grateful if anyone has any questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve. That's awesome. All right, let's go ahead and check through the comments. We've had tons of comments. So Tony writes, you can measure your team's deployment capabilities with our deployment capability assessment tool. This is something that you build. You want to tell us a little bit about this?
Yes. So we did a survey, and we found out basically the properties that make deployments great, and how it was impacting people, especially the automation, which is obviously something we care deeply about. And what we did is we created a little assessment tool, which has a little nod to Dora has a quick check. There's a little nod to that in there. But as well as kind of telling you where you are on the map, it does give you advice as well. It'll tell you specific things that you might want to try. They're called opportunities. And you'll fill this out and it'll say, hey, probably the next thing to look at will be one of these things. So it's just available publicly. So fill that in. it's all anonymous. You don't have to type in any details. It just gives you an answer which you can then hopefully use as part of your continuous improvement process.
Awesome. Also, just to remind folks to use the hashtag SHIPPED24 for any of your questions that you'll be posing to Steve here if you have any. We have seen a lot of links posted in the chat. Mostly everyone's trying to compliment everything you're saying here. So we've got comments about a few things, including the state of GitOps report. So I know you, I know you mentioned this earlier. How's that going?
Yeah, we've already got several hundred responses to this. We're keen to get a really good sample if we can for this, because we're going to want to segment the data in different ways. So the larger a sample we've got, the more we're able to look at specific relationships in the data. So yeah, we've got lots of responses, but we will appreciate any that we can get, because it will give us more confidence in the insights that we find.
Fantastic. Here's the URL you can go to. You can enter submit the survey and enter a chance to win one of 5 $100 Amazon vouchers. Very cool. You also mentioned the Dora community. I wanted to mention, just highlight that here. Obviously, this is a key resource for folks who are interested in anything around Dora.
Yeah, the community is really great. There's so many smart people in the community and loads of different perspectives. One of the cool things about this is it gives us an opportunity to discuss real-world problems that can inspire the research team with what they do next year. So, you know, I know that one of the conversations that came up a few times over the past year was around one of the older reports mentioned this thing called transformational leadership, and it hadn't been revisited. So that came up a few times, and in the 2024 report, they have revisited transformational leadership. So it's a chance for you to kind of influence to some extent the direction of the research and temper the kind of the research is incredibly academically disciplined. So sometimes it's useful for us to rub the messy real world up against that so that we can kind of inspire each other. The report inspires us, and then what we do inspires the research team with the report.
Awesome stuff. We do have a question here from Josh. So if you want to take this one on, go for it. So Goodhart's Law states that when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. And so other than being intentional about which metrics you elevate, how do you protect your team from making this mistake?
Yes, this is the classic problem. It comes up a lot that people are using the DORA 4 keys to compare teams in their organization. And that's where this starts becoming a problem, because classic examples are, one of the metrics is the time to recover after a failed deployment. If someone said to you, at the moment, it takes you 2 hours to recover from a failed deployment, this year, your team's bonus depends on you getting that to below 30 minutes. The easiest thing to do would be to create thousands of very small incidents that you can then recover from within a few seconds, so that your average kind of recovery time comes into that zone to get a bonus. Now, that's not made any useful difference for your team, for your organization, for your users, but you've achieved the metric, right? And this is the danger with metrics, is that any metric is almost asking for you to play a bit of a game. And Eli Goldratt put this really well when he said, tell me how you're going to measure me, and then I'll tell you how I'll behave. And Goodhart's Law is like the scientific version of this. So really, any outcomes that should be shared at that wider level, and most of them probably shouldn't be KPIs. It can be tempting to make everything a KPI, but most metrics shouldn't be. They can cause this effect where effectively, by saying you have to hit this number, it makes it far more important than it really is, and people will drop other things. I have an interesting story from an organization that I worked in about 10 years ago, where we were trying to launch the new finance system, and it was quite a stressful time. And our lead developer, who we desperately needed to help us with this, couldn't, because the annual reviews were coming up and his bonus depended on him writing a wiki page. So we were trying to launch a business critical system, and one of our key developers was just working on a random wiki page so that he could get his annual bonus. And that's a perfect example of this.
I love it. All right, so remember to add your questions using that hashtag SHIPPED24. I'm just going to mention one other thing here, just while I have you here, Steve. So there's our publications. You cited this earlier. We've got a bunch of publications which you can find at this URL, which is octopus.com/publications. There you'll see a number of books, one of which you've written yourself, called Exploring Octopus Deploy. We played the video yesterday of you and I chatting about this, and you've got it up on Amazon. So if you're looking for a stocking stuffer for Christmas that's coming up, maybe this would be a good book to throw in there. So there you go.
Who wouldn't want this for Christmas? And I can also thoroughly recommend the DevX as a Service book by Matthew Casperson. There's a really cool model in there that's kind of very relevant to the whole problem of platforms and blueprints. So I refer to that quite a lot as well. That's a great book.
We also got some white papers, all kinds of stuff for you to check out. So you can find that all at octopus.com/publications. All right, I think I've done enough tap dancing to give people time to submit their entries. So we're going to go ahead and do a random draw here for a prize. Notice that Octopus Deploy is not listed. I did not comment anything this time with that hashtag there. So there you go. Tanya, congratulations. You are the winner. So Tanya, we will be sending you a notification regarding this. Any final thoughts you want to share with the audience there, Steve, before we let you go?
Just use the metrics for improvement, keep it healthy, and happy deployments.
I love it. All right. Thank you very much, Steve. Just hang out in the back there, and we'll upload your content as we go. So thanks a lot for that. All right. Thanks to Steve. All right. So let's jump back now to the schedule. Go ahead and share my screen. All right. So we've started off really well. We've got effective DevOps metrics. Coming up next, we have Piotr, who's the head of engineering enablement at Loft Labs. I'm going to go ahead and invite him to the stage here. And I know I butchered your name. I apologize for that. Hello, how are you, sir?
Hello, I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey, there you go. Awesome. So you're going to provide us a session here enabled how to build cloud-native platforms with Kubernetes. I am really looking forward to this. Have you got any slides that you'd like to share?
Absolutely, yeah. Let me share my screen real quick.
Yes, go ahead, please. And so for folks who have questions, make sure to put those in the comments using the SHIPPED24 hashtag.
All right.
Pronouncing names. I apologize. All right. There we go. Are you all set or?
Yeah,
yes?
I'm all set.
All right. Awesome. I will leave the stage. Over to you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. Really excited to be here and talk to you about Kubernetes and platforms, two things that I really like. So the talk is titled How to Build Cloud Native Platforms. If you already built one, I would be really interested in what patterns you use, but I'm going to show you how to do this in a cloud native way. So before we start, a little bit about me. I've worked for many years with Kubernetes, Docker, Linux, cloud native stuff. So I've been around the block in startups and big companies and seen how platforms slowly become more mainstream, how they replaced DevOps as a buzzword, and now how they kind of like become even more important with the age of AI. So platforms were there in different shapes or forms. Now they are more pronounced and more there, but this is not entirely new concept. I worked at Loft Labs, where this company is a creator of products like vCluster. I lead an engineering enabled team, which is a different name for a platform team. And by the way, we are hiring. So check out our webpage if you want to work with cool cloud native projects. At my free time, I work with open source. and I really like tweaking my Linux, so I'm rising it all the time. The best way to contact me is to just go to my webpage, cloudrumble.net, or you can snap quickly the photo of this QR code, which will take you to my LinkedIn profile and my webpage. Okay, so let's start by defining what a platform is. It's a really overloaded term, similarly like DevOps is still and was at the early stages for sure. I like putting platform in context of what we already know. So there is something like business platforms. If you think of products like Uber or DoorDash, those are really platforms that connect vendor and end customers. So the whole product is really a platform, right? And this comprises of various services that the end user can take advantage of and conduct a business transaction. Another group of platforms are domain-specific platforms. So those mostly come in shapes of various SDKs, internal services, and they cover kind of cross-cutting functionality that doesn't really fit into any of the well-defined business domains. So you can think about maybe logging or various observability services and so on. So those were domain agnostic platforms, and then domain specific platforms is actually the ones that do fit into one of the business domains, but they don't necessarily provide the end user functionality. A good example here could be map functionality, something like Google Maps. You can embed this service into your application because you can use it in web apps, in mobile apps, in various contexts and forms. So those three buckets of levels or platforms are a good way to try and make sense of what platforms are and where they can enter. So today we're going to specifically focus on the domain agnostic platforms, which is specifically infrastructure. So how do we provide building blocks that are essential for developers, but do not translate one-to-one to actual functionality to end users? Let's briefly talk about the benefits. So we have this idea of various platforms. We know that it's needed. Everybody talks about it. We definitely want to try it, or we heard about it. So the three main benefits, there are more than three, but I kind of selected three just to set the stage here. So simplified resource management. So definitely if you have a lot of, let's say, cloud services that you want to expose to your developers, you want to simplify and standardize. So that's where platform comes in, and it can help you to provision resources in a reusable and repeatable way. The platform's main goal is really to increase development efficiency. And this really translates mostly to ensuring that developers have less friction in getting things done, because you might have heard of a famous term, shift left, meaning that developers are being more and more involved into all kinds of non-development activities. We talk security, deployment, and other things. So shifting left just by giving developers everything and going home doesn't obviously work. We need to do this in a really thoughtful way. So if done correctly, platform will increase developers' efficiency because it will remove friction from what developers do. And platforms typically internally address built-in scalability and reliability needs. So those are things like, how do we run infrastructure in a way that it does scale with users, or it scales down also when the traffic goes down and so on. How do we make sure that it's reliable? So this is where we talk about concepts like SRE and similar. So platform can cater to all those needs. So building blocks of a platform, this is more of a tenets of how we would approach creating a cloud native architecture that would give us a really robust platform. So there are certain boxes that you really want to tick and think about when you create your own platform. So first one is self-service portal. I'm sure a lot of you heard about products like Backstage or Port or similar. This is simply something that sits between the developers and the broader infrastructure and enables developers or other types of engineers like testers use the platform services in a very intuitive and simple way. So this building block is not always necessary. Very often it's enough to have just a simple configuration file or an API. But once your platform becomes a little bit more broader and bigger, that's definitely where we see continuous adoption of service portals. Another tenet is programmatic APIs. And this talk, if anything, is really mostly about trying to convince you that approaching building platform like an API is really the way to go. So if you think about APIs, we can programmatically call, a RESTful service or some kind of endpoint, and this does something. That's, by the way, how all the cloud providers work. Whether it's AWS, whether it's Azure, Google, or others, they all expose an API surface that you can consume either via CLI or a UI. But at the end, those APIs are the entry points and they govern everything. So building platform is no different. We are really learning from the giants like hyperscalers, and we provide programmatic API surface for our platform control planes. Another building block is automated workflows. So platform takes a lot from the early days of DevOps and realizes that, yes, we definitely need to automate, whether it's an actual CI workflow or any other type of automation. That's where platform can standardize. So when you find yourself repeating something 3 times, or when multiple users are trying to get something by hand, that's a good sign that you should automate it. Monitoring and observability. Nowadays, we have a lot of monitoring and observability tools, Prometheus, Grafana, and so on. Platforms typically build those in and expose certain monitoring capabilities to end users. Monitoring infrastructure is difficult. However, the act of monitoring and observing your system should be intuitive and simple. Security and governance controls. This one is obviously important, but it also, from the governance point of view, you don't always want to expose all the cloud surface to your developers. One angle is security, another one is just too much. It can be confusing. Developers don't necessarily need to know every nitty-gritty setting of your RDS or queuing system. Ideally, we would remove friction by just exposing enough through these governance controls. This also talks to compliance. So again, platform is this middle part that sits between developers and all kinds of other things, be it cloud infrastructure or compliance needs. And finally, probably most importantly, platform is never really done. Similarly, like end user facing products are never done. We continuously evolve, adapt, and we treat it as a product. So those are just 6 simple tenets to have in mind when you embark on a platform building journey. Some best practices that, to reiterate a little bit more, if you specifically embrace cloud native, API driven, again, to remind you that what I'm talking mostly is about designing API first. How will my contract between developers and platform look like? What kind of API I'm standardizing on? And I'm advocating for standardizing, obviously, on Kubernetes API. A little bit more on that later. If we build cloud native, we obviously want to leverage cloud native technologies. So we talk about containers and other tapestry of cloud native projects that is continuously growing. We also want to focus on GitOps, so the way we deliver platform or deliver infrastructure changes to developers also uses GitOps. And this is something I'm going to show in the demo. Ideally, we don't want to interact with the system using any kind of CLI from our computer into the system. There are some cases when this makes sense, but in a production setting, you really would like to have some GitOps-based workflow where you have a system in between the developer and the end infrastructure. So as I'm talking about API-first design, I think it's good to remind ourselves what is an API. So the definition is really that it's an application programming interface, which is a set of rules and protocols for building and interacting with software. And I highlighted here the words interface and interacting. So when you think of API, this is really about what kind of interface you're exposing to end users, namely how do they interact with platform, what you have built in. If you think about REST API or any other web APIs, there's things like retry mechanisms, there's security, so there's a whole kind of area of interface that is already built in, and you can capitalize on this. And interacting with software is important part also. So you prefer to have a platform that would interact through API with various, either with humans or either with automated processes. So we are using API as it was intended. We are just using various products and services that translate the same API-driven design into an infrastructure platform. So why it matters, to quickly recap, so obviously, we can simplify things with API and protocols like HTTP. Those are very well tested and very well known things that are secure, and we can trust that we can build on top of it. Standardize, similarly, all the protocols, including Kubernetes resource model, is something we can standardize on. Automate, scale, and secure. Here, just a quick reminder that, again, platform is a product. So if we talk about building a set of services and an API surface for developers, we really treat it as a product. So similarly, like the simplified diagram, we want to understand the developer's needs. We want to design something and test, implement a minimum viable product, deliver it, and gather feedback and improve and repeat the whole process. Similarly, like we would do with any product. So now we are going to jump into a demo, which will show all those design principles in action. So remember, our goal is to empower developers to be able to use our platform in a frictionless way. We want to use cloud-native principles and make sure that our platform is API-driven and leverages things like GitOps workflow. So now let's transition to a quick demo. Here I have an Azure portal. You can see that there are some resource groups, one that wants to be deleted, and others. Nothing crazy here, just a regular Azure portal. So I am now playing a role of a platform engineer. So I take care of this portal. Developers don't really need access to it just yet. I set everything up. IAM roles, all the permissions, everything is great. So that's the first kind of entry point. Now, as a developer, what I really care about, I care about this code. So this is my world, right? As a developer, I'm switching hats now and become a developer. The code is less important what it does, but the code is what I'm focusing on. So I'm interested in writing my code, testing it, making sure that it works, and continuing developing new features. I obviously have to consume infrastructure because almost every program that I write will need to be somewhere. We need to interact with the database or do something interesting to actually be useful. For the intents and purposes of the demo, let's imagine that I'm not that much into cloud native or Kubernetes, and my knowledge about containerization ends up with a simple Docker file. So maybe someone from platform team helped me create it, but I just have a Docker file, I Dockerize my application, and I send it off. So what this application does, it actually creates Azure infrastructure, and it reads data from Azure Blob Storage. If you don't know what Azure Blob Storage, this is like S3 bucket in AWS. So it needs infrastructure in order to function. So now as a developer, I want to actually deploy everything and test it, but I don't have anything. I don't have Azure Blob Storage, I don't have Azure infrastructure, and I don't have my application deployed. So how do I go about it? So here, let's hope that demo gods are with us and it will all work, as always with live demos, but that's interesting, right? So the first part, if you remember, I talked about service portals. So this portal is called Port, and this is a service portal for me as a developer. So if I want to create the infrastructure I mentioned and deploy my application into Kubernetes cluster, the only thing I have to do is have to click this create action. So when I do this, it asks me for a few inputs, things like connection string variable, where is my image or what it's named, and port. So I'm happy with all the default things and I execute it. So when this is executed, behind the scenes, what's happening, Port is actually creating a pull request. So this is another thing we talked about, that we are using Git and GitOps practices rather than allowing developers to interact directly with everything else. So if I go to this repository, which holds my deployment manifests, hopefully we have a pull request now. So you can see a pull request arrived, and this pull request has been opened by the action I clicked. So I clicked this create, and then Port behind the scenes created a pull request. This pull request is automated. So as a platform engineer, maybe I want to check if everything is okay. This step is obviously optional. I could fully automate the pull request if I would know that developers maybe just want to test something. So let's imagine I reviewed it thoroughly. I'm going to show you what this pull request does. So this pull request, a little bit bigger, it creates this simple YAML file. So as you notice here, this YAML file actually follows Kubernetes API. So it has API version, it has kind, and it has metadata and other things. So this is our standard that we're embracing. We say the way to interact with our platform is to use Kubernetes style API. But if you know Kubernetes as a container orchestrator, you can say, well, what's the point, right? How can this actually result in creating resources? So we are using Kubernetes here not as a container orchestrator, but we are using it primarily as a control plane. So Kubernetes controls and have control loops that make sure that the desired state that I am submitting here in this file is going to be resolved as an actual state somewhat somewhere. So this file, you notice that we have this connection variable name, image, and port that we've taken from the input here in port, but the namespace, for example, wasn't available as an input value. So this is something hard-coded for my developers. All right, so before I click approve, I want to show you one more application. So here I'm switching heads again, and this is Argo CD. If you're not familiar, Argo CD is a GitOps tool. I think one of the most popular, this and Flux are two tools that essentially observe at one hand a Git repository and at the other hand connects to Kubernetes cluster, one or more, and take the state from the Git repository and actualizes it into a cluster. So far, we just have this empty Bootstrap application, and this Argo CD instance observes this very repository. So when I finally merge this file, so I reviewed it, let's delete the dangling branch. And here I'm going to refresh it. And you can see that things starting to pop up. So something is happening, right? We have app claim, app, and various other resources like unfold out of this action that I've taken. So based on this small file, we are starting to have things like resource group. There's some releases, objects, container, account, and other things. Developer didn't need to specify those things, but they actually happen. So let me show you real quick in Azure. Remember, that's the view that we've seen earlier. When I refresh it, I should be able to see a new resource group, which is called platform demo. And that's the one that we are currently creating. So Kubernetes, in this case, is talking to Azure and is creating resources in Azure. And you can see here, I have a little notification from Slack. So as a developer, I triggered this process. I created this PR through here. Someone from platform approved it. And now part of this process was to create a Slack notification for me saying that my app is deployed to localhost. I also have my own dedicated observability, and I have something called vCluster. So from my perspective as a developer, I clicked the button, went to grab a coffee, came back, and everything is ready for me to test. So we can see real quick also here. You can see this is K9S, which is a Kubernetes viewer. And on top here are all the resources that are being currently rendered inside of my Kubernetes cluster. So what is happening with those resources? They correspond to actual infrastructure in Azure and also into Kubernetes resources that have been created. So you can see we have created a namespace, ingress, deployment service, and we've created all kinds of Azure infrastructure just based off of this small file. So if I click to localhost, you can see that this is our Azure Storage Blob Reader. Remember, as a developer, when I looked here in my app, that's what I want to do, right? So this is my application. I wanted to deploy it, and this application is currently deployed and running. So let's see if it's working. I can already see that it's working, as in it displays what it's supposed to display. But let's imagine that I want to just read the content of a blob file. So it says connected, but no documents found. So let's create one document. So here I have my apps deployment repository. And here you can see I have an example folder. And in this example folder, I have a file that looks like this. So it's another Kubernetes API style file. So I have API version, kind blob, an example, and you can see that it has hard-coded the name of my storage account. So now I don't need to use GitOps because I really want to quickly test it. So let's do the same. I am going to do K for kubectl, apply, and then -f, example, and blob content. So I'm again using the same paradigm that we've been discussing earlier, API-driven platform, API all the way. So what this should have done, this should have created the actual file inside of the Azure storage. And if I refresh the page, there you go, hello SHIPPED24. It even supports emoji. We can definitely sell it. This is great. All right, so you can also see that all the resources in the meantime are created in Azure. I have my platform storage and everything works as expected. So there were a few more things that as a platform we provided to our developers. You can see this link to Grafana. So maybe I want to do some performance tests or just simply observe how my application behaves. I don't need to open a ticket. It's something I can do. I need to type the password correctly. There you go. So again, super simple. This is just scoped to my DevOps team, and I can already see some feedback about performance and various observability metrics. And finally, part of this is also vCluster. If you don't know what vCluster is, this is a virtual Kubernetes cluster. So you can put a Kubernetes cluster inside of Kubernetes cluster. So why would you do this? And this comes from experience with just working with platform. It's very often what happens, you provide a thing or a service to developers, and then they want something more. They want, oh, I want to experiment with X, right? So in order to avoid kind of keep on following up with various tickets and so on, we are giving developers their own virtual Kubernetes cluster. So I can copy this command, and then here in the terminal anywhere, I can go and you can see that I am pointing now to the kind cluster. But if I do this connect, this will go and connect to an existing virtual cluster dedicated only for my team and for the developers that have created and opened this specific app. So you can see the kube context changed, and now we are in virtual cluster. So as a developer, I have full admin level permissions on this virtual cluster. We might not want to give those permissions on the actual cluster, and then I can create anything I want here. I can create ingress controller, I can install CRDs or global scoped resources. So this takes care of an immediate need of developers by providing them infrastructure and enabling them to test, providing observability tools that are tailored to their needs, and also at the end, giving them a fully fledged virtual cluster. So we can swap back to our actual local kind cluster. And okay, so as a developer, I am done with testing. Everything went great. My application supports emojis and the background is awesome. I'm happy with it. So now I don't need this infrastructure. I don't want to incur any costs in Azure. So how do I remove it, right? And you probably might have guessed by now, there's another action in my portal that says remove. So I can select this remove action. I need to select appropriate service. This is the apps deployment. And as a security measure, I have to actually provide a name of the file that that I want to delete. So in this case, this is our little storage YAML right here. So I can copy it, go back to port, provide it, and click delete. So you probably guessed it by now what's happening behind the scenes. Port is creating another pull request, and this pull request is going to soon be ready. As a platform engineer, again, I can approve it, review it, and when it's reviewed, you can guess what happens. All the resources are going to be removed. So everything that developer developed, including cloud infrastructure and the app, is going to be cleanly removed, and we don't need to worry about additional costs. So I'm merging this pull request. It simply deletes the file. And let's quickly see our Argo. So you remember our Argo CD had those various objects. When I refresh, this should start disappearing, and it disappeared from Argo. And you can see now here, those objects are slowly also starting to disappear. I have ready false, and they already retract, and they're already being deleted. And also here on my K9S instance, all my Kubernetes resources are being deleted as well. So very cleanly, we're able to remove everything, and the platform kind of expands and contracts as the developers need. Okay, great. So as a developer, I'm happy because I am able to deploy my application in a frictionless way. I don't need to open tickets. I have a very simple process through port. I know where to log in. I know what to click, and I can keep on focusing on developing features. And as a platform engineer, I ensure that we don't expose cloud services to developers if not necessary. So we have this single kind of, we don't have a single point of failure, and we have security in depth and the principle of last privilege. Okay, so I can show you also that this should be gone. So the platform demo is still there, and it says that this is currently being deleted. So everything is done, and we don't have to worry about it. All right, so let's go back to the presentation real quick and do a quick recap what just happened. So we have used various tools to make this process work. So first of all, as I mentioned earlier, we used Kubernetes, but not as a container orchestrator, but we used it as a control plane. Kubernetes was controlling everything and making sure that the desired state that is in the Git repository is properly propagated and keeps being propagated into a cluster. We also used vCluster that enabled our developers to keep on experimenting and actually have their own fully fledged virtual Kubernetes cluster so they don't follow up with a lot of requests. The magic behind the scenes, which took care of creating an actual infrastructure, is a project called Crossplane. So Crossplane, similarly like Terraform, can talk through an API and create an infrastructure, manage infrastructure, in our case in Azure. But the added benefit is that it keeps the infrastructure up to date because it utilizes Kubernetes control loops and makes sure that we can actually keep on having the infrastructure being updated. Crossplane, similar like Terraform, has various providers, and we took advantage of provider HTTP, for instance, to integrate with our Slack notifications, and we used all kinds of other things. Port, that you've seen at the beginning, this is a developer portal. Alternative to it is Backstage, but those tools are very useful for especially bigger deployments for bigger platforms. Now, interestingly, we use GitHub in a way that I think it's really, really nice in terms of self-service. So we use GitHub PRs almost like messages in messaging queue. So the PR is actually an actionable chunk of work that it carries some action with it, and you've seen me approving the PRs and reviewing them. You can, of course, add more elaborate approval processes or remove them completely, which would remove the friction from the developer workflow. And we have here Argo CD, which is a GitOps workflow. And believe it or not, all of this we're running on my local Kubernetes cluster. You can, of course, put it in a regular cluster, and that's how it would work. So just to quick recap visually, if you like to learning more visually, as a developer, I connected to IDP, in this case port, and then I access it through UI. I pushed a change, so I clicked create. This change was synchronized with a Git repository. As a platform engineer, I approved it. Once approving the changes, the Argo CD pulled the changes from the Git repository, synchronized them to Kubernetes API, and Kubernetes API using Crossplane gave everything to Crossplane, and Crossplane in turn created vCluster application as well as cloud services. So in conclusion, we reduced friction for developers to almost zero. If we would have removed the need for PR, that would actually be zero, because developers don't need an external third party to achieve what they want. There's no waiting time, so we didn't open a single issue or ticket. Everything was automated. We used GitHub PRs as an interface between platform engineers and developers. So this was obviously easy to collaborate, and we also increased security by introducing zero trust principles. So there was no Azure access needed by developers. And I didn't even mention AI once, which is great. All right. So the key takeaway from this talk is to be able to design your developer portals like APIs. So if you think about API and the contract that API incurs, that would exactly be a great thing to do. So I think I'm exactly in time. Thank you all for your attention. If you have any questions, you can check out my webpage or connect with me on LinkedIn. And this QR is to a source code for the demo. Everything is open source available. You can copy Crossplane compositions and play around with it yourself.
Thank you very much. Awesome stuff. That was really cool. So if you have any questions, you can go ahead and post them to the comment section. Make sure to use the hashtag SHIPPED24 as part of that. Of course, I will remember not to do that myself, because otherwise I will be in the draw. Lots of good feedback here. So Joanna's a fan. So is Doug. There's a comment here from Josh. The fact that you're using this to deploy developer platforms is awesome, but what if we generalize this pattern you're using GitOps and Kubernetes for order fulfillment. It seems like there's a lot of potential here.
Absolutely. That was just an example of like fun application to show, but you can do this with the real life applications, and there's plenty of examples of utilizing Kubernetes operators patterns to do exactly that. Good
Do you think
observation.
about this like Kubernetes at the edge sort of approach as well? I know that, for example, Chick-fil-A is a classic example that's talked about a lot, using developer platforms and Kubernetes at the edge for doing deployments in that manner.
Absolutely, yes. That's also part what vCluster kind of does. You can run this in the sense that you package Kubernetes inside of Kubernetes, which is very similar to having a use case on the edge. And edge is really cool now with distributions like K3s, or like very, very small, and with introduction of technologies like eBPF and WASM, that opens up even more possibilities. So definitely a really exciting area here.
If you want to find out more about Port, you can go to getport.io. This is the homepage for that. Love their design, which is great. I'm a big fan of developer portals. I've been using Backstage. We actually have an integration with Backstage for the community for Octopus Deploy, which is kind of cool. I have to spend more time with this. The other one is Crossplane. You mentioned this, very similar to Terraform. These tools are immensely powerful. The hardest thing I have is understanding the whole ecosystem. So if you go to something like landscape.cncf.io, it's like my browser almost crashes every time I try and load this thing. So I mean, how do you keep tabs on all of this stuff? Is my sort of rhetorical question. But do you find it overwhelming at times?
I used to find it overwhelming, but to now I don't really look at it that much. So I have like few projects that I know about, and I know that what projects to use. And if I need something, then I maybe search for it. But if you really look at it, if you make it your wallpaper, yes, this can give you a headache, and that's not a good use of your free time.
No, it's not. All right, I'm just looking at the chat here. It's mostly just positive. Just good demo, great stuff, awesome stuff. So we'll go ahead and do another giveaway. So we'll do a draw here again, and let's see who else here has won a prize. Hopefully we don't get a duplicate. Matt? Oh, here we go. Suraj. All right, I'll go ahead and take down this name. Congratulations, Suraj, for that. So thank you very much for your presentation. My head is swimming with ideas, so it's great to see that there's lots of possibility there going forward. So thanks again for that. Really appreciate it. And we're going to jump now over to the schedule and take a look at that. Oops. Yeah, this is the stage. There we go. So coming up next, we've got Kostas doing a talk entitled Mastering Kubernetes Workflows and Deployments with the Argo suite. So for those who are curious, Kostas is a senior developer evangelist at Octopus Deploy. I love Kostas. He's great. And this is a really good talk. So if you're, already familiar with tools like Argo CD, you may not realize that Argo itself is a suite of products itself. So if you go to argoproj.github.io, you'll see them listed here. So we have Argo Workflows, Argo CD, Argo Work Rollouts, and Argo Events. And so this next talk talks a little bit about all four of them in context. So he goes through workflows, events, rollouts, etc., and of course CD. In addition to that, Kostas goes through the history of the projects themselves, which is cool. Talks a little bit about how you can use them together in concert for doing your deployments, etc. So very cool to see all of that. So let's go ahead and kick things off with Kostas's talk there.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. This is a new presentation for all the 4 Argo projects. We are going to see not just Argo CD, but all the Argo projects, so the whole Argo family. My name is Kostis. I'm working as a developer advocate for Octopus. I was previously at Codefresh, but as you might know already, Octopus has acquired Codefresh. I'm part of the Argo team, focusing mainly on Argo CD and Argo rollouts, and I'm the co-author of the first ever GitOps Argo CD certification that you can find at learning.codefresh.io. So today we are going to focus on the Argo projects. I'm going to make a general introduction, and then we will dive into each individual project and see, what they are doing and what their capabilities. And finally, the most interesting part, the use cases, how you can combine all those 4 projects together in your own company. So let's start with the basics. If you haven't seen this, it's the main website of Argo, all 4 projects, argoproject.github.io. And there you can see all the 4 projects according to their popularity. So Argo CD and Argo Workflows are obviously the most popular ones. You can see the number of GitHub stars. But then we also have Argo Rollouts and Argo Events. So what do these projects actually do? Argo CD is a way for you to deploy your applications on a Kubernetes cluster by following the GitOps principles. Argo Workflows is a way to run workflows on your Kubernetes cluster. Argo Events is a generic event mechanism. And then Argo Rollouts, my favorite one, is a way to do deployments without downtime. Now, if there is one important thing that you need to keep from this presentation is that all 4 projects are self-contained. They can be used on its own. And I'm mentioning this because sometimes I talk, to a company and they explain their use case, and I'm saying, oh, you should use Argo Rollouts. And they answer, no, we cannot use Argo Rollouts because we don't have Argo CD. This is wrong. There is no, dependencies between the projects. You can use Argo Rollouts on its own. You can use Argo Events on its own, Argo Workflows on its own. Of course, the projects, can also work together. It makes sense. There are also some subsystems that they share. So, for example, the notification subsystem of Argo Rollouts is also used by Argo CD. But this is only, on a library level. It doesn't really affect you. Some things also like the SSO mechanism is similar. Like if you know how you set it up in one project, you can set it up to the other project. But it's up to you to decide which projects you are going to adopt. Maybe you want all 4 of them. Maybe you want just 1 of them. Maybe you want 2 of them. It doesn't really matter. They are completely isolated. So this is the project history. Everything started in 2015 by a small company called Aplatix. They created the first Argo project, which is what we know today as Argo Workflows. Then Aplatix was acquired by Intuit. Intuit created Argo CD, which is the second project. Then another company donated Argo Events. And then finally, we have Argo Rollouts. The major milestone that you need to keep in your mind is in 2020, where all 4 Argo projects were accepted in the CNCF, the Cloud Native Foundation, in the incubation stage. And at 2022, they graduated. So now every Argo project is production ready. You can use them today, even in production scenarios. Apart from the main website and the main GitHub repo, there is also the Labs repo, and this contains projects that are, let's say, not official Argo projects, but they are emerging projects or incubating projects, and you can find stuff there that is, let's say, being tested right now or being evaluated. Maybe you can find something useful there. There have been cases in the past where a project started from the Labs organization, then people said, okay, this is very valuable, let's integrate it into the main projects. For example, Argo Image Updater is a way where you can instruct Argo to automatically monitor, Argo CD to automatically monitor a Docker registry and make a deployment when a new image is pushed. Another interesting thing about the Argo project is that they are not controlled by a single company. There are actually several companies that contribute. Intuit is not, selling anything specific. All the other companies have a commercial product on top of the Argo project. CodeFresh is one of the main contributors, and as you know, Octopus now acquired CodeFresh, so now Octopus is investing in the Argo project and also a commercial project as well. So why should we care? Why should you care about the Argo projects? Why are they important? This is the graph from the Velocity blog post that is published on the CNCF blog every 6 months. And essentially, it shows popularity of projects. The vertical axis is pull requests and issues. The x-axis is commits. And then on the right, you can see number of people or number of contributors. So the way it works is that the more a project is on the top right on the graph, the more popular it is. So here we are looking at all the CNCF projects, and usually Argo is in the top 5, in locations. Like sometimes, it changes. Maybe it's top 3, top 5, top 4. In this one, I think it's the 3rd project. So Argo is a popular project in the CNCF ecosystem. Okay, that's great. But for me, the most interesting part is to show this graph. So now we have moved one level above. We're not in the CNCF. We're in the Linux Foundation. So it's all Linux Foundation projects. And obviously, you can see the Linux kernel is on the top right. It makes sense. Then you have Kubernetes. And yes, it makes sense. And then you have other stuff like OpenTelemetry. And even here, Argo is on the top 10. So my point here is that Argo is not just a popular project in the cloud, it's a popular project in general. So this means that several people have discovered Argo, they have seen the value of the project, and they said, okay, we're going to adopt the project in our organization, and then we are also going to invest on it and help with contributions. So at the very least, you should pay some attention for fear of missing out. If so many people think that Argo is something valuable, then you should also check it out and see if it's something interesting to you and for your organization. Okay, so enough about the basics. Let's go into each individual project. Let's start with Argo Workflows. So if you remember, Argo Workflows is the original Argo project. It's a way that you can create processes. And like all the other projects, it's Kubernetes native. So maybe you have seen similar projects like this before, but they were not Kubernetes native. Argo Workflows started from day one as a Kubernetes solution. The closest alternative or competitor is Tekton. So if you're familiar with Tekton pipelines from Red Hat, Argo Workflows is very similar. And it's completely generic, like you can do with these workflows whatever you want. Some people use them for CI/CD, so a typical pipeline, where you compile code and run unit tests, but you can also use them for machine learning or batch jobs and stuff like this. They are very flexible. You can define a graph of execution. You can have fan out, fan in configurations, loops, barriers, dependencies, whatever you can imagine. So you have a great flexibility on how you will create your process. And because it's Kubernetes native, Argo Workflows essentially describes a new set of Kubernetes resources in the form of CRDs. So you have a resource that describes how a workflow should run, like a template. Then you have a resource for the actual running instance, and then several other resources for other stuff, like cron workflows that execute on a schedule. So this is a very simple example. This is a Kubernetes resource that, as you see the name, it's a workflow, and it's super simple. It just says run a single container and run hello world. And you can see the syntax is similar to how Kubernetes deployment would look. So this is a custom resource, not something you get with Kubernetes, but something that you get after you install Argo Workflows. So what is the magic thing here? Other solutions that you have seen, even if they support Kubernetes, usually they have a process where the whole execution happens inside a single pod, which is okay. But Argo Workflows has the capability where you can define multiple steps in the same workflow and have a pod per step. So this means that you have, great capability on how this workflow scales. And essentially, you can take advantage of all the built-in capabilities of Kubernetes regarding auto-scaling. So it's not, just like a fancy UI, as you will see, or a fancy way of describing workflows. The big power is the workflow engine that allows you to scale your execution according to your needs and, according to the capacity that you need for each individual step. So as an example, this is actually one example from Codefresh. Here you can see we have a massive way of running tests. I think it's UI tests, integration tests in a parallel way. And, we can decide exactly how we're going to spend our resources and the capacity we have in the cluster to see what, steps need more capacity or steps that don't need capacity. So as I said, you can use it for everything you want. This is an example of a CI/CD pipeline, but you could imagine you can have a workflow for machine learning or something else. Argo Workflows also has a nice UI that allows you to look at your workflows, inspect what they are doing, submit workflows, get some basic analytics and insights. So this is also interesting because it can be used in a multi-tenant scenario. There is also SSO mechanism here in RBAC, so you can have, even your developers look at the status of their workflows. Now we don't have time to go over every feature. You should check them on your own, but there are ways where you can decide how artifacts are produced in a workflow. There is a CLI, an API. As I said, there is an RBAC mechanism. So, this is just a starting point. Go and look at the documentation and see what other capabilities Argo workflows have. Okay, so now Argo CD, probably the most interesting project for existing Octopus and Conference users. Argo CD is a deployment solution, and it's Kubernetes native, meaning that not only deploys applications on Kubernetes, but it also runs on Kubernetes. Okay, so unlike some other solutions that you have seen, it supports Helm customize out of the box. It can also run in a multi-tenant environment. And the new thing here is that everything that you see in the Argo UI is live information. It's real-time information as it is coming from the cluster right now. So this is the main UI. Each box that you see here is an application. And in the case of Argo CD, an application is a link between a cluster and a Git repo. And on this box, you can actually see two statuses. One is a green status that says healthy, which means if the application is up or not, and this is real-time information, like the application is healthy right now. And the other status is regarding the sync. So a green check means that what you have in cluster is the same thing what you have in Git. And I'm mentioning why this is important because sometimes maybe you have seen familiar CI solutions. The green or the red status is only important while the pipeline is running. After the pipeline has finished and you have finished with the deployment, the pipeline doesn't know anything just yet. So if after 5 minutes of deployment, your application has an issue, Jenkins doesn't know anything at all. TeamCity doesn't know anything at all. Here, Argo CD, shows you real-time information from the cluster. So when you see a green status, it means that the application is healthy right now, not 5 minutes ago. And then you can click on its application and look at the individual Kubernetes components. And again, the same status here. You can see that this Kubernetes resource is healthy and it's in sync. And you can see also the hierarchy and the dependencies. And this is very nice because some people actually love the Argo UI because they use it as a generic Kubernetes UI. Like they want to understand what are the components of an application. If and after deployment has finished, they are using the Argo UI to look at how it's formed, and some developers use it as well to understand how an application is deployed. So once you adopt Argo CD, essentially you keep your existing CI process. Nothing changes for the CI. You still have your CI system, which can be anything like Jenkins, GitHub Actions, TeamCity. Conference even has a CI system now with Octopus, but still takes the source code, compiles the code, runs integration tests, security scans, whatever. But then instead of having a pipeline step that runs a script or runs a kubectl apply, you remove that step. You don't have this step anymore. And instead, you make a change in your manifests in Git. So you store all your customized files or your Helm files in Git. And then Argo CD is pointed at these Git manifests, and it takes care of the deployment. So the CI part stays exactly the same. The CD part changes by installing Argo CD in a cluster and setting up with links between your Git repos and your clusters. The most interesting feature for Argo CD for me is the avoidance of configuration drift. The big advantage of Argo CD, unlike traditional solutions, is that it's bidirectional. So not only it looks at a Git repo and applies the manifests to the cluster, but it also does the opposite thing. It looks at the cluster and compares the state to the Git repo. So if somebody, let's say, makes a manual change to the cluster, Argo CD will detect it. And you can see here as an example, it will tell you that, yes, the application is healthy. Nothing bad is happening with the application, but it's out of sync. Like what you have in the cluster is not the same that you have in Git. So in this example, somebody changed some ports. So Argo CD will notify you, and then it's up to you to make a decision. Maybe you say, okay, this change happened by mistake. I don't want this change. Please discard it. And Argo CD can be set up automatically, to discard manual changes. Or you can say, oh, we love this change. We need it. Let's commit it to Git. But this is your choice, and you know about it. So not only, you avoid configuration drift once and for all, but you can also, monitor cowboy developers or cowboy people that they go into the cluster and do manual things, either in QA or in production. Nobody learns anything about it. I consider this one of the biggest advantages, compared to traditional solutions that are only single directional. They just follow what is in Git and apply blindly to the cluster the resources. So Argo CD also introduces its own resources. As we have seen, the application is the main link between a cluster and a Git repo. There is also the project resource that allows you to group applications and then define security controls for them. And also we have the application set, which is a way for generating a large number of applications. So this is how it looks like. This is, again, a custom Kubernetes resource. It's an application. It has a name, and it has a GitHub repo. So it says to Argo CD, go into this GitHub repo and look at the manifests or the Helm charts or the customized files there. It doesn't really matter. And then apply them to the cluster. Now, application sets are another interesting topic, but we are not going to talk about this today. It will take too much time. I have here an example repo and a QR code that you can go and look at a full example. But essentially, the idea is that if you have a large number of clusters and a large number of applications, you don't want to create applications by hand. You want to have an automated way to do that. So with an application set, you can instruct Argo CD and say, here, I have 10 clusters. And here I have 10 applications. Go and create the 100 combinations for all the clusters and all applications and deploy them automatically for me. Here I have an actual example. The syntax is not really that important. I have a completely empty cluster. Nothing is installed. And then I apply a single application set, which I think in this case defines 13 applications. Again, the syntax is not that important, but with just this one file, I got 13 applications on my cluster. You can see Argo CD starting to deploy all of them at the same time. So this is great for bootstrapping because I can say, I need a brand new cluster for my QA environment, and I want all the QA applications to go into this cluster at once. You put this in an application set instead of having to manually install your applications one by one. Once you adopt Argo CD, you also need to make a choice regarding the installation. So some people like to have a single central Argo CD instance that controls several clusters, or you can also install an Argo CD instance per cluster. Octopus also offers a control plane for Argo CD instances. There isn't like a correct or wrong solution. It depends on your needs, but you need to do some thinking there, or how you are going to scale your Argo CD usage when more clusters are added. Like Argo workflows, there are several more features on Argo CD. You can define the order of resource deployment. You can define time periods where no deployments are allowed. There is, again, a CLI and an API, an SSO and RBAC for the UI. There are plugins. There are thousands of things. We don't have time here today to talk about them. You should look at the documentation and see what is offered. But if you want to use Argo CD in a multi-tenant environment, you can do it. Like you can have, an SSO mechanism where a developer logs into Argo CD and they see only the applications they need to see, and they can only do specific actions on those applications. So maybe you allow them, to deploy, but you don't allow them to delete an application. Then we have Argo Rollouts, my favorite projects and the one I'm mostly involved. So Argo Rollouts is a project for doing progressive delivery on Kubernetes. And because progressive delivery means different things to different people, in the context of this presentation, when I'm saying progressive delivery, I mean blue-green deployments. So you have an application that is already running. You launch a brand new version of the application that doesn't get any traffic just yet. So then it's your opportunity where you can run some smoke tests or some unit tests or check other things or the new application. And then you say, okay, everything looks good. And then you make a traffic switch. And now live users look at the new version. And if something goes wrong, you can always, switch back and go to the old version. So that's blue-green deployments. And canary deployments are similar, but instead of having a single, let's say, point where you switch the traffic, you do it in a gradual way. First, you send 10% of the traffic to the new application. You say, okay, it looks good. Then you send 30%, 40%, and so on until you promote all the way to 100%. Or at some point you say, okay, there is an issue, let's roll back, and then everybody goes back to the old version. So this is progressive delivery. And I'm mentioning this because if you're familiar with how Kubernetes works, out of the box, you don't have progressive delivery. out of the box, Kubernetes supports only rolling deployments, where you kill one pod and you launch another pod with a new version, and you have no way, of controlling how this goes, or you cannot stop in the middle. That's one strategy, and the other strategy is the replace one, where you kill all the old pods and you replace them with the new ones, and this also has downtime. So Kubernetes out of the box doesn't support progressive delivery, and this is why we need Argo rollouts. So Argo rollouts introduces its own resource, which you're going to see, and it's a superset of the standard Kubernetes deployment, and this is how you do blue, green, and canaries. And there is also the possibility to do some pre and post checks, which is the smoke test or the unit test that we were discussing before. So this is the basic UI. I have started a canary here. You can see on the top left, I'm saying send 20% of the traffic to the new version. And now, I'm paused, so nothing will happen now. Now it's my opportunity for me to run some unit tests, and then I can continue with the canary and send 40% of the traffic to the new version. And then at the bottom, you can see the pods of the new version and the old version and how they are being used right now. So if we have Argo rollouts, then we can do progressive delivery on Kubernetes. And the way it works behind the scenes is that we use replica sets like standard deployments. So in the case of blue-green deployments, we have a brand new replica set that we launch in the cluster, but doesn't get any traffic at all. We still keep the old replica set running, and then at some point we make the traffic switch. And it's similar with canaries, but then you can also play with a number of pods and also define the exact percentage of traffic that will go between the old replica set and the new replica set. Argo rollouts defines its own Kubernetes resources. So rollout is the main one that we are going to see, which explains how the deployment will happen. The analysis template is one that you can use for a smoke test or unit test to make a decision if the deployment will succeed or not. And then there are other resources like experiments that allow you to do A or B testing. So this is an example of a rollout. You can see at the top, this is a rollout, not a Kubernetes deployment, but all the fields are exactly the same as a standard Kubernetes deployment that you already know, that you should be familiar with. But there is another property called strategy, which is specific to the rollout, and then it defines how the deployment happens. So in this example, I'm saying I'm going to use a canary deployment, and in the beginning, I'm going to send 10% of the traffic to the new version, and then I'm going to pause for 1 hour. Okay, so then I'm going to run maybe some unit tests or integration tests, and then I will continue and send 20% of the traffic to the new version, and so on and so on. This is how it looks. Now, once you adopt Argo rollouts, there is a major decision that you need to take, which is whether you are going to use a traffic manager or not. So if you are not going to use a traffic manager, in the case of canaries, you have the limitation that the number of pods also defines how traffic flows between the old version and the new version, because this is how the basic Kubernetes network services work. So if you want, let's say, to send 25% of your traffic to the new version, you need to create the new pods with a ratio of 25%. If you want 10% of the traffic, you need to do the same. So there is a limitation there. If you use a traffic manager, and Linkerd is just an example, then you can do whatever you want with the traffic. The number of pods doesn't matter. You can say specifically, I want this amount of traffic to go to the new pods, regardless of what is the number of pods. So this is a bit more powerful, and you can decide what is the exact capacity that you are going to use for the new version. So out of the box, Argo rollout supports several traffic providers that you can use, and you can see here it's the most popular ones. But I'm also involved in a project that is adding support to Argo rollouts for the Gateway API. If you aren't familiar with this, the Gateway API is a new Kubernetes specification, and essentially it's a next generation ingress. It's the next step after ingress. So that is a specification, which means that from now on, every traffic manager that also supports the Gateway API will be automatically supported in Argo rollouts as well. So check your traffic provider, and if it supports the Gateway API. Right now, all the major providers support it as well, maybe not in the latest version, but from this point onward, things will be much easier when it comes to traffic providers and integration with Argo rollouts. So I talked about, the test that you want to do to decide if the deployment is successful or not. Our end goal here is to make the deployment fully automated without a human. So most people use Argo rollouts and, they think the traffic switch is the interesting part. That is not the interesting part for me. The interesting part is that you should also instruct Argo rollouts to look at your metrics and then have Argo rollouts make a decision for you if the deployment is successful or not. So you want to make a deployment, on Friday at 5 o'clock, and then you go somewhere else, you go to the movies, you go to the family, you go to the pub, and then Argo rollouts will look at the metrics, and then it will make a decision and say, okay, everything looks good, let's promote the new version, so all users are on the new version, or no, something bad happened, let's go back and roll back. And the way you do this is with the analysis template, which is one of the Argo rollouts resources. Here I have a very simple example where I'm saying, start a deployment and then go to my Prometheus instance where I collect metrics and run this query. And this query, it doesn't matter. It can be anything you want. In this example, I think it counts the HTTP responses. And if 95% of them, are, let's say, not 500, you consider the deployment successful. So this is how I'm saying to Argo rollouts what success means for me and how it will make a decision if the deployment will stay on the new version, it will roll back in the old version. You can see several other parameters here. I can say how many times I will run this query, when I will run this query, and so on. So like traffic providers, Argo rollouts also has been built support for several metric providers. So you can use New Relic or Datadog for your metrics, but you can also do something completely custom. So you can run your own custom smoke tests that decide if a deployment is successful or not. So if you have real, humans testing something today, you should put this into a container image and let Argo rollouts run it for you. And you can also create your own custom plugin. So it's very, flexible on what exactly Argo rollouts will do to make this decision. As most other projects, there are several other features that I'm not going, to talk about today. You need to look at Argo rollouts by yourself. But there is also, let's say, a notification mechanism. There is a CLI. You can get metrics for rollouts itself, and so on and so on. Okay, so last project for today, Argo events. This is a generic event mechanism for Kubernetes. Like all other projects, it's Kubernetes native. It's not actually creating events on its own. It allows you to connect existing event providers between themselves. And also, if you're familiar with cloud events, it's compliant with that specification. So the way it works is you run Argo events in a Kubernetes cluster, and you can create scenarios where you say, whenever somebody sends an email, then upload this artifact to S3. Every Friday at 5 o'clock, run this Lambda function. When a Kubernetes resource of this type changes, then send a Slack notification. You get the idea. There is also, again, a new set of Kubernetes resources. So a source is where you get events from. A trigger is what to do when an event happens. And then sensors and event bus, they connect sources and triggers. So if we look at a very simple example, you can see here it's a custom Kubernetes resource. It's an event. And I'm saying when somebody makes a post request at /example at port 12,000, then this is an event that I want to do something about it. So this file just defines what an event is, nothing else. And then you have another file, which is my sensor. So I'm saying, listen to those events, the post requests. And when they happen, I want to intercept them. And in this example, I want to start an Argo workflow that runs hello world. So this is a very simple example. When somebody posts something at /example, I run a hello world workflow. And this is how you combine events and sensors. Argo event doesn't have a UI on its own, but Argo workflows has support for Argo events as well. So the combination of Argo workflows and Argo events, as you can imagine, is very popular. Both of them are used together most times. And this is how you can visualize Argo events. Okay, so these are the 4 Argo projects. And now probably for the most interesting part, how you actually use them together. And as you can imagine, there are many combinations. As I said in the beginning, the projects are completely independent. So you can pick and choose exactly what you want. So here I have some classic scenarios. The first one is regarding deployments. So you say, I'm going to adopt Argo CD. I'm using Argo CD for all my Kubernetes deployments in all my environments, but specifically for production, I don't want to have any downtime in production. And also I want to control, which users are going to see the new version. So just for production, I choose Argo rollouts, and Argo rollouts and Argo CD can work together. So technically, you still deploy with Argo CD in production, but behind the scenes, Argo rollouts does all the job. But for non-production environments where maybe you don't care about downtime, you just use Argo CD on its own. So Argo CD and Argo rollouts are a very popular combination. This is also my personal suggestion that at least in production, you should try Argo rollouts. Then you can use Argo workflows and Argo events together. This is also very popular. Remember, I said in the beginning that Argo workflows is a generic workflow mechanism that you can use it for everything. So here, the top example has the classic CI pipeline. So I'm saying whenever a Git commit happens, and this is from Argo events, then you start a workflow that checks out the code, builds a Docker image, runs unit tests, integration tests, security scans, whatever, and then I upload the result to an S3 bucket. So this is just basic CI/CD with Argo workflows and Argo events. And then at the bottom, I have a different example when I'm saying when somebody sends me a message on RabbitMQ, or maybe I get an email or somebody does something else, then I want to start a workflow where I read data from a database, from a PostgreSQL database, and then I want to process it in some way, and then I'm going to save the result in another database, and then at the end, I'm going to run a Lambda function that does something else. So not, a CI/CD process, but let's say a batch process, all with Argo workflows and Argo events. Then another popular combination is Argo CD and Argo workflows. So usually when you do a deployment in Kubernetes, sometimes you want to do some things before the deployment and some things after the deployment. So maybe before the deployment, you want to migrate a database, and then after the deployment, you want to run some smoke tests or something else. So Argo CD has some basic capabilities on its own to do that. But if you want something more complex, you can also use Argo workflows. So here I have an example where I'm saying I'm going to deploy an application in my cluster, but before the deployment, I want to take a backup of my database, and I'm going to notify developers via Slack that the deployment has started. So there I'm running a workflow to do this. And then after the deployment has happened, I want to run a smoke test. I want to notify Grafana, and I also want to notify developers again that the deployment has finished. So this is how you combine Argo CD and Argo workflows. And then you can imagine that you can combine all 4 projects at once. Yay! So this is a similar example, but I have added, all projects. So for the deployment, I'm doing it with Argo rollouts, even though Argo CD is the main orchestrator. And then I'm also going to use Argo events for the notifications. So I'm mentioning this because several companies right now are looking at developer portals or developer platforms where they want to give their developers, a nice overview of everything. Maybe, they can use Backstage or Port there, and they are looking for the actual mechanism behind the scenes, like what is running behind the scenes, behind Backstage to do all the heavy lifting. So in this case, you can take all the 4 Argo projects and, use them for a complete solution that covers everything that developers need. So you will find, several popular blog posts or videos that talk about this, how to use all 4 projects together. But as I said, this is up to you. If you just want to use one project, that's fine as well, or 2 projects, that is also fine. And that's it. Here is my email for questions, the certification, and also if you aren't in the CNCF Slack, you should be, because all the discussions about Argo and how the Argo project is progressing are there. You can also find, there the developers of Argo and ask questions and understand more. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kostas. Man, I thought I talked fast. He goes a million miles an hour. The trouble with talking too fast, of course, is you may say something you haven't thought of yet. Kostas is awesome. I love Kostas. Shout out to the UML diagrams as well. I haven't seen a few of those for a while, so that's awesome. If you guys want to learn more information, obviously, about the Argo project, you can go visit the Argo project website, which is at argoproj.github.com. github.io. There you'll find all kinds of information about obviously workflows, CD, Argo work rollouts, and Argo events. So awesome stuff there. Just wanted to point out, obviously, the fact that, when you're utilizing any of these techniques and strategies, you're going to be utilizing a tool possibly like CodeFresh, but you'll also be utilizing a strategy like GitOps. And one of the things I just wanted to mention is that if you want, you can certainly utilize this. We've just created this new discount code you can use. So if you visit learning.codefresh.io, you'll see a site that looks like this. This is where we provide 3 certifications that you can take, one called Fundamentals, another one called Scale, and a new one called Enterprise. And these are GitOps certifications that you can use. If you use the code on registration SHIPPED24, you'll get a 50% discount. So we've just created that now, and take advantage of that going forward. So again, learning.codefresh.io. Awesome stuff. The other thing I want to point out is that there is the DevOps Dozen 2024. This is basically a way of which you can find out who is got the most impactful tools, who are the most impactful influencers, etc. We're part of this, so we would appreciate if you went to this URL and submitted your feedback. Your voting is greatly appreciated. It is open at the moment, so feel free to submit your best choices, and Octopus Deploy is mentioned there, so take advantage if you can. So obviously lots of great stuff there. I'm going to check the comments section here just to see if there are any feedback or comments. Steve here says, everything I know about Argo I've learned from COSIS. That's awesome. Got some clapping here from Sievert, which is great. Kayleen says, awesome presentation. I love working with Argo CD. Awesome. And then Doug here says, I only just started adopting here, but excited about making lives easier with Argo CD. Fantastic. Great stuff to see. Let's go ahead and do another prize draw. I'm going to hit the giveaway tool here. So Suraj was the last winner. Let's go ahead and do another draw here. Hopefully we'll get someone who hasn't won yet. All right. Well, we'll take your name down. Congratulations. And we'll make sure that you're entered here for, obviously, if you use that that hashtag, remember it is SHIPPED24, not SHIPPED2024. So that's important. Unfortunately, the tool doesn't allow us to make a discernment on that. So feel free to use that hashtag and we'll enter you into the prize draw. All right, so coming up next, let's take a look at our calendar. We've got Alexander. He's a self-proclaimed chief IT whisperer. He's got the book to prove it, which is awesome. I'll invite him to the stage here. Go ahead and promote him to the studio. And there he is. Hi, Alexander. How are you?
Hey, John. Doing pretty good. Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Welcome to the show. We're having a great time here. I got lots of really keen folks to hear about things like Gitcraft, for example, which I know you're going to talk about. So just to give folks some context, the title of your talk is Tailoring Third-Party Helm Charts with Gitcraft and Deploying with CodeFresh. I've been looking forward to this. I hope this is everything I hope it is. Can you go ahead and share your slides and screen or screen? And
sure,
then,
let's do that. Let me a second to share. I'm going to
no worries.
Present.
This is a classic. This is a classic. How many developers does it take to display a screen on stage?
Exactly.
Perfect.
All right, good.
Flux capacitor is fluxing. I will leave the stage. Over to you.
All right, thank you. So my name is Alexander Korzinski, and this is a talk about Gitcraft. It's actually the first time presenting this. Gitcraft is a platform for distributing software as source code. It's something I've been working on for the last few weeks, and it's particularly useful for Helm charts. And I'll show you why. So let me go to the next one. A little bit more about me, Alexander Korzinski. I'm a DevOps consultant, have over 10 years of experience in DevOps. Some career highlights. I've been a contractor to the University of Cambridge, doing some engineering on the on-premise infrastructure. I've also been a contractor to Priceline.com through TopTal and Google, where I was working on the public cloud infrastructure. And I've had a lot of experience with Helm and Git and Kubernetes. So just one more thing. Today, I'm representing myself, not any of the above, just to make that clear. So what I'm going to talk about first, I'm going to talk about the problem that Gitcraft solves, and then I'm going to talk about the solution. Then I'm going to do a demo, and it's going to be an actual live demo, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about how it works, and we're going to do a Q&A. So let's go. What's the problem? The first problem is for creators of source code, companies usually, that want to distribute software as source code. I think this is a surprisingly unsolved problem. There are a lot of ways to distribute source code, but what if the user wants to maintain patches on top of the source code? And an example of this is a Helm chart. So a company develops some software that's supposed to run in Kubernetes, and they also provide a Helm chart for it. But the user is some kind of big company that has their own bespoke infrastructure, and they need to modify the Helm chart. Perhaps modifying the values YAML file is not enough. They have to actually go to the source code, the template, make a change to it, make a random patch. How do they do it? How do they maintain a patch in the presence of potential updates? Because in the future, a new version of the software will come up, and they want to update the software, the underlying software, but still maintain the patch. So a couple of ways of doing this. So possible solutions. A tarball sent by email. This is actually being used. I've seen that being used by companies that produce a Helm chart that isn't open source. They just send a tarball by email, and that's a simple thing to do. But it kind of leaves a lot of work on the users, because they need to somehow consume the tarball. It's difficult to automate it if it's an email conversation. And they need to maybe uncompress it and store it in a Git repo somewhere, or a different repo, whatever they do. So some work done by the user. Now, the second option, storing the tarball in a Helm repository or an OCI repository, whatever you want, where you want to store it. That's a bit better, because you can automate that better, but still there are problems. Like, how do you see exactly what changed between different versions? How do you maintain these patches? Still, it's kind of, substandard. It's not really ideal. So a Git repo is another option. So the developer and the company that produces the software creates a Git repo, maybe on GitHub, and it could be public if the software is supposed to be public, or it could be private, and they could invite some user to that organization so that they can access it. That's fine. But again, how do you manage patches? So for patch management, there are a couple of limitations. So one, GitHub does provide a way for you to manage patches, but only on public repositories. So there's a public fork feature on GitHub. I'm sure you've heard about it, you've used it, but it only works with public repos. It doesn't work with private repos. So what if the software isn't supposed to be public? If it's only being given to users who pay for it, GitHub doesn't give you a solution. There are other solutions that have been around for a long time. So all Linux distributions have that problem. When they take open source software, they often need to modify it a little bit, modify the source code here and there, and they maintain patches. There are a couple of utils for this. Kilt is something that Debian uses. RPM has something built in. It's a feature called %patch. But these are kind of outdated, because they store the changes as literal patch files. So, these files with a minus for all the lines that have been removed, and a plus for the lines that have been added. And where do you store them? You can store it in a Git repo. But okay, you store patch files in a Git repo. You look at the history of the changes to the patch file. How does it look like? It's absolutely awful, right? You can't tell what has changed, because changes to patch files are not really readable. It's like using one version control system over another. Okay, there's another option. If the software in question is a Helm chart, you can modify it with customize, but you can only modify the rendered Helm chart. So say you have a Helm chart, produces some output, some Kubernetes manifest, and you can use customize to modify some part of it. I think that's actually true for any structured file. So it could be a JSON file, and you can have some script that targets a particular part of that file. Excuse me. So you can solve it that way. But excuse me. excuse me, just coming out of an infection just a couple of weeks ago. Still having some residual cough. So you can modify the file by targeting a part of the file in some language like JSON path. JSON path, you can say modify this part of a JSON object, right? Or with customize, kind of similar, right? But with YAML. So that's fine. But with Helm in particular, that only works on the rendered manifest. You can't modify the template that way. That's one limitation. So what's the Gitcraft solution? I introduced the private fork feature to GitHub. So you store customizations as Git commits. And you can update the software by running a special GitHub workflow. So without further ado, let me show you how this works. So that's easiest to explain on an actual demo. So let me try doing that. Maybe let's stop sharing this guy and present the window. There you go. Yes, you can see that's it. Excellent. So this is the Gitcraft organization on GitHub. Now, in here, there are different repositories. Now, they are currently private, but the idea is that Gitcraft will make them public at some point. They contain Helm charts, open source Helm charts that you have used already. I want to scroll down to a particular one, a Bitnami chart. So let's say you want to modify some, you're going to fork this one and you want to deploy it and maybe with some customization. So let's go to it. And this is what it looks like. And I'm not going to show you everything right now. What I want to show is how easy it is to actually use it. So you get, so this repository contains the source code of the chart. And you have a new button here, the private fork button. That's not a GitHub feature. That's something that Gitcraft adds. So we click here, and that gives you an option, excuse me, to create a new repo. You select the target organization. So typically the company you work for, I'm going to call it your org 123, right? So that would be the company you work for. Now notice here near the bottom where it says private. This is going to be a private fork. And this is a feature that GitHub doesn't provide. So let's click create repository. And this is being done. And what you will see here in a moment is a message asking you to just hold on for a few minutes. So let's click watch progress. And there's a workflow running in the background. Let me tell you a little bit more about what's happening here. So this is actually a trick. So GitHub doesn't have forks, private forks, but what it does have is the ability to create a private repo from a template. So what happened here really is a new repo has been created from a template, and that template contains a workflow, and that workflow runs immediately after the repository is created. And this workflow will actually copy the code from your source repository to this repository. And this will be a private repo. So that's the trick basically to create a private fork feature in GitHub. Now let's go to code. And I'm going to show you what happens here. So this is your private fork. You will be able to update. You have a new button called update here. Now, but let's go to commits, the history first. In here, you will see this is the history. So the interesting thing here is that at the bottom, you have all the different versions of this chart. Each new release is a different commit. At the top, you have 3 commits created automatically. The top one means that basically the one that's kind of imported to this repo is 18.2.0. And let's say you want to make a change. So let's go to code and let's make a change. Let's say it's a values YAML file. It doesn't have to be just values YAML file. It can be a different file, any file in the source code of the chart. But we're going to try with the values YAML file. So let's go here, and I'm going to click edit. And let's assume that in your organization, you need to rebuild the images because you put maybe custom certificates into the image. And for some reason, this or another, basically a new image gets created at your company, at your organization, and has a new version. So let's say it's line 83. I'm going to add some suffix to this version. Let's say it's called -Accorsi1. Accorsi is my nickname. And I'm going to commit that. So this is my patch, right? I just wanted to note for you to notice something. This is not a patch you want to contribute upstream. right? This is often the case that you need to make a change that is kind of an adaptation to the infrastructure you're using. So doing this in the open doesn't really make sense. And again, it doesn't have to be a values YAML file. It could be any file here. So let's click blame. I'm going to show you what this looks like. Blame will tell you from which version of the chart each line comes from. So if I go to line 80, there you go. You can blame me for this one, right? This is the change. Now, the interesting thing is that you can also see the other ones. There are some interesting features here. If you hover over, for example, Nginx, let's say 13.2.0 as an example, right? And let's click that. That actually gives you, this is again a GitCraft feature. The way these charts are imported is they give this link here on the left to the original repository where developers make changes. If we click here, you will see this goes to the public repository. I think it's just slow because of the sharing. Let me refresh maybe. Let's try again. I think it's just being slow. But the thing is that you can click here and you get to the original commit from which this commit was created. The original commit is going to be in a different repo. This is the one, right? It's in a different organization. Just want to clarify, I'm not affiliated with that organization, right? They produce open source Helm charts. So I pull them, GitCraft pulls these and kind of encapsulates them, packages them up, but doesn't modify them, right? These are the original, widely used open source Helm charts that I'm kind of publishing here. So let's go back. And now, next thing, what if you want to update? That's the big question. How do you combine the latest version of the chart with this customization that we made? So yeah, it's a bit slow. I think my computer is just being slow because of all the sharing, but let's click update here. And I'm going to go to run workflow. And here, now, one thing I want to mention, if you click run workflow, that will just update to the latest version. Now, I've done a little bit, I've done a trick here before the demo. I've made a little change so that when we forked, we didn't actually fork the latest version as would normally happen. We actually forked an older one because I want to simulate the scenario where a new release came up in the meantime. So the release that was actually forked here is 18.2.0, but there's a newer one. I know it's available. So let's do it's 18.2.1. If you leave this blank, that would just update to the latest version, which is also fine. But we're going to do a specific run workflow, and that's going to run in a minute. What's going to happen? The end result is that these two changes are going to be combined. So we're going to combine the patch that we made and the latest version. They are going to be combined in a special way. I'm going to show that later because it's not an ordinary merge. It's not an ordinary rebase. It's actually something special. I'm going to show that too. Let's wait for this to finish. By the way, these workflows will run in your organization. So if you have your own GitHub runners, they will be used, right? Whatever configuration you have, so that doesn't leave your organization. Yeah, let's wait for a second. Okay, it's finished. Let's go to code. And what you will find here, if we go to commits, is that there you go. At the top, you now have a new import, 18.2.1 welded to main. But you also notice there are two commits here. So this is the original one, the update values, and then there's another one with the same name. There is a reason for that. I will explain it later. But the thing is that now we have both. We have the patch and the newest version. Now, let me show you one more thing. What if there is a conflict between the change we made and the update? So that's the next thing I want to show you. Let's go to update. And let's run workflow. And this time, we're going to update to the latest one. Because I set it up for this demo so that now that we run update, we'll go to the latest one. But the first time we did the fork, it went to an older one, just so that I can share this demo. So let's wait a second. And this will actually fail. This will fail because of a conflict. I know there is one. Let's go there. And in here, you'll notice there is a new button. Again, this is not a GitHub button, something new. Let's click here. This will take you to a PR that will allow you to resolve conflict. You see the red message here, it means there's a conflict. So that's what I expected. Let's go to create pull request. And here you will see information, hey, there's a conflict. Let's resolve the conflict. And there you go. So what happened here? So in here, there was our patch, which was right there. It was on top of version 127.1, but the latest update has a new version of the image, 127.2. So this is why there's a conflict. So if you need to roll out your image, now you know you need to roll out the new image, add whatever patches you want, and you need to resolve this conflict. So how would you do this? You would add the suffix here. And let's remove all the other stuff we don't need. There you go. And let's go up. Mark as resolved. Commit merge. So it's an interface you're probably already familiar with, standard conflict resolution interface, but I'm kind of reusing it in a special way because this is not a merge to main. This is actually merged to a temporary branch. Let's confirm this merge. What will happen is that this actually merging to a temporary branch called gitcraft/main from gitcraft/update. This is a technical detail, but the thing is that another action will run that will actually take this conflict resolution information and apply it to main. And this is the top job. Please disregard the second one from the top. This is just a technicality. If a job doesn't run, in some cases, GitHub displays it here with this empty circle, but yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about this circle. This means it didn't run. This is the one that's running because it's yellow. So let's wait for it to finish. It's going to be done in a second. It's actually queued. There you go. It's done. So let's go to code. And let's go to Nginx. And let's go to values YAML again. And blame. And there you go. If you go to line 80, and this is where we made the change. The change is here. Now, it has a slightly different name. There's a reason for that. I don't want to go into these details. It's now called combined patches, but this is the change we made in the conflict resolution. And all the changes from the latest version, which is 18.2.4, are also here. So that's it. That's how you use it. Let me now go back to the slides. I want to show you a bit more detail about how this works. And there's a trick here that I mentioned around Git merging and patching. So give me a sec, please, and I'll be ready. So there you go. So here's the question. How do you combine a private fork with upstream release? So at the bottom here is your private fork, right? Your private repo. And you made these patches, actually starting from here, 1, 2, 3, right? And here, this is the release you started from, and maybe there were 3 more releases of the chart in the meantime. So how do you combine that? So the simplest thing is to do a merge, right? You could do that. Excuse me. But there's a problem with that. In fact, this is what GitHub usually does if you do a public fork, which is fine, right? But there's a problem with that. If you do this a lot of times, so you make patches, you merge a new release, you make another patch, you make a new release, and so on, then your patches are lost in history. They're all over the history, and you can't easily say, okay, what were the changes made on top of the version here, the last version here. So there's another option, excuse me, that I'm sure you're aware of. It's rebasing, right? So the idea is that, okay, so this is the state of the private repo, the old one. This is the new release. And what rebase does is takes this particular commit and just cherry picks it here. This one here, this one here. And you end up with this state. But there's a problem with this too. There is no connection between this, and that has certain side effects. If somebody else, your colleague, had checked out this repo in this state and they run git pull, they will get an error because Git will not know how to get from here to here. So that will kind of break people's workflows. And another problem is that when you're here, these commits are actually not in your history. So if you're going to just see in your history this, you're going to know you started from this Gitcraft release, but where was the last one? You can't really see it. That's not going to be in your history. You could tag it, but it's not really very visible, like from here, what the previous version was. So here's the solution. And I call it a welding merge, because what happens is we do the rebase, kind of like we did before, but we add another commit here. And I call it a welding merge. It's a special merge with the custom strategy. And it tells Git, okay, make it look like a merge, but take all the state of the code from here, ignore everything that was here. So basically, it's like a replace operation. Replace the state of this branch with this branch. And it looks like a merge, so there's no connection. Somebody had checked out this repo, they can run git pull, it will cleanly go here. And you will see all of these commits in history too. So this is what Gitcraft does, and I think this is the most transparent way of solving that problem. Another thing I wanted to mention, Helm dependencies. In this solution, your dependencies are also going to be stored in the Gitcraft repository as source code. So you don't need to download them separately. You will see the differences between in the source code of dependencies in a given commit in the Gitcraft repo. So all of the changes will be visible. Now, how do you integrate it with Argo CD and CodeFresh? And that's actually very easy. You just create an application resource. You point to the repository in your organization, a particular target. You can create a tag here, and you just use standard options, and that will you can use Argo CD and CodeFresh to deploy this very easily. All right, so just a summary now. Advantages of Gitcraft. So you can update the chart, right, and reapply custom patches. So that's the main advantage. You also avoid delaying updates, because this is one of the problems with patching. You patch some source code and a new release comes up that solves a security bug, but you delay the update because that would require reapplying the custom patches. This software, Gitcraft, makes it easier for you to reapply it. So you don't delay updates, especially important security updates. You also get transparent history of changes to all the underlying releases and a transparent patch list. So you know exactly what are your patches on top of which release. And you also get an audit trail, who changed what and when, which is also useful. So that's it. That's my talk. The release is coming soon. That hasn't been released yet. There are still a couple of things I need to do to really productionalize it. And one thing I would like to recommend, please start the repository. If you go to this link at the start, that really helps with the visibility of the repo. And anyone who starts it will, of course, get priority as well for support for any questions. You can also send me a free message on LinkedIn. I've configured the profile so that you don't have to be connected to me. You can just send me a free message, and you can follow me on LinkedIn. That's where I'm going to post updates. That's it from me. Do you have any questions?
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Alexander. I'm sorry you're suffering with this cough. My God, I've done this before where I've had to give talks before, and your throat won't give you any. I felt like jumping in there and saying, listen, I'll tap dance here for a bit while you recover. Well done. Well done. You powered through.
All right,
That's
thanks.
great to see. Yeah. So just to give some context, I actually had a couple of questions myself. I'm not seeing any questions in the comment section, which is fine. Don't forget to use the hashtag SHIPPED24 if you've got a question. But I had a couple of questions myself. For a second there, I thought, is this a Chrome extension that you've built? Are you And I was thinking also, are you using any hidden markup to inform GitHub of actions for Gitcraft to do its work?
So no, it's not a Chrome extension. It's just purely a GitHub extension. So I'm using links, special links to populate certain forms.
Okay.
I'm using reusable workflows, and I'm using features such as templates. Like I said, it's called creating a new repo from a template. That's an important feature.
Yes.
So it's kind of
I'm
interesting.
aware of that.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting that when I started on this project, I thought I would have to do something like you said, maybe a Chrome extension, my own UI, a GitHub app. Turns out I don't even have to do any of this. Just reasonably simple extensions to GitHub allow me to do this.
Yeah, I was one of the resources I commonly refer to is this one here. So I have a lot of experience using GitHub and GitHub Actions, and I don't think people really appreciate just how many events are fired by GitHub in the context of these actions or workflows firing off. So are you leveraging any of these to do the work in terms of creating a private fork of a repo?
So yes, in the sense that that the workflow responds to events on pushes in particular. But I don't have a listener to a workflow, because GitHub can also post events to a webhook. Yes. And it turns out I don't have to do that. I thought I would have to. It turns out I don't even have to do that. It's just a workflow implementation. Yeah.
Are you hitting? I have to also ask, because I have a lot of experience with this, so my brain was buzzing when you were talking there. Have you stumbled up against any of the API limits that GitHub has enforced?
Yes, this is always a problem, but it's not actually such a problem with this. Here's why. So
okay.
With GitHub, there are different limits for different operations. One of the, for example, limits is for anything that sends an email.
Yes.
Opening a pull request can send an email, but pushing a branch doesn't. So this is why I used this trick, which was that I could, remember when there was the conflict and you had to click a button to create a PR? What I could have done, I could have created the PR from API, but that has the rate limit. But what doesn't have a rate limit is pushing a branch and then showing the user a button. If you click this, you're going to open a PR, because then actually it's not an robot that opens the PR, right? It's a human person.
Right.
So because of that, each person using this is going to have their own limit. If I was a robot doing this, then all of these creating PRs would be from that one robot. So this is one way of doing this. I think the trick to avoiding these rate limiting issues in GitHub is be aware which API call you're using and which operation you're using and what the limits are.
That is the truth. The final question I had as well, when I saw your diagram for the welding merge, I was curious, do you lose your history that's in the branch that you're welding into your private?
You don't. Okay. Because really from Git, it's like a merge. Like Git doesn't really care when it shows the history, what happened in the merge commit. You could do anything you want. You can make random changes in it, in fact. But the structure is just a regular merge. Yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned that you have a few things to do before you actually ship this thing out to the world. What time frame are you looking for around Gitcraft?
Now that's a tricky question. I didn't expect that one. I really am kind of afraid to promise anything, because it's
come on, gotta make a prediction.
Well, I'll definitely like to do it by the end of the year. Let's put it like this.
All right. Well, we won't hold you to that. It's great to see. Thank you so much for toughing out your cough. We all felt bad for you there, but I really appreciate you taking the time to present here. And
all right.
Awesome work.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care. So that's awesome stuff. Thanks to Alexander. Always when it's the worst when you have a cold. There's nothing worse. Believe me, I've been there. All right, let's go ahead and jump into the comments here. So. Got lots of comments here from folks. Unfortunately, Kayleen had to leave. She had to go to a meeting, but there you go. Got a bunch of links here also as well. I'm just going through them around the comments, so awesome to see. Let's go ahead and do another prize draw. I'll go ahead and share my screen again, and then I'll be inviting our next speaker, Dan, to the stage. So we've got 12 entries. People are using that hashtag, which is awesome to see. Let's go ahead and do our prize draw. This is like press your luck from the mid 90s. All right, Barbara, there you go. Thank you very much, Barbara, for using the hashtag. You are a winner. Don't forget, we've also got that special 50% discount that we just created, SHIPPED24. Make sure you use that as part of the certification if you're going to go ahead and register for a certification there. Let me go ahead and invite Dan to the stage here. I'll move him into the studio. All right.
Yep.
Dan, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. So Dan is our VP of open source at Octopus Deploy. He's also an Argo maintainer. He's the co-creator, I guess, of Open GitOps as well. I'm not going to try and break my arm patting you on the back here, but you've done a lot of stuff. So co-founder of CodeFresh as well. So codefresh.io. Dan's going to be talking to us about basically modeling Argo CD app promotion between environments with our new CRDs. So CRDs are custom resource definitions. They're part of Argo, allow you to extend with the Kubernetes API. And Dan's going to cover all of this and more. New feature here, so exciting stuff. Let me get off the stage here, Dan. I'll turn it over to you. Can you go ahead and share your screen/slides, please?
Yep, you got it. Let me pull them up here.
Again, this is the classic, how many technical people does it take to screw in a light bulb joke. So,
All right, let me share my screen. Sorry.
no worries.
All
It gives
right.
people a chance to use the hashtag SHIPPED24. There you go.
Okay, cool. So
All
yeah,
right.
I'm ready.
Okay, sorry, I'll get out of the way.
Thanks, John. So yeah, we're going to talk about modeling Argo CD app promotion between environments with our new CRDs. If you're not familiar with CRDs, this is a Kubernetes native resource called custom resource definitions. And it's basically a way that you can add custom elements to Kubernetes and use them to manage things, use a controller. So Argo CD, if you're familiar with it, uses CRDs extensively. So that's how you define an application, is with an application CRD. So these are some new CRDs that we're introducing, which are really powerful. So first off, if you don't know me, my name is Dan Garfield. I'm the VP open source here at Octopus Deploy. I'm an Argo maintainer. I helped create Open GitOps, and you can find me on Twitter, X, Blue Sky at Today Was Awesome, and happy to chat with you there. If you're not familiar with the GitOps offering by Octopus Deploy, we have an Argo control plane with promotions, and I'm going to talk a little bit about some of that element today. We have an enterprise support for Argo and technical account management. We have a hardened security distribution for Argo, and we have the #1 GitOps training certification. It says over 23,000 students. We actually just passed 24,000 students, so little addition there. So let's jump right into the content here. And first off, when you handle application promotion across environments, you might think of dev, staging, and production. This is pretty common. You might also think of places like regions, US West, US East. And so when I think of production, oftentimes it's not just a single cluster. It might actually be multiple clusters. So in this case, we've got as production, that's when I push to US East, US West, EU West, and maybe other places. And so as I think about what an environment is, this is a kind of key core concept that we're going to talk about. Production in the real world usually isn't just a cluster, right? It's usually a whole bunch of things. It's a whole bunch of resources, even outside of Kubernetes, that you think of. So within the Argo CD world, if you want to deploy an application to all these places, you would actually create 5 different Argo CD applications, 1 for each environment. And you might use an application set to do this if you're familiar with application sets, or you might do this just in Git, or you might do this in a number of different ways. But at the end of the day, Argo CD needs to have 5 different applications to tell it, here's the source of truth of what should be deployed, and here's the cluster that it should be deployed to. Now, these could be managed by a single Argo instance. They could be managed by each individual Argo instances. It's not necessarily important for today's discussion, but this is just how Argo applications work, right? So you need 5 of them in order to do this. You can't have an application that points to multiple destinations. It has to point to one. An application set can generate multiple applications, and they, of course, can point to wherever. But at the end of the day, you have to have an application. So a common way to do this for some people would be to use a shared Git source. So that would be a single source of truth in Git that has the manifests that are going to be deployed to all these places. And I've marked here that this is bad. Now, why is this bad? Well, if you think about it, all of these applications are pointed to the same Git source, meaning the same source of truth. And so they would actually have the same values file. For example, if this is a Helm chart. So to the left here, you can see I've got a little values file. And so that means if I push an update to that values file, all of these environments would then be updated. Now, this is a way that a lot of people have tried to do this. And the downside of this is there's no real way to stage changes in a kind of expected way. One of the ways that people have handled this is number two, doing manual syncing with external automation. So for example, they might disable auto sync in all of these environments, all these applications, and then use a CI process to go and update, to go and turn on syncing kind of manually for each environment and then build logic around that. It's not a great model because it doesn't handle variation very well. What kind of variation are we talking about? Well, for example, we might have differences in these environments of things that should be handled. So we'll talk about that in a second, and it should make sense. So this is a better pattern. This would be each environment, each application actually gets its own source of truth. Now, this could be a monorepo. It could be pointing to the same Git repo, but a different folder. And you can see here, for example, that this one is actually showing a variation between these values files where dev has an environment variable that marks it as dev, and staging has one that marks it as staging, and the production ones have ones that mark it as production. So that's an example of showing variation, which we couldn't handle in that previous model where you had maybe a shared Git source. So this has a bunch of advantages. This is easy to stage and test because you make one Git change to dev. When you're ready, you make another Git change to staging. When you go to production, you make another Git change to production. This is flexible. It follows permission structures as well. So for example, I might have the permission to push directly to dev, but not to prod because I don't have access to that Git folder or that Git repo to do write access directly. It needs to go through a pull request. So this is nice because it kind of respects the Git structure. It also protects variation because you have different sources of truth between these different applications. And it also, one potential downside is you kind of have a large Git structure to manage, because if you could imagine if you had 75 environments, you now have 75 individual values files potentially that you would need to manage. So that does need automation if you're gonna do that. And so that's actually what we're gonna talk about today. To double click on these, this structure here, I do recommend reading. We have two blog posts that Coast has put together. One on how to model your GitOps environments and promote releases between them. And this specifically talks about folder structure and not using branches for environments, for example, which is an anti-pattern. And the second one is about doing the same thing, but using an application set that automatically generates everything. So you don't generate any, so you don't have to manually create any applications. You can just do everything completely declaratively in Git. So to tackle this problem of handling these promotions and following that kind of framework that we've just set, we have three concepts that we need to introduce, and these are CRDs. The first is products, the second is promotions, and the third is environments. So let's double click on each of those and make sure that they're super clear. So a product is the relationship between apps. So for example, here you can see there's a product called Trio, and it has 6 different apps associated with it. 1 in dev, 1 in QA, 1 in staging, and 3 in production. And you can see that this actually matches the pattern that we just talked about, right? All of these 5 apps here would be part of that same product, right? All of those apps that are there. And in this case, there's an additional environment. So there's 6. Now, the way that you define a product, that you define that these applications have a relationship with each other, is by using this annotation codefresh.io/product, and you can give it a product name. In this case, it would be Trio. And now they will be recognized by our controllers as being part of a relationship. So when I try to push between two environments or two applications, it knows that it's actually these apps that are linked in a way, right? So I'm promoting from dev to QA to staging. It's going to update each of those apps in turn because they are part of this product. And we'll talk about how that works. The product CRD is also more extensive. So for example, here you can see the product CRD where we've outlined a promotion template. So this specifies two things. There's a version source. So this is what version will be displayed and associated with the update. So this could be the chart version, the app version. It could be an image tag. You can basically just specify a JSON path within a YAML file of what's going to be where to find it. Now I say it's a JSON. JSON and YAML are they're not the same format, but in the Kubernetes world, we can basically anything that we can grab out of a YAML file, we can also target with a JSON path. So those of you that are familiar with Customize or other tools like that will recognize that as a very familiar pattern. The other is this promotion down below, and this specifies which files and paths should be used for promotion. So for example, this one is saying, look at version.yaml and take the JSON path for version. It's a root path in that file, and promote that. So when I promote from one environment to another, it's actually going to use this to figure out which components should be updated in these other apps. And there's also a way to specify which components should not be updated. So this gives you the ability to essentially control what differences between apps within the same product should be tolerated and which ones should be upgraded. This is, for those of you that use Argo CD, this is very similar to ignore differences. We use ignore differences extensively in Kubernetes and Argo CD because we might delegate control over a field to a controller. For example, a pod autoscaler is changing the number of replicas on my deployment, and I want Argo CD to ignore that because I want to delegate that control to my pod autoscaler. I can do that with ignore differences. This is essentially the same thing, except it's going to be doing it as part of the source of truth and get the actual application manifests that are being updated. So hopefully that makes sense so far. Now we have products. Now the second CRD that I want to talk about is promotions. So this is a promotion flow. And this one, hopefully you can see it reasonably well. You're all sitting on a computer. If I was sitting on a stage, this would maybe be a little bit too small to read. But you can see that this one actually has a couple of steps associated with it, and it has a trigger environment. So the trigger environment is dev. So this means whatever is in dev is going to be looked at as kind of the inciting incident to be upgraded. So if I have pushed a new image into dev, maybe added some environmental variables to my YAML, whatever it is, as long as it fits into my promotion template, and you could upgrade everything, right? Of course, you could just give it a wildcard path and just include everything, and then it would keep everything, right, when you promoted it. This one, after that happens, it then pushes to QA as long as dev was successful, and you can see that it has a policy associated with it that specifies actions that need to be done beforehand, actions that need to be done afterwards, and then the action itself, which is going to be the method for promotion. And we'll talk about that in a second, but this is a spec we're going to come back to. Now, the third thing to understand is our environments. An environment currently is not available as a CRD. This is something you actually need to do in the CodeFresh UI. But it essentially is going to work off the same principle. Now, you can use this today. And the way that the environment works is it is a definition that includes any number of clusters, namespaces, and or application labels or tags. So what I can do is essentially is when I go back and define what production is, I can actually do that as a single block. So for example, I can say that production is anything that is part of a cluster that includes US that includes East or West, as in this case they all have. I could have prod labels on all these things. I could make it specific to namespaces. Sometimes people do staging and production namespaces on the same cluster, so you could do that. And they would all be part of the same environment. Okay, so let's jump into a demo. And I'm going to show you just kind of what this looks like in practice. So here you can see I've got a couple of environments, QA, staging, production. If I go to add an environment, I can specify production or non-production, and this is going to help define what policies are applied. And I can categorize it with tags, and then I can add my clusters and namespaces or application tags. And as I look at these, it's actually going to show me all the clusters that I have connected. But of course, I can use wildcards, for example, in my spec so that I could include future ones. So as I add clusters, they would be automatically added to this environment. Okay. Now, when I go to do a promotion, and we're going to do one manually, we'll look at doing one manually here. So I'm going to take interest, for example. You can see it's a few versions ahead in dev. And if I drag this into QA, it's going to create for me a diff on the fly of what will be promoted. Now, this is going to obey my promotion template. So if I have ignored some components as part of that, or included some components as part of that, then they would show up or not show up here. And then you can see that I have the option of doing a commit directly or opening a pull request. This is the action. This is the promotion action and how it works. And I can also specify what workflows I might need to run before or after. So that's an example of how that might work. Let's look at a product. Let's look at this Trio product really quick. And this is going to show me my release history. Let me zoom out slightly because I'm using a small screen here. This is going to show me a full history of all the promotions that have taken place. We can see that one is currently ongoing. So let's click into that one. And this is going to show me that I've currently got both staging and QA are running. We just finished a pre-promotion action here and here, and it's going through the promotion process, at which point now we can see that some of these post-action workflows are going. I didn't even plan this. This is luckily this was happening. I was just going to show that it was happening. So once all of these criteria are met, this promotion can then trigger the next one. Now, in this case, it looks like both of these, both staging and QA, need to pass in order to go to production. And so we'll linger here for a second. Now, what would happen if one of these tests failed? Or what would have happened if, let's say that I'm using Argo rollouts and I'm doing a canary release? What happens if that canary release fails? Well, it would automatically fail the promotion and pull it back, right? So let's see, just double checking how I'm doing on time. Looks like we're okay. So yeah, it looks like QA is passed, and now staging is completing any tests. Of course, I can drill down into the logs of these apps and see if there's anything to be looked at that needs attention. And you can also see that there's also a test that was skipped because there was some conditions set on it. Okay, now staging and QA both passed. So now we're going to go into production, and we're going to kick off this pre-action flow, make our commit, and move into production. Okay, now this is following our template, right? So let's talk about how to create one of these really quick now that you've seen it in action, and see how it works. Because I think this is a great way to help explain it. Now, I mentioned before I create it, let's look at that product again really quick. And again, we'll see that, actually, let's look on the products view. This makes it a little bit easier to see. You can see that this app actually has 3 instances in production, and they are all different clusters. So this one's in Asia, this one is just a KV prod, and this one's an EU cluster, right? So the cool thing about me as a developer is that when I push to production, I don't really have to care about what production means. My ops team is probably adding clusters and scaling things and whatever. And when I push to production, I can just be confident that everything is going to get pushed and promoted to wherever it needs to go for our end users to get it. And if there's any issues with any of those environments, of course, then they will be, rolled back. So for example, this one just looks like it entered a suspended state. Why is that? Let's jump into it and see. and it's going to actually show me that it is, well, it's just completed now in the time that I clicked on it. It was actually doing a canary release. So that's why it was in a suspended state for just a second. And we can see that all these releases have been healthy. We can see that Asia is now going through the same thing, right? So they've all been updated essentially in sequence, and you can also change that to be more parallel and get them more close together. Though they were pretty close together in this case. So let's go create a promotion flow so you can see what that looks like. Let me expand out my sidebar here really quick. I could also use our quick navigation, but let's see. I'll just do it this way. I'm going to go to my settings here and go down to my promotion flows. So you can see I've got a whole bunch already defined. Let's create one. And I'm going to use the editor to do this, but it's going to create it as a CRD. So we're going to start with dev. Let's add that. And once we go to dev, let's go to both QA and staging. And from staging, let's go into production. Okay, so now I've outlined how my environment promotion is going to work here. Let's make some tweaks to how this works. Now, when I go to production, you can see it's actually changed it so that it is automatically going to be a pull request that gets opened and needs to be approved. That's great because I actually have a promotion policy that applies to production that it's always done through a pull request that needs to be approved manually. Now, you could, of course, not do it manually. You can change it however you want. I'm going to add in that a ServiceNow ticket also needs to be approved before this moves forward. And I'm going to add in let's add in some smoke tests that are going to run after this has gone up into production. Now, when I go to staging, I'm going to make this something that I do manually. So I'll be making changes in dev, and when I'm ready, I can drag and drop to trigger the promotion like I showed you earlier. And when that's completed, let's run a soak test. And I could have whatever tests, of course, that I want here. And now when I go to QA, I want this one to be automated and with a commit. So this is just every time dev is successful, it'll automatically go to QA, and it's going to run also some additional tests. We'll add those in. So now I've created this whole flow. I can actually go and view the CRD, the promotion flow CRD, that is going to show my whole flow and environment. And so I can tweak these as much as I want. I can I've got my depends on here, so I can add in that this in addition to passing staging, I also need to pass QA, for example, and have that be part of the flow. So now I've got to this kind of multi-dependency, DAG promotion flow. Now what it's doing behind the scenes, right? Going back to kind of our flow here, is it's updating in Git each environment in turn, running tests, applying policy, and then going through and continuing the promotion. Now these commits, one of the cool things about this is anytime I do something manually in the platform, it's going to be with my own Git token, my own identity. So it's not, it's not different in any way. So it follows my permission structure. So now that I've shown you this promotion flow, you should have a solid understanding of the three core components: products, promotions, and environments. And between these three components, you can actually model out your entire promotion flow for all of your applications. Now I'll show you, let's go back and look at a product here. So you should have a good understanding at this point of how all these components work. Let's look at the Trio product. Let's go to the products here. So here's my Trio product here. And let's look at the settings really quick. Now I mentioned earlier, we showed the product YAML. So we also have a UI for this as well. So if I look at my applications, I can actually add in additional wildcards. So let's say that, for example, I don't have this annotation. I can add additional annotations using a targeting wildcard. You can also see that in this case, I have 3 different promotion flows that apply depending on what's in the commit message or what's in the Git revision. So for example, I apply a trio hotfix. This would mean that anytime I push a Git revision with hotfix, it's going to automatically apply this flow where it skips straight from dev to production. So that would be, you know, a more potentially dangerous one. You can see I've got my version, my promotable properties here. And when I go to add, so for example, right now I'm updating image tags, but let's say that I wanted to include the repository. It actually gives me this really nice view where I can navigate the YAML to target these areas, and I can go in and target the repository, etc., that I want to bring in, and I can add this to my promotion flow. And of course, this is just going to be the CRD. So this is the product CRD. Here's the promotion flows that are applied. We looked at those a second ago, and we can see the promotion template that grabs the different components, and I can see that it's now added in this additional JSON path, right? Now this would update all repositories across these different individual image path areas that I have, because it's using this double wildcard stack. So yeah, so this shows you just how easy it is to create these flows and these promotions. And so you could definitely see that it would be very easy to create a single flow that applied to all your applications, but then you can also double click on it and make any additional changes. You can tweak it wherever you want. And so if you want to have lots of flows, you can, or if you just want to have a few flows, you also can. So this is a very quick overview of our promotions, products, and environments flow and how they all work. And I'd be happy to take any questions on this. If we take questions, I don't know if we take questions during SHIPPED, but you can find me again on Twitter at @TodayWasAwesome. I also would encourage you to check out our roadmap and the documentation on promotion. The roadmap is pretty cool. You can publicly see what's being worked on. So for example, there's some additional changes on promotion flows that are being worked on right now. This includes the support for gated approvals. Now that's already done. The CRDs for main entities, that's almost all done. Full audit coverage is almost all done. The promotion flow editor I just showed you. So those are all things you can use. And then you can see other components that we're considering, like release windows and blackout times. You can actually go on here and you can vote on how important these features are. So as you're looking at adopting this and the things that are going to be important to you, you can flag those, and you can also submit ideas, and we'll take those seriously and under consideration. So take some time, check it out, maybe make some suggestions. And then our documentation here is great. It's going to go in depth on how all of those CRDs work, how the flows work, all those things are operated. And then of course, if you haven't already done so, if you're not familiar with Argo CD, I would encourage you to go and check out our learning platform, where we have certifications. Well, that's my author dashboard. So I want to show you. Let's do this one. So this is going to be where we have all of our training and certification courses for GitOps with Argo. We have 3 levels. We just came out with the GitOps Enterprise level. So this will include things like how to structure your repositories, how to scale your applications, how to do application sets, how to do progressive delivery, canary releases, all of that kind of stuff. And it's available now. It has over 30 labs in it. So definitely would encourage you to go do all of those if you haven't already. Again, we have over 24,000 students. It is the most popular certification in the world. With that, John, do you have any kind of follow-up questions that we need to ask, or do you need me to mosey on? Oh, I can't hear you well. I heard you earlier. Yeah, I'm set up to hear you. All right, Tony asked, was environment promotions a hot topic at ArgoCon, KubeCon this year? Absolutely. It was probably the most popular topic for people considering. This promotion flow here that we've shown you is an excellent solution, but there are a lot of people that are trying to do this with like CI pipelines. I mean, it's just a problem that everybody's kind of recognized. Hey, just building a bunch of crazy pipelines to handle this isn't the right way to go. We need to have something kind of dedicated and built for this. And so that's why this was a pretty popular solution. For those that were there were some other presentations on different ways to model this, both at ArgoCon and a little bit at KubeCon. So this was definitely a hot topic. Yeah, and I still can't hear you, John. I don't know if it's me or you, but I just checked my audio. It looks like it's you. Okay, it is you. We're going to just try to read John's lips here.
It's me.
Oh, I hear you now.
Sorry.
You were just singing, "It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me."
No, I'm always the problem. Believe me, it's all good. That's awesome. Thank you. Great presentation, Dan. Lots of stuff to digest. So that's fantastic to see. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to pose them into the comments pane. Obviously, we're going to use the hashtag SHIPPED24. We do have a little bit of extra time here, so take your time on these questions here, Dan. So we have a question here from Sievert.
Yeah, Sievert says, are there any recommended prerequisites for the CodeFresh GitOps courses? So the only thing that it assumes is that you have at least some basic Kubernetes knowledge. We've debated how much of a hard requirement that really is, because you don't have to set up Kubernetes, and it's the way the labs are set up. Kubernetes is bootstrapped for you. You'll install Argo CD. It tells you how to do it. So I don't think you need a ton of knowledge of that, honestly, beforehand. Some basic comfort with the command line is helpful because you're going to be doing some of that. Understanding how GitHub works a little bit, and being able to like make a commit, make it a PR, make a fork. And again, it's going to kind of tell you what you need to do. And so if you get stuck, I'm sure you can just Google that problem. But that's the real prerequisite. Now, there are also a couple. So these are trainings and certifications that we offer. We also helped author some certifications from the CNCF. Those do not include any labs. So I always recommend to people, hey, if you want to do this certification, even just from the CNCF, go and do these labs first, and you'll be ready to pass the Argo certification exam, both from us as well as the CNCF. Ours is kind of a little bit more in depth, a little bit deeper. I worked on both of them, but definitely I would start with ours first. So that's a great question.
Zachary asks, does this work with self-hosted CodeFresh instances? Any gotchas? Do you recommend deploying one CodeFresh instance for all environments?
Yes, so this does work with self-hosted CodeFresh instances, and depending on your question about should you have one CodeFresh instance for all environments. So there's kind of two components. There's the control plane, right, which is connecting and managing all of your Argo CD instances, your CodeFresh GitOps instances. So I think you really only generally need one control plane because it can handle quite a bit of volume. I'm sure there's some enterprise customers out there that might need multiple, but very unusual to need more than one. But each cluster may have its own GitOps instance, which is basically Argo CD with our wrapper on it. And you can definitely manage multiple clusters with one of those instances. So it just depends on if you're trying to support more scale. The main reason that people don't run multiple Argo instances is because they don't have a control plane, and it's more difficult without that. Since you have a control plane, it's pretty painless to have multiple Argo instances, and it just helps helps you support more scale, have more isolation, less noisy neighbor effects, those kinds of things, and improves reliability. So I would say, even if you're using self-hosted CodeFresh, control plane, this is going to work. And of course, it's going to work if you're using the hosted control plane with your individual Argo instance, GitOps instances on your own clusters. Those would all work. The gotchas. So Zachary was asking gotchas. The only gotcha I would say is that this is fairly new. So every once in a while we'll run into, little edge cases or things where people will point out bugs. We're pretty good about getting those fixed. We had one like 2 weeks ago around some of the Git commits causing a merge conflict, and we had that fix out within about 12 hours of somebody raising it. So we're able to be pretty aggressive on those. But that's the only thing, is that because it is new, we've been testing it for months. We've had some customers, some users testing it for months. And at this point, I think we're ready to go. We feel like it's a good, ready to use product.
Tony asked, was environment promotions a hot topic at ArgoCon/KubeCon this year?
Oh yeah. We talked about that one earlier, but yeah, it was a super hot topic because everybody realizes that they need to solve this problem. Managing, a lot of people today are doing this by manually copying and pasting, values across folders, structures, and that's, error prone. Or they'll make a kind of bespoke CI pipeline that they have to manage, and it's kind of fragile. It's not a great solution. Here you've got a declarative standard. You're not doing imperative operations, and you're just describing what should be done and letting the controllers take care of it. So that's a better approach.
Awesome stuff. Let's see if we can get a new winner here. I'm going to go ahead and we'll use your presence here to bless the next winner of a prize here, there, Dan. So let's go ahead and add to the stage here. Oh, we have another question. No, we don't. Sorry, that's just a comment. So let's draw for another winner here. This is like Press Your Luck, Dan. You might be too young to remember this, but Press Your Luck was a no whammy sort of thing, and you'd usually get.
Dude, if I saw my name right now, I'd be like, what the heck? Okay. Doug Addy wins.
Yay,
Good job, Doug.
there you go. Congratulations, Doug. Awesome stuff.
What does Doug win?
We are giving away some vouchers to our store at shop.octopus.com, and we're also giving away some 50% discounts to our GitOps certification, and also some free ones as well, some complimentary ones. So there you go. So
nice.
We have all the giveaways, as to say. Comment here from Zachary. Appreciate it. We pretty much created what you mentioned ourselves, but seeing the tool with the visibility is awesome, especially with more tight integration with Argo CD.
Oh, thank you, Zachary. Yeah, it's a problem that everybody has, and it's actually complex enough that it really does merit like a standalone solution, because I'm sure with how much time you guys spent on it, that managing the number of pipelines, the number of different configurations, the diffing, all those things, I mean, it stacks up quite a bit. So having something you can just pull off the shelf that does it, the goal is to make your life easier, let your developers focus on making code changes that are going to improve the bottom line of the business, the user experience, and letting ops focus on keeping the lights on, everything running. So it's really meant to just make everybody's life easier. That's the whole goal.
Zach, you put in the hashtag too late there, unfortunately, but maybe it'll be included in the next one. There you go. Awesome stuff. Dan, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And stick around for later today when Dan's going to be obviously hosting the Jeopardy later on today with his friends there. It's going to be a lot of fun. And he's got some friends that are going to be joining them there for a fun time around Jeopardy. So good stuff. Dan, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. Moving on along. So we've got our next session here entitled Top 5 Insights, talking to 30 platform teams. So basically, Jed and Ships are two of my more favorite people here at Octopus Deploy. They talk to a lot of folks. We spend a lot of times talking to platform teams. And so basically what they've done is they've identified some of those frequent challenges and mistakes that platform teams often face. And so in this latest talk here, Jed and Ships talk a little bit about some of the top 5 themes that they encountered as a part of this.
All right, picture this. You're part of a platform team in an organization that's growing faster than you can count deployments. You've got developers, tools, pipelines, compliance requirements, all coming at you from different directions. Sounds a little scary. Well, it is. And over the past year, we've spoken to over 30 platform teams. Some are thriving, while others are struggling to keep their heads above water. The key difference? a few key insights. Hi, I'm Ships.
And hi, I'm Jed. And today we're excited to share the top 5 insights we've learned from platform teams we've spoken to. These teams came from a variety of industries, fintech, healthcare, retail, and others. And they served anywhere between 100 to 5,000 developers. We've gathered these insights from listening to these platform teams on how they navigate challenges, accelerate their application teams, and ultimately set themselves up for success. So let's dive in. The first insight is to prioritize pipeline standardization. Pipeline sprawl is real and it's messy. Imagine a pasta factory where every team builds their own pasta shape and expects it all to fit into the same bowl. That's what happens when engineering departments let CI/CD pipelines snowball without any standards. The platform teams get stuck in a maintenance and troubleshooting nightmare. They're spending all their time firefighting, and no one wants that. The most successful platform teams make pipeline standardization a priority. They create templates that not only make it easier for developers to deploy, but also ensure consistent practices across the board. By providing these standardized blueprints, platform teams reduce cognitive load for developers and save themselves countless hours of troubleshooting. An Octopus user shared this goal with us. My dream goal of this is that we get to a situation where a team member could set up something new and into production in 10 minutes rather than spending a whole week. And another platform engineer shared how their team gets credibility. What we really want is just a consistent way for existing apps to build and deploy. And then we also want a very low friction way to onboard new applications. And I feel like that's the way we get our credibility. That's what gets the people who aren't engineers excited by telling them you can get new things faster. So that's one of the key areas we need to deliver. So this result of getting new things faster speaks to how pipeline standardization ultimately leads to innovation.
Our second insight today is that we should be building flexibility into the platform without compromising compliance. Now, who here loves compliance? No one. But whether we like it or not, compliance requirements are actually a critical part of our job. And so a common mistake that a lot of platform teams make is treating compliance as an afterthought. It's kind of like adding toppings to a pizza after it's been baked. So the best platform teams make compliance part of their pizza. Sorry, I meant architecture from the very start. And they don't just say, we'll add security checks later. Instead, they embed compliance controls into their standardized pipelines and processes from day one. These can include things like automated vulnerability scans, secrets management, approval workflows, audit logging, and more. And having these built in ensures that every deployment meets standards without application teams having to lift a finger. Your developers will love the internal platform when they can get to production without spending weeks in a change approval processes to get their compliance checked off. A frustrated platform team member from a financial payments business shared with us. He said, "We have some PCI environments where any significant change to an application requires a new security scan. So how do I know when that needs to happen? We really need a way to surface significant changes to security so that they can go do a scan." And this highlights that importance of compliance in their organization. Also, this year's annual Puppet State of DevOps report highlighted a couple important points when citing some data under the evolution of platform engineering at large organizations. Today, I'd like to share two. First, 60% of the organizations surveyed as part of that report said that a key benefit for leveraging platform engineering was the built-in security and compliance. And secondly, The primary goal for organizations are increasing productivity and speed of delivery without compromising compliance. They mentioned in the report that it is actually the #1 thing that developers expect as a benefit of starting to use their internal developer platform.
The next insight we learned was that successful teams build a platform roadmap to achieve a business outcome. One anti-pattern we saw was starting your first platform initiative with an internal developer portal like Backstage. This results in months of integration effort, which doesn't guarantee any tangible improvements in reducing costs or increasing efficiency. Simply centralizing without tying it to an ongoing initiative of business value can result in disappointment and ultimately possibly shutting down the project. In this case, what's trending isn't always the right solution from the outset. We know it seems obvious, but a platform team has to start with building a solid understanding of the priorities within their company and the goals they're trying to achieve. For example, a company might be trying to reduce the cost of hardware maintenance through containerization. In that case, tying the platform roadmap to accelerate adoption of container stacks is a win-win. As an example, we'll share an internal initiative from Octopus. Our foundations group is aligned to investing in developer experience improvements that boost team efficiency and productivity. This foundations group decided to focus on a few key metrics as their North Star. And these are metrics that impact our developer experience internally. As a result, this helped them identify bottlenecks and fully automate our delivery pipeline, and ultimately reduced our lead time for changes by 50%.
So the fourth insight for today is that planning for day 2+ is essential. Now, once a developer platform has been built, it has been within an organization, it's solved the challenge of providing some starter templates and enabling developers to standardize on your golden paths. Some platform teams will consider their jobs done. But a few months later, when a new security check a new security check needs to be rolled out to all of those development teams, the platform teams have to resort to manual and people processes to actually make that happen. And it's actually a huge time sink and introduces risk for human error. Successful platform teams know that they're actually running a marathon. They create effective long-term strategies to quickly roll out and maintain changes to their golden paths. And a lot of that development effort around building your internal developer platform is actually spent in writing the automation that reduces drift from any standardized pipelines. And it also allows that platform teams to enforce ongoing and new changes as they come up. From an Octopus user who is making changes at scale, we heard, we're looking at several hundred code repositories, and every single one of them is going to have a pipeline dedicated to that repository. That's a lot of things to manage. And if we need to change a line, we now have to change 300 lines.
The final insight we want to leave you with is that getting to 100% adoption for any developer platform is a pipe dream. Chasing full adoption of a platform across the company is a pretty huge mountain to climb. First, because your platform will not be able to satisfy the needs of every team. In fact, in some cases, that could be too limiting. For example, imagine a labs team experimenting with future bets and ideas. Making use of the developer platform mandatory for a team like this could really limit their speed of innovation. Secondly, you hit a point where the long tail of small gains doesn't really justify continued investment. An example here being the automation of heritage pipelines. This kind of thing might not provide much benefit. A better approach is to define the use cases your developer platform should solve for, and then estimate how many developers in your company would be eligible to benefit from this platform. And this becomes your eligible user base. Then be clear about which teams will not need to use your platform, and set realistic goals based on the data you've got. Aiming for 70 to 80% adoption of your eligible user base is likely a pretty good start. A platform engineer shared their situation of how app teams approach adoption differently. There are teams who'll jump at it, my early adopters. I absolutely know who they are by name. And then I have teams who've been doing the same thing for 15 years and don't want to change anything. So this speaks to the nuances of gaining adoption of a developer platform and how different application teams have different needs.
To summarize and wrap up, our top 5 insights that we highlighted for you today was, first, prioritize pipeline standardization. Second, build in flexibility without compromising compliance. Third, align your platform roadmap to your business outcomes. Fourth, planning for day 2+ and rolling out changes is essential. And last, getting to 100% adoption is not realistic. Plan for realistic goals.
So there you have it. 5 insights learned from talking to 30 platform teams. Even if you're not part of a platform team, we think these insights apply to any group facing technical or operational challenges. It's not about avoiding issues, it's about having effective strategies to tackle them. Thanks so much for your time.
All right, fantastic stuff. I always love hearing stories, especially ones that involve real people and real teams. So when sourcing out information, it's always good to obviously conduct those surveys and interviews with folks. All right, just as a reminder for folks, everything that we're doing here is being recorded. So just to remind folks, we have all the sessions available up on YouTube, and you'll find them listed. Let me add this to the stage. Sorry. You'll find our YouTube channel at /Octopus Deploy. So if you go to this location, you'll find us there. There's the live stream right there, so you can follow along there. But we actually have a playlist available through the playlist feature, and you can find all the sessions for SHIPPED24 available there. And we'll be putting those up on our YouTube channel if and when we have them available. So stay tuned for more as they come along. In addition to that, I also want to highlight the fact that we've got our learning website, learning.codefresh.io. In addition to that, we've also got a promotion on at this point in time. So if you sign up for one of our certifications here with the discount code SHIPPED24, you'll receive a 50% discount on that. So just want to remind folks of that. That's at learning.codefresh.io. All right. In addition to that, we also have our State of GitOps report as well. This is something that we're constantly telling folks to check out. You'll find this up on our publications site. Sorry, this is like me trying to balance 50 plates at once. Let's see if I can bring it up here really quick. Octopus.com/publications. There we go. State of GitOps report. So if you go to this site there, this is where we're trying to get information from you. Tell us a little bit about GitOps, and we're hoping to generate a report from that. We've got a few hundred survey responses already, and so we're looking forward to hearing back from you. So let us know. Let us know what's going on relative to your world in the state of GitOps, and we'd love to hear more about that. Awesome. Let's go ahead and bring up the giveaway tool again. So remember, submit your hashtag SHIPPED24 comment/question. I take it there were no questions. I'm looking at the comment section here. I'm not seeing comments here from or any questions here for the session. There we go, Zachary. Yep, you're in the next draw. There you go. So let's go ahead and do another draw. Let's see who's winning this time. Winner, winner. Here we go. Oh, Justin. Okay, I think we're getting some duplicates here, but that's all right. Congratulations, Justin. Remember, your chance to win is going to be based on your use of the hashtag. So make sure you utilize that as part of the comment/questions that you have for sessions that are coming up, and we will motor right along as we always do. So here is our next session. We've got Amarachi, who's talking about from monolithic to microservices with GitOps. She's a developer advocate with AIR, and she's doing a session here on some of the things you have to think about when obviously moving from a monolithic application to microservices. Now, that being said, I mean, that's not the overall trend here. You're seeing some trends where people are going the other way. They're going back to the monolith. Incidentally, Octopus Deploy utilizes a monolithic architecture ourselves. We found that actually works well for us because it gets rid of some of the complexities that can be introduced with microservices. But that being said, if you are going in that direction from the monolith to the microservice architecture and you want to utilize GitOps, Amarachi talks a lot about this in her presentation.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amarachi Anacho. I am a developer advocate for AIR. And today I will be talking to you about from monolithic to microservices with GitOps, migrating from a monolithic architecture to microservices with GitOps. So first things first, I just want to talk about monolithic applications for starters and the challenges with monolithic applications. Monolithic applications, as we all know, are software applications where all the parts of the application, the user interface, the backend logic, the database, everything is just combined in one single tightly connected system. So everything runs in one unit. One application is dependent, one service of the application is dependent on another service. And that can cause a lot of problems because even though that is simple and easy to manage, it can cause a lot of problems because one, it's so tightly coupled together. And because each service is so tightly coupled together, you have issues like scalability issues. If, for example, your application is getting really popular and you're getting more visits to the homepage and you need to scale that up, okay, you need more resources to scale that up. Instead of just scaling that the service that is responsible for the homepage, you have to scale the entire application, and this involves you scaling parts of the application that you might not have needed to scale, like for example, maybe user personas or the settings or different parts of the applications, simply because they are so tightly coupled together. And that can cause strain on your resources because you're spending more resources than you need to spend. Additionally, because they're so tightly coupled together, if one part of the system goes down, the rest of the application goes down with it. Instead of, okay, because they're so dependent on one another, if it's difficult, it's very inflexible. It's difficult to deploy. If you want to deploy a bug fix or a new version of a service in your application, sometimes you need to deploy the entire application. Why? Because it's so tightly coupled together. So when you listen to all these challenges with monolithic applications and you're like, oh, shouldn't you just break it down together? Which is a very popular solution, which everybody knows, which is microservices. You take that one singular application that used to be a singular unit that was so tightly coupled and you start breaking them down into independent services. Services that take care or cater to a single business domain. You can have maybe service for your if you have like an e-commerce website, you have a service that takes care of like processing payments, a service that takes care of like your recommending new things that you would like to buy or like to see, have a new service that takes care of authentication. But this application that used to be one whole application is now divided into different independent services that caters to one domain. Now it's easier to scale because if more people are logging in, I need to scale like the whole authentication service. You can just scale that service instead of scaling the entirety of your application. It's faster to deploy. If you want to deploy a bug fix to the recommendation engine, you can just do that instead of taking the entire application down with you. It's resilient. It's easier to maintain because it's in small boxes, and each team can cater to their own personal small box. And you know what exactly is happening in that small box. It's independent. It's easier to test. And that is great. Okay, so now that you figured out, okay, microservices are what I should do. Microservices is my application is scaling. More people care about what I'm building. I need to move to microservice. How should I go about this? It's not just, okay, I have my application, let me break it down. It won't just work that way, because one, you have to think about the design. You have to think, okay, if I'm breaking this down into several independent services, what are the business domains? What are these services truly independent? What will this service cater to? You have to model the domain. You also have to decompose the monolith, because it's so intertwined with each other. It's so tightly coupled. You have services depending on another services calling functions in another service. You have all of them saving and collecting data from the same database. It becomes more, when you start to take everything apart, you start to realize that it's a lot more complex than you think it was, because you don't want to end up with a distributed monolith. You don't want to have, okay, I have broken down my monolith into different microservices. But when you look deeper at it, you start to realize that even though these are different services, they're not entirely independent of each other, and they still require each other. They're still in some ways dependent on each other. You have your data management issues. Maybe you have a booking service, right? And you split up the booking flights from the booking hotels, but they used to read to the same database. They used to collect data from the same database. And you're now trying to create like singular databases for these different services. How can we make sure that, okay, there's data consistency? If we are tracking the data for flight booking and hotel bookings, how can we make sure that the flight booking is reflective of the hotel bookings, that data is consistent? How do we make sure that these services can communicate with each other? Because before they used to communicate with each other via function calls, but now you have to start thinking of API calls. Are there network protocols that you need to care about? You need to, because these services are supposed to be independent. Now you need to think about how to manage deployment and infrastructure, because before you could just deploy your monolith one and done, and you're done. But now you have different services that you need to consistently deploy to. And also, largely, you have to think about cultural shift. Oh, my entire organization did not used to think about building software this way, but now they have to think about, okay, then we are different teams, and we have to cater to different services. How exactly do we go about it? And these are issues that would come up when you're trying to decouple your monolith. So how does GitOps help with that issue? First of all, what exactly is GitOps? From its name, you can hear Git operation. Git operations or GitOps is a paradigm that leverages Git, your Git repository, as a single source of truth to manage your entire software development cycle. So you specify how exactly you want your live environment to be. What servers, applications, how many replications of pods, network ports, and whatnot in one Git repository. And you have tools like Argo CD that ensure that, okay, what you've defined in that Git repository is what is happening in your live environment. So they make sure that whatever changes you push to your configuration repository is what is happening in your live environment. And that brings us to what are the core principles of GitOps. Like I said, it's declarative. One, that means whatever you declare in your Git repository is what exactly it is. You declare it as facts, not necessarily how you want. It's not. You don't declare it as instructions. You declare, okay, this is what I want, and your live environment, and you have these tools that ensure that your live environment is exactly what is stated in your repository, because it's using Git, and Git is as a version control tool. It's versioned. You have different versions of your configuration stored, so that, okay, I pushed a configuration that I am not with, I don't care about, or I don't like it. You can always go back and just roll it back, okay, to the previous configuration. If you were not doing that with GitOps, if you were just wrote your deployment scripts, use GitOps actions, changed up your environment, if you wanted to go to like a previous state of your environment, you would have to start undoing some changes, and that could be a lot more complex. That could be more complex than you'd want it to be, especially if you've made a lot more changes. But with GitOps, you can simply reverse that git commit. And which brings me to our third topic. It's pulled automatically. Once you've defined your environment in your Git repository, you don't need to start manually applying those changes to your live environment. That's not necessarily your job, and it's not even advised to do that. So you have tools like Argo CD that ensure that, okay, this is what you've defined, this is what you want your environments to be like. Let us make that happen for you. Also, if for whatever reason your environment drifts from your desired state of your environment that you stated in your Git, for example, maybe you manually changed some things that are happening in your live environment, or like your pods went down, these tools can just say, okay, this is not exactly what you defined. This is not what you wanted your environment to look like. Let's fix that up for you. And that's what GitOps is really amazing about. But looking at all these core principles, why should I care about that? How does that help me effectively migrate from a monolithic application to more microservice architecture? One, a single source of truth, right? Because you don't have your configuration scattered everywhere, scattering like in deployment scripts, you do not manually SSH into your environment and change some things up, because everything is happening in your Git. It's easier for you to understand what is happening. It's easier for you to collect your configuration into a repository and make that happen for your environment. Two, you can automate deployments. So instead of writing deployment scripts and running them, like running your pipelines, you can just specify how you want your live environment to look like in your repository, and it just happens for you. It just happens for you in your live environment. Additionally, you can gradually migrate some parts of your application small by small, because a lot of ways that we are advised to do to make big changes is just incrementally, small by small by small by small. You do not want to start like, microservices is what I should do. Let me break apart my entire application, especially if users are still using the application. You're not going to tell them, okay, you can't access your account today because we are moving from a monolithic to a microservice application. I don't even think that a lot of users will understand what is happening. What they just understand is, I cannot access my account. So with GitOps, you can take apart some parts of the application. Okay, if you want to take apart the user authentication, you can do that. Create a new repository for that. Define your configurations in your YAML file, and recreate that section, that service of your application that used to be intertwined with your application. You can recreate that in a new repository and rewire traffic to that repository, to that microservice. And you can start taking it apart little by little and putting it in new repository, configuring them, and it's a lot easier for you to do. Fourthly, if, for example, something goes wrong in your configuration, the way you've configured your environment, you can easily roll back to a previous configuration that you liked, or the configuration before, simply because Git is the single source of truth. Like Git is the one that Git is version control. So you can have clear separation of responsibilities. It's easier to collaborate with because it's Git. And GitOps tools integrate easily with a lot of observability tools, like you have Prometheus, you have Grafana, and it makes it easier for you to just understand what is going on in your architecture. Because one thing about microservices is that it's great to talk about, but it does come with its own complexities. It might be difficult to, it's a lot more difficult than monolithic architectures to understand what exactly is happening, because now they're all separated and scattered and might be scattered on different cloud platforms for redundancy and resilience. And while you're thinking about, okay, I want my application to be resilient, I want my application to scale easily, you start to introduce a level of complexity that you might not have bargained for. So observability just makes that a lot more easier to understand what exactly is going on and why is that happening. So like we usually say, maybe monitoring tells you, oh, there is a fire. Observability tells you where that fire started from, what else is it going to affect and whatnot, and that can be great for your architectures. So now that you figured out, okay, GitOps is GitOps is what I should care about. Okay, GitOps could really help me in this very stressful migration, not very stressful, but in this migration. What are the best practices for using GitOps? What should you do? First of all, organize your repositories. I mean, if Git is going to be your singular source of truth, it makes sense to organize your repositories. You can have different repositories for your package, for your private package. You can have your private package repositories that could contain your Helm charts that everybody in the organization uses, so that you can make sure that everybody on the organization is on the same, is working from the same page. And because that is something that everybody is going to use, you have to try to reduce write access to that, because you don't want, okay, we're using this version of NGX, we're using this version, then somebody comes later and makes changes to that, and you have some parts of the organization using a different version and some part of the organization using a different version. So you can have a package repository. You can have a repository that contains configurations for your clusters, your personal clusters. You can have configuration for your application environment. You can then you will now have a different repository that just contains your application code, because you do not want to mix your configurations with your code. That will stress you out. Secondly, use a centralized private package repository. Like I said before, if you have templates that the entire organizations are using, like your Helm charts and whatnot, you want to reduce write access to that as much as possible. You do not want anybody to just come in and work with it and tamper with it. You do not want that. Thirdly, write everything twice. And this might contrast the dry, you do not repeat yourself principle that you kind of taught from very early on. But writing everything twice makes it easier for you to know what exactly is happening. So instead of creating a configuration file, then dynamically changing those configurations depending on your setup, you can now have a singular configuration file for each setup, so that you can just know what is happening. And it's just easier to debug. So you're like, okay, this is what I specified, but this is not what exactly is happening. And you can see that easily because you are looking at the final configuration file. The configuration file does not need to undergo some sort of production or producing to get to the final stage. You can read what exactly is happening. Fourthly, you want to test your configurations early. I think testing, it's just a theme throughout life in general. So before you want to push those changes to your Git repository and let it affect your clusters, you want to be like, okay, is this correct? Is this what I want my live environment to look like? So you want to test those configurations early on. So also you can think of using folders instead of branches for your prod, your staging, your dev environment, because folders are easier to just read through and just look at what is happening. Like you can use your tree command to say, okay, this is what these different configuration files differ from each other. Is this what I intended to do, or is this like an incomplete configuration? And it's just easier for you to look at with folders. But folders do have their own drawbacks, because one, with branches, it's easier to just merge a branch from, okay, oh, this is my configuration files in my dev branch. It's easier to just merge that to like prod and whatnot. But folders, you usually have to copy and paste this. Of course, maybe there are different tools for that, but usually you have to copy and paste. Okay, this is working. But folders give you like a single pane of glass view of your configuration, so you know exactly what is happening. Lastly, you can pin package versions. You can specify, okay, this is the version that I'm using. This is Docker image that we are using, and you can pin that, so you don't have people using different package versions for their different environments, and have people struggling to recreate environments simply because they're using a different version than they usually would. So yeah, sorry. So what are the trends to watch out in the GitOps space? One, artificial intelligence and machine learning. I think that artificial intelligence has crept into almost every aspect of our lives. I was doing like a little research, and I was asking questions about what people, just generative AI in general, let alone classification AI. I saw that people are using artificial intelligence to write songs, to do a lot of things. And I was like, oh, wow, artificial intelligence is everywhere. So it makes sense that you would see artificial intelligence in the GitOps space. So help you properly understand how to utilize or share resources. Also, with this new rise of like artificial intelligence in operations, AI ops, where you have people like ingest data, you create baselines and find out anomalies in those data and your metrics. That's something that would be very important in the GitOps space, especially the more complex your environment becomes, the more microservices you bring into your environment. Artificial intelligence and machine learning would be invaluable in a couple more years or a couple more months, actually. Then you have policy-driven governance. So when you have a lot of policies that you need to cater to, you have the GDPR, the PCI. So you have to make sure that, okay, how easy it is, but how easy can I incorporate those policies into my own environment? So you start to have things like policy as code. So in terms of like when you say shift left, when you want to test your application as early as possible, you can now have that, but for policies, and make it a lot easier for applications to be aligned with the policies that they want to be aligned with, because a lot of these policies can get really expensive if you're not aligned with them. Like for example, the GDPR is about like 10 million, 20 million penalty euros, and yeah, so policies are something that people care about. So you start to see, okay, writing rules as code or policy as code, you have to care about enhanced observability. Observability has really, especially this year, I don't know if it's because I'm working in a more in an observability space. Observability has really been something that everybody's like, oh, we should pay attention to this. So you have the rise of AI ops, DevSecOps, which I'm going to talk about later on. You have more people caring about the community, joining the community to build more GitOps solution, to create more standards for GitOps solutions. So you have more community-driven innovation, and a lot of these spaces are really driven by community, what the community wants, people that use this solution, how exactly. So you have more community-driven innovation. You have DevSecOps, where you start to care about security, when you have to put security into the code as early as possible. So then you also have serverless and functions as a service, where you have to streamline, automate creating functions, like we have the AWS Lambda functions and whatnot. So those are the things that we can see happening in the GitOps space. You can also see the GitOps space moving sort of like past the Kubernetes space, because I think there are a lot of the solutions that people are just saying, okay, there's more Kubernetes native and whatnot. And we are going to, I think in the coming years, we're going to see GitOps move past that, use more a lot in the technology space, in the software engineering space. So those are things that make GitOps really more exciting. And yeah, so this is my talk. This is how I think about GitOps. I think I don't think GitOps is a very new concept. It borrows a lot of ideas from like infrastructure as code and CI/CD. So it's just everything that you've learned a lot in your DevOps career is just brought together to make it a lot more easier to deliver applications, to deploy applications, to give your customers what they need as easy as possible and as quick as possible and as efficient and as possible. So yes, this is my talk. If you'd like to find me, you can find me on LinkedIn at Jajčević, Twitter. I also write about my findings on dev.to. So yes, thank you so much for having me.
Well, Bob, it's that time again. We've started a bit of a tradition here now. New release of Octopus is available. 2024.3 is now available, which is awesome. So we thought we'd gather again and talk about it. Any overall sort of feelings about this release?
I'm super excited for this release. This is something I have been looking forward to for our self-hosted customers for some time, mostly because when I talk to a self-hosted customer and they show me their instance, I just realize how jarring it is compared to the new one, especially with the new navigation, the new auto-scaling worker, everything. It feels like almost like a completely different version of Octopus at this point. So
let's go through some of the features here. So you'll find this listed on our website. This is at octopus.com/what's new. We're not going to talk about the new features for Octopus Cloud because these tend to ship earlier. But if we scroll down, you can see it's listed here. So the first one is optimize infrastructure use with our auto-scaling worker that Octopus manages for you. So this is all about doing deployments to Kubernetes clusters. We did recently a webinar about this, which was hosted by a couple of members of the team, where they talk about how this works. Trent and Kit were talking about this at detail, and I thought we would just talk a little bit about this. So we have an instance here of how to set this up. You'll find this under the Workers tab. This is the new UI as well, by the way, so we'll talk a little bit about this in a second.
Yeah.
But if you look at this this screen here, you'll see we can add a new Kubernetes cluster, and we'll basically walk you through the series of steps to set this up. So this is really nice if you're wanting to set this up and deploy it to a cluster.
Yeah, what I think one of the really cool things that why I'm so excited by this is because for a significant number of our customers, they encounter situations where their deployments are often very bursty. So they might be doing a lot of deployments during, say, a production deployment window at night, or they might be doing a lot of deployments maybe in the afternoon for whatever reason. And oftentimes what they have to do is they would have to spin up all of these additional workers to support those deployments and then have a mechanism to scale them back down. And it just makes things so much harder to manage because it's just extra work that you don't really need to do. With this, as you can see on the screen, we're auto scaling the workers essentially. So if you need more, you get more because it looks like every single task is going to be executed in a separate pod at that point.
Right. And so when setting this thing up, obviously you have to install it with the necessary CSI driver. And also we provide the Helm, obviously, instructions for this. So first things first, we install the NFS CSI driver. Then after that, we install the worker via Helm as well. I'm not going to go ahead and do that, but obviously we walk you through the process, which is really nice.
Yeah, I set this up this afternoon, and it probably took, I want to say, about 3-4 minutes to get it running on my AKS cluster. So pretty easy. All
right, jumping back to the list. Improvements to the Helm upgrade step for simpler setup. This is actually the deploy a Helm chart step. It's been renamed. It was renamed in 2024.1. So it is classically known as the Helm upgrade step, but it is the deploy Helm chart step, which is here. And so what we've listed here is for advanced templating, you sometimes need to reference multiple files in one Helm command. Octopus already works with multiple files, values files, and we improved the Helm upgrade step so that it has smart selection for Helm values sources. This makes it easier to add and reorder multiple values files. If you want to read more about this, you can check it out on our docs. Our docs are pretty extensive for this, around this step, which is for deploying a Helm chart, which is also listed here. So you can see that there's a bunch of options here for values, for template values in particular. So those options are available to you now in 2024.3. Fantastic. This one, Bob, you want to show off more secure Git workflows with Git protection rules. Sounds cool. What is this?
Yeah, so let's walk through a bit of a scenario. So maybe with your feature branches, you want to be able to create a release for a particular channel. So if you want to show my screen, I can actually show you what I have set up. So I have two different channels on my screen. I have the default channel, and this is for any sort of feature work, and this only goes to development. And then once I feel good about that particular feature, then I'll go ahead and submit a pull request that merges into main, and then only main will go through the release channel. That's one of the rules that I want to have in place. Now, I've enforced this for some time within my build server, but one of the challenges could be is when I create a release, I could have the capability to go ahead and overwrite that. I could have main go to my default branch. But what we have now is we have these channel rules that are available that now allow us to enforce this within the project itself. So in order for me to create something for my default channel, I need to pick a feature branch. And so then it will say, yep, everything looks good. And the way that you configure that is you go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and discard those changes, and you come into your channels, and now you'll see a brand new option called Git Protection Rules. And I already have my project repository already set up. And so I just specified feature star, and it told me all of the branches and tags it was going to match on, and everything looked good for me. So then I went ahead and saved it. And I did the exact same thing for my channels for my release, and I say only the main channel. I do like this nice little help tag. I was a little curious about that if I needed to do refs heads main, but it just said, nope, just got to type in main. I was like, perfect. That's all I needed to do. So very easy to set up. Again, I set this up probably a couple minutes, and I got it right out of the box going forward. So I'm super excited by it as well.
Fantastic. Let's stick with your UI. I'll switch back in just a second, but the next feature we want to talk about is simpler and faster navigation. So we've made a huge amount of improvements to our UI. This makes the project dashboard quicker and more customizable. And so switching back to your environment here, you can see obviously there's lots of stuff that goes in here. I've done a bunch of demos for customers, and they're like, what is this UI you're showing me? I've never seen this before.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've moved almost everything out of the top level navigation above. So if you're used to Octopus Deploy before this release, you're probably used to seeing dashboard as well as projects, tenants, library configuration, everything along those lines. That's all been moved now to this deploy menu. So if I click on it, you can see everything that we were curious about that now appears here in the left menu. And so we can see the tenants, we can see the infrastructure. So I don't have to double click. I don't have to go into, say, infrastructure, get the overview screen, and then I have to click into, say, my deployment targets. I can navigate straight to that right from here. The other big change that we made is we no longer have a difference between just the dashboard and the project screen. Now we just have one screen. I've been looking forward to this for quite some time, just because I kept getting confused for a bit of time, going, okay, what functionality is available in the project screen? What functionality is available in the dashboard? Now I just have one screen I can go to. Namely, one of the big things would be around, say, import and export. I can just go to one screen, and now I got it, and I don't have to worry about any of that. You'll also notice that I have the ability to favorite certain projects. And so I've gone ahead and I've favorited my favorite projects that I use all the time. I actually only show that with because you can see I have my filters. But that will also appear in the left menu. When I click into the project itself, you can see that we've reformatted the left menu a little bit. I would say almost everything else in here has probably been fairly similar. But if I want to, I can also access that deploy menu from the project screen by just hovering over it. We have a few items still left on the leftmost menu, I guess if that's what you want to call it. This includes the insights as well as the tasks. along with, if you're curious about where configuration is, it's just in this nice little gear. And then if you're curious about how do I switch from dark mode to light mode, or light mode back to dark mode, you just would click on your name and there you can see it. And so that's a very brief overview of what the navigation looks like now.
I like it. And people might ask the question, why? And I think that it's pretty obvious. It's easier to grow a menu up, down versus left, right, which is what we had. And so by going up, down and putting it into a well, like we have here, we have capacity now for future category topics, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. And, you know, honestly, with the new deploy menu, it exposes so much more. And I think it makes it much easier to discover where things are as well. Because I can't tell you the number of times I click on library and I meant to go to infrastructure because I forgot where one of the submenus was. Like, oh man, okay, now it makes sense. You know, I can just see it all in one place.
Sometimes there's times of the year that you may want not to do deployments and actually freeze the execution of deployments. We have a new feature, configurable deployment freezes for greater control over deployments. So deployment freezes are a new capability we have in Octopus that allow you to prevent deployments from selected projects and or environments. So you can do this across all spaces for a configured amount of time. So we jump over to a demo here. This is my ad worker here. Coming back to that configuration section that Bob just talked about, you'll notice that there's this option here called deployment freezes. So in here, you can specify a time period and you can say like, you know, this is Thanksgiving, everyone's away, I don't want anyone to touch it, et cetera, et cetera. Now, this depends on where you're in, if you're in Canada or the US. But you can pick a time, you can pick a date, and then you can define a scope. You can say things like, you know, I want this to be across only a select number of projects or certain environments, et cetera. So any comments on this?
No, I think this is something that a number of our customers have been asking for quite some time. Myself, I've actually experienced it when I worked for a bank during the holiday seasons. Basically, I think between December and January, we would only deploy if it was absolutely necessary, some sort of emergency fix, some sort of critical bug we'd have to fix, or security patch. But having the capability to prevent that from happening, but to still allow some overrides, is so powerful, and it makes things, in my mind, it's just a better overall experience. I do want to point out, though, is that this is not a recurring deployment freeze. So you can't say, I want to have a deployment freeze from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. every single day. You would have to set that up. And so this is more designed initially for those big holiday seasons like the Thanksgiving, or I want to prevent deployments during, say, the Super Bowl, because maybe you're a company that specializes in providing pizza or something, and you don't want to have any deployments during that time.
Yes, good point. That does actually play into one of the features. We're not going to talk about it here, but prioritize deployments. This is a feature that is now available in cloud, which kind of sort of relates to this idea that you can actually have priority deployments. But that's a topic we'll cover probably in the next version of Octopus. So that's pretty cool.
And if you're on Octopus Cloud, you already have it. So, you know, another reason to start using it.
Lastly, but not leastly, streamlined approvals for manual interventions. Manual interventions are a capability that basically allow you to halt or queue up a deployment until some human comes along and says yes. So what is this all about?
Yeah, so if you go back to my screen, I have a deployment already queued up, and I wanted to show you what this looks like, what most people are used to seeing. So I'm doing a deployment to staging, and I've created a Delta report that shows me all of the database changes that are about to go into staging. I also have notified my DBAs of pending changes, and I've paused it to let my DBAs review it, just to make sure there isn't something crazy in there like drop database or drop table that causes a DBA to have a bit of anxiety when they see something like that. Now, in the past, I had to click into here in order to see this. I had to come in here and go, I want to assign this to me. I can add the notes, everything along those lines. But now I can also come into tasks and click on needs approval, and I can assign this directly to me. And I can also just add in, I can say, go ahead and proceed. And I can do this. Imagine if I had 4 or 5 different manual interventions all queued up, and I was a DBA, I could go ahead and approve them very quickly from this screen, as opposed to having to click into each one. So it's a big time saver, especially if you're doing a lot of these style of manual interventions where you're pausing the deployment and waiting for, say, a DBA or a QA person just to review something before you can proceed on to the next step.
Love it. So there you go, 2024.3. Lots of new capabilities available. You'll find them all listed on the website at /what's new. Bob, thank you very much. Once again,
no
another version done. And we'll see you on the next one, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Happy deployments, everyone.
Happy deployments.
Awesome stuff. All right, moving right along. Let me go ahead and add my screen to the stage. We've got Bob Walker, our field CTO at Octopus Deploy, next, talking about progressive delivery strategies. So Bob has got a lot of experience in this space, and I'm going to go ahead and invite him now to the studio. And here he is. Bob, how's it going?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you doing today, John?
Good, good, good. Welcome to SHIPPED24. I'll leave the stage over to you.
Awesome. Go ahead and start that. And thank you very much, everyone, for joining me today. My name's Bob Walker. I'm a field CTO at Octopus Deploy, and I'm really excited to be here to talk to you about progressive delivery strategies. Now, before I jump into that, if you'd like to get in touch with me, you can see all of my contact information below. I'll also have all this contact information on my very last slide, so if you don't get a screenshot of it very fast, don't worry. You'll notice that on that screen, I've been with Octopus Deploy since 2018. And prior to joining Octopus Deploy, I, in fact, was a developer. I started off as a developer working at Sandhills, where my job was converting classic ASP pages to ASP.NET web applications because of this brand new thing that had just been released by Microsoft called .NET, if that was to age myself a little bit. And since that time, my career has progressed. I went from a junior developer to what I like to call a seasoned developer, someone who's been around the block a couple of times, as well as a senior developer, a lead developer, architect, principal architect, and now I'm in my role that you see today. And over my many years of being a developer, I have done a lot of different deployments, and I've seen what's worked and what hasn't worked. In addition, working on Octopus Deploy, I've also had a chance to talk to customers, as well as do some internal reflection on what's working, what's not working. And to be honest, I've kind of come to the conclusion that when you start talking about progressive delivery strategies, specifically canary deployments, I know that they exist. I do. But they're exceptionally rare. Almost no one does them. And I purposely put up some pictures of Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster just because when I was talking about this with somebody else a couple days ago, they said, gosh, it's just like, seeing Bigfoot in the wild when you see someone doing an actual canary deployment to production. But I can see why they're so appealing, because it's very tempting to have a magic wand that allows you to deploy and revert if something goes wrong. Preferably, in an ideal world, you can get back to a known good state that minimizes user impact. And in the true ideal world, you get in a situation where no one even noticed that something went wrong. So that's where canary deployments really come into play. And again, this is very, very appealing because you have a new version of your code that you push out there and then use something like a load balancer that will then redirect a percentage of your traffic to that new version. But this is where I think canary deployments start to fall flat. And this is where situations where when you really start scratching the surface, you end up in a situation where, excuse me, where you're not really thinking through all of the different possibilities. And a lot of questions come up. And I ask the same questions, especially when someone's looking at doing canary deployments for the first time, such as what are the user requirements? And we'll get into what this means in just a couple minutes, but I just want to provide a high-level overview of some of the questions that come up. Not only what are the user requirements, but also does the application host that you're running on support progressive delivery, like a canary deployment? does the application architecture support running multiple versions in production? And if you haven't tested this, the answer is going to be no, because there's a lot of work you have to do on the back end for this to happen. And then finally, indiscriminately routing a percentage of traffic doesn't work for all use cases. It certainly works for some use cases, and I've seen it be successful. But at the same time, it's not something that you can do all of the time for every single application type or every single possible use case. So for this session today, I want to talk about successful progressive delivery strategies that you can implement using both Octopus Deploy as well as another tool such as Open Feature that allows you to get everything that you need. So first up, I want to talk about user and business requirements and why those are so important. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about why canary deployments in the traditional sense, they don't satisfy all of the user and business requirements and the challenges that you'll face. Then I'm going to talk about progressive strategies. And then finally, I'm going to wrap it up with some process changes that you can make. So let's first dive into the user and business requirements. I want to start off by saying that user requirements are not deployment strategies. And when I refer to users, I'm referring to end users, the people that are actually using your application. In all of the applications that I've worked on and all the deployments I've done, I've never, ever had an end user come up to me that said, I want you to deliver changes to me in a blue-green way or using a canary deployment. That's never, ever happened. But we need to consider the user requirements because they're at the bottom of the hierarchy of considerations when it comes to coming together with a deployment strategy. Because user requirements, they'll turn into business requirements. And some user requirements, they'll turn into industry regulations or even laws that you have to consider. But then there are a whole host of other things we need to consider before we start talking about a deployment strategy. So I'm not going to read this entire slide to you because it's a bit of a word salad, but I think the big thing is to take away from this is that, we have user requirements such as, say, uptime. But uptime can be defined in different ways, and it depends on the application that you're running. So for example, if you work for an online bank, well, there's the expectation that the online bank is up 24 hours a day, most of the time, Monday through Saturday. One of the online banks I've done business with, they'll do their deployments starting at 12 a.m. Sunday morning. But compare that with, say, something like a retail store that's deploying at a point of sale machines. Those have to be online while the retail store is open. And some retail stores, maybe they're only open from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Well, then at that particular point in time, then they don't have to have 24-hour uptime. So really, uptime matters during critical operating hours. But then conversely, once you have it uptime, then you also have to worry about deploying changes. And what does that look like from the user experience? Going back to the point of sale machines, imagine that you worked for some sort of retail store and you're working on during the holiday season. And you have a whole line of customers. The last thing that you want is for the application to change on you. Imagine a deployment occurs and you get a new user interface or some new buttons appear, or some new functionality happens. You don't want that in the middle of your day. What you want is you want some training, you want some notifications, you want a chance to be prepared. You don't want it when there's a whole line of customers that can impact the business. But at the same time, you're also going to have power users who want to have the capability to provide feedback on any new sort of functionality. And so from a business point of view, what they're looking for is more along the lines of having no unexpected functionality changes to their users during normal operating hours, but also provide the ability to access new functionality. And when new functionality is released, you want to make sure that it works as expected. Going back to the point of sale machine, or even the online bank, when you're working on an online bank, going with an online bank, you're expecting that you can see your balances, you can pay your bills, you can do anything along those lines. And if new functionality were to break, you want to have the ability to ideally disable it or revert to a known good state. So again, what the user expects translates into what the business expects, which can impact how you deploy your software. So now that we've covered that, let's talk a little bit about some challenges of Canary deployments. Now, Canary deployments, they're appropriate for a subset of use cases. They're not appropriate for all use cases that are out there. So I'm going to talk about some appropriate use cases first. Let's first talk transactional. This is when situations where sessions don't matter. So imagine that you're working on, say, an AWS Lambda, and it's dropping messages into a queue. And then you have another process that picks messages off the queue. If you were to change that, you would say, okay, 10% of all messages are processed by the older version, and then, or 90% are processed by the older version, 10% are processed by the newer version. That's perfectly fine. No one's really going to notice the difference. Now, in terms of a transactional application that might have a user interface, consider Google. Now, when you do a search, you get the results back. You can click through until you find what you're looking for. But if you were to do the same search, say 20 minutes later, you might get a completely separate set of results. This could be because under the covers, Google's gone through and they've changed how their indexes work, or they've changed some sort of business logic. And so there's almost this expectation of every time you do a Google search, you might get completely different results. But another appropriate use case is when you are moving or upgrading your application hosts. So internally at Octopus Deploy, when we want to upgrade our Kubernetes cluster for Octopus Cloud, we don't do in-place upgrades. What we do instead is we spin up an entirely new cluster with the version that we want to upgrade to. And then during the customer's maintenance window, we'll move the instances over to the new version. And so it's the exact same version of the instance. And so from a customer's point of view, it's very, very seamless. But we're doing this one customer or a couple customers at a time. We're not doing everyone all at once because, again, we have to respect the maintenance windows. Or if you're upgrading, say, from Windows 2019 to 2022 or something like that, you have a new version of your operating system, where you spin up the exact same version on the new application host, that new version, and then maybe you route 5% of the traffic over. I want to talk about another case that I was involved with when it comes to business where appropriate use case for Canary-style deployments, and that's where the business rules, they don't change. So when I was working at DTN, a lot of our core processes were handled by Oracle packages. And if you've never dealt with Oracle packages or put a tremendous amount of business logic in Oracle packages, just know that you've dodged a big bullet because they are very complex. And when you add a lot of business logic in there, it gets even more complex. And so I was tasked with rewriting one of the core services and taking all of that logic out of the Oracle packages and putting it into a .NET service. The mandate I was given is you had to make sure that if I sent through a request through the Oracle packages or the .NET service, the response would be the exact same. And so what I did is I put together all these Visio documents to make sure I understood all the business rules, unit tests, integration tests. I was going through and I was looking at the previous day's requests that were coming through and responses and making sure everything was matching up, trying every possible thing I could think of. And when something didn't match up, I was responsible for making sure that it did match up. And I actually found bugs in the Oracle packages, but I couldn't fix the bugs in those packages. I had to insert shims into my .NET service to make sure that the responses were the same. And so when we did our rollout, we only redirected like 2% of the traffic for the very first night. And this was just to make sure that everything was working as we expect. And then the next day, we maybe increased it up to like 5 or 6% or something like that. And then the weekend came, and then we moved it back down to 0% because we didn't want to be bothered on the weekend. And then the next week started, and then we increased it back up to 10%, and then 15%, and 20%, and so on and so forth. And so the actual rollout took multiple days, but it was an appropriate use case for Canary-style deployment because I could route traffic to either version, and I know I'd get the exact same response. But when you indiscriminately route a percentage of your traffic for new functionality or a new user interface, you can lead to a very disjointed user experience. So I want to use a real-world example for this. Let's talk about the Octopus Deploy user interface. At the very start of the year, This was the Octopus Deploy dashboard that everyone was used to. And then for our Octopus Cloud customers, somewhere around, I would say, June, July, August, depending on when we rolled it out for your particular instance, the dashboard changed to this. Now, imagine a scenario where you were indiscriminately routed. So, 1 minute you might get this, and then 2 minutes later, you get this user interface. And then 5 minutes later, you get this user interface. And then another 5 minutes later or 10 minutes later, you get this user interface. And this is assuming that you get all the JavaScript files, the CSS files, and the images, so it can actually show you correctly. Chances are you might end up in a situation where you get a half-page load or something like that. But could you imagine what that user experience would be like? It'd be very, very frustrating. So this is probably where you're probably saying, Bob, this is where session affinity or sticky sessions can help. You're right, except we have situations where users, they leverage multiple devices. So I have an iPad and I have a laptop and I have browsers on both. I have an expectation that when I go to a specific website that I'm going to get a similar user interface, because essentially they're both laptops when it's all said and done. Or you can end up in a situation where, like I had when I was working at DTN with that service, where rollouts, they lasted longer than the actual session duration. I mean, this was multiple weeks when it's all said and done. Or you want to be able to target a specific group of users. Maybe it's an internal application and you added new functionality for a team, and you want to make sure that's going to work for that particular team before you release it to everybody else. Or you're deploying to the edge and you want to make sure that everyone's at a particular retail location or a factory or a branch or a bank. They all get the same functionality. There's also situations where you have business rule coupling. So when I was working at a bank, I was responsible for the loan origination system, and it called out to a whole range of different services. So we had a customer service, we had a financial service, we had a collateral service, we had a credit check service. They were all independently deployable, but the business would come through and they would make a business rule change, and every one of those services, including my application, we'd have to modify on our own way to meet that business rule. And so if I'm on a new version of the loan origination system, I make a request, I want to make sure that that business rule is applied for my request through all of those services. I don't want indiscriminate routing, maybe going to the old version, using the older business rule. So this then asks the question, does canary deployment solve all the user requirements? And the simple truth of the matter is no. It can help solve some of the requirements, but when we start scratching at the surface, it doesn't solve for all of the requirements. And I think this is the reason why I don't see canary deployments be very, very popular across a whole host of applications. It's typically applications that meet a certain specific set of requirements. Another unfortunate truth is that there's this belief that you'll be able to find bugs with canary style deployments before it reaches out to the entire wider audience. But unless you're working for a FANG-sized company, you're going to be very unlikely to exercise all the code paths in a short period of time. So a canary style deployment, when you boil it down, it's useful for verifying the new version works and can pass some simple verification tests, but it's not going to solve everything. So let's talk about some progressive strategies that you can implement today. So there are 3 progressive strategies that I want to talk about. I've already talked about traffic-based routing, but I've been primarily focused in on the canary style approach. I also want to talk about blue-green as well as the staging pattern. I also going to talk about, in terms of another strategy, feature flags or release toggles. And then finally, I'm going to talk about tentative release rings. So let's first talk a little bit more about the traffic-based routing and just the core concepts of this. So really what we're trying to do here is we want to leverage a load balancer to route traffic to a particular version. So we're going to have multiple versions in production. With a blue-green pattern or staging pattern, what you're doing is you're deploying a new version of your code in production to a place where your users can't access it. But internally, maybe developers and QA people, they can access it. And this allows you to verify prior to letting all of your other users access that new version of your application, because they're still on the previous version of your application. And one of the advantages of this is that verification that can take as long as you want it to take. I've done the staging deployment pattern like this, where we pushed out a new version of the code, say at 11 a.m., and then we didn't redirect all the user traffic until off hours, so it's about 7:30 p.m. So from 11 a.m. to about 5 p.m., we're performing verification, we're making sure everything's working as we expect. And so when we actually made the switch, it was so seamless that no one noticed, because we had a high degree of confidence that we knew it was going to work. And so that's the idea. Post-verification, you route to a new version of the application. Now, the difference in my mind between blue-green and a staging pattern is a blue-green style deployment is that previous version is going to remain available for a substantial period of time, typically until the next deployment, because you have maybe two sets of the environment, like two environments or two application hosts, one blue, one green. Whereas a staging pattern, the previous version is deleted after a short period of time, maybe a couple seconds, maybe a couple minutes, maybe an hour, but at some point something comes through and it cleans up that previous version pretty quickly. Now I want to talk a little bit about feature flags. I think there's some misconceptions with feature flags. The goal of a feature flag is you want to separate the deployment of a new version of your application from releasing new functionality to your users. That is the ultimate goal of a feature flag. But all too often, feature flags are seen as binary, meaning they're on for everyone or they're off for everyone. So most feature flag implementations that I've seen is they have a value in a configuration file, and it's either a 0 or it's a 1. And so when they want to enable it, they change the configuration file to a 1 for a particular environment. They go, oh, now I have feature flagging. In reality, modern feature flagging is much more nuanced. So with modern feature flags, what you do is you create segments of users, however you want to define those segments. So it could be based on, like, say, location or a team or usage history or deployment environment that you're going to, or users can even sign up and say, hey, I want to be part of the beta. And when you do a deployment with these feature flags, especially that initial deployment, you deploy with everything turned off. That way you know it's going to work if you do have to turn off the feature flag later. And then after you do that initial deployment, verify everything works with it turned off, then you turn it on for the smallest group, your dev and QA folks. And this is for verification and testing. That way you can verify the new functionality is going to work. And then assuming that verification passes, then you increase it to your early adopters. And this is where you could have users that can opt in or they can be assigned, however you want to define your early adopters. The beauty of this is that if a problem is discovered, you just stop progressing. You don't have to continue to enable that feature flag. And if required, you can actually turn it off. So going back to the Octopus Deploy user interface, when we released it to all of our Octopus Cloud customers, there were a couple that were blocked. And so what we did is we just went in and turned it off for them so we can get them unblocked. Then we fixed the bug, pushed up the change, and then turned it back on after notifying them, obviously. So that allowed us to get this very fine-grained control. And the idea is that we can enable this over a period of time. It can be enabled after a couple of days, a couple of hours. Again, going back to that Octopus Deploy, the new dashboard or the new user interface, believe it or not, that functionality was embedded within Octopus Deploy. That new user interface was embedded within Octopus Deploy at pretty much the beginning part of this year. So that was crazy to think about. And so I had access to that user interface for so long, I almost forgot what the old one looked like. And then when I did go see the older version, the older user interface, I was like, oh, wow, this is rough. So again, we can enable this over a period of time. And then we go from 33% up to 66%, and then eventually 100% of all users. Now, what's really powerful about this approach is that you can get progressive delivery without adopting a blue-green or canary style deployment where you have to change a bunch of additional things. And I'm going to get into a lot of the things you're going to have to change in just a couple minutes. Another big benefit is you can help prevent big bang merges. So if you're a longtime user of Octopus Deploy, you're probably familiar with the Spaces feature. Well, the Spaces feature branch, that was a long living feature branch that lasted for months upon months. And then when we did the big merge, it was like mixing Mentos and Coca-Cola. But when we look at the new user interface, we were constantly merging into main over and over and over again because it was hidden behind a feature flag. And that allowed us to push out that functionality and have it be dog-fooded, internally tested on the same piece of code as what was in production today. And so it helps prevent those big bang merges because you can have functionality hidden behind the feature flags. And this is why feature flags are on our roadmap, is because we believe this is one of the crucial pieces for progressive delivery. Now I want to move on to tenanted release rings. Now, when I start explaining this, deployments are going to look very similar to feature flag segments. So I'm going to breeze through it pretty quickly, but the core concept is still applicable. So what I have here is I have a map of Omaha, and I have 6 locations that I want to deploy to. So the tentative release rings is ideal when you have multiple locations and each location needs to run a dedicated copy of your application. This concept that I'm about to discuss, this also applies to SaaS companies who host a unique copy for each of their customers. So I'll use Octopus Cloud as an example. Every single customer, they get a dedicated instance of Octopus Deploy. They get a dedicated copy of the application. And so when we want to do a deployment, we'll first deploy to, say, an alpha location or an alpha customer. And then we'll verify. We'll make sure that everything's working as we expect. We're not hearing any problems. And then assuming that everything's working as expected, then we can deploy to beta locations. And just like with feature flags, if a problem is discovered, we stop rolling out to other customers and locations. But then assuming everything is working as we expect, we can deploy to remaining locations. So if you've used multi-tenancy functionality within Octopus Deploy, you're probably very familiar with tenanted tags, and one of the tenant tags, and one of the things we use tenant tags for are release rings. So I have a screenshot showing an example of what that would look like. So fun fact, you can actually combine multiple approaches. You're not limited to just one. So internally at Octopus Cloud, we have isolated infrastructure for every customer, but we combine the tenanted release rings with feature flags. So we will pick a subset of customers that we'll deploy to. Typically, what we first deploy to is what we call our deploy instance and all of our staff instances. They get the latest version. And then we'll start picking a subset of those customers after the fact, and then they'll get the new version. And then we'll continue to release out over and over again. One of the things we built internally was basically what we call it the and-on cord. And if you're not familiar with that term, that comes from Toyota's assembly line. And the idea is to be able to stop the assembly line and make sure that a small problem doesn't become a big problem that ends up in a recall. Well, with Octopus Cloud, the and-on cord just stops updating all of the instances. But that gets the new version of the code out to our customers. Now, when it comes to new functionality, this is where we use feature flags. So all the new features are turned off by default for all of our cloud customers. We'll first turn them on for staff instances once we reach an appropriate point when we feel confident that, yes, this is something that we want all of our staff people to start using right now. Then assuming that works successfully, then we'll slowly roll it out for general adoption. And before we push it out for our self-hosted customers, we'll typically go in and we'll remove those feature flags from the self-hosted releases. So now I want to spend the rest of the time talking about process changes that you're going to have to make. And truth be told, it's more than just changing how you deploy your code. It's going to change how you make changes to your code. So for using some sort of traffic-based routing, you need to have the ability to update a load balancer or an ingress controller to appropriate route traffic for you. Because ultimately you need to be able to support multiple versions in production. The good news is, depending on the application host, that functionality is already built in. So if you look at native Kubernetes as well as Azure Web Apps, they are very close to that staging deployment pattern. In fact, they call it a staging slot for Azure. And then for native Kubernetes, with the new, every time you push out a new version, it creates a new replica set, and then it will eventually destroy the old replica set. If you want more of a canary style or maybe a blue-green style deployment, if you're on AWS Lambdas, that functionality is built in. And if you're on Kubernetes, this is where something like Argo rollouts can help you out. The big thing I would recommend here is don't go against the grain. So for example, if you're on Azure Web Apps and they have the staging slot, use the staging slot. Don't try to come up with some new fancy way to do it. Use all that pre-built functionality. But one of the big challenges that you're going to face is you're going to have multiple versions running in production. And so many applications today still rely on a relational database. Now, I've read a number of different articles, and I've also listened to some recommendations. And one of the thoughts is, well, what you can do is you can just clone that database. So you have two production versions. That way you can have true blue-green deployments or canary-style deployments. I do not recommend that at all. In fact, I hate that idea. You need to avoid having multiple databases, because what you're going to end up with is a split brain scenario where you have two databases that think they're the truth center, and you'll need a mechanism to be able to reconcile any sort of data differences. And then, so you're going to spend more time on reconciliation than it would be to just have a single database and adopt the expand and contract pattern. So let's pretend that you're working on an application, and in that application, you have an account table and it has a zip code column. And that application has only been used in the United States because all of our zip codes are numeric. But now you want to go and you want to expand to international. Well, they use postal codes. And so there's alphanumeric that you need to consider. Now, in the past, what you would do is you would just change the type to alphanumeric from numeric, and you probably would change the name. And then you have to go in and you change your code and you deploy all of that at the same time. Well, if you did that, you can't have multiple versions of your application running in production because your database changes are not backwards compatible. Instead, what you need to do is you need to make a series of very small deployments. The first one adds the postal code to the account table. That way you can always roll back. It's very easy to roll back because no one's using that postal code. The next thing you'll need to do is have another deployment where you go in and you update the code to read and write to both columns. And you need to have some sort of reconciliation within your application to be able to handle differences where the postal code and the zip code are different. But for the most part, they should be the same. And if you have to roll back, again, it's not that end of the world because the previous code only wrote to the zip code column. And then weeks later, you'll need to go in and you need to remove the code that writes to zip code. Again, if you need to roll back, that's fine because you had previous code that was reading and writing to both columns, except unless it's alphanumeric that only writes to postal code. And then finally, after you remove all of the code that references zip code, then you can go in to the database and have another deployment that removes zip code from the account table. And again, if you need to roll back, it's not the end of the world because none of your code still references zip code. So very, very disciplined, and everyone on your team has to buy into this approach. For feature flags and toggles, one of the things I like is Open Feature. It's a CNCF project, and it offers a variety of different providers, including Launch Darkly. It also speaks whatever language you want. It has providers for pretty much every popular language that's out there. Now, the one thing to kind of keep in mind is that some feature flags, they're going to live for quite a significant amount of time. For example, if you are a SaaS provider and you offer different entitlements based on what they purchased, or there's different permissions. Those are some examples of different toggles versus, say, just release toggles where you have a different version of your code. But I want to point out that feature flags, they also require the expand and contract pattern, because you need to go in and you need to delete those feature flags if they're not being used anymore. One of the key things to remember is that progressive strategies is going to require a significant investment in your time to properly adopt. But there are successful ways to adopt it. And these strategies I showed you are what I've witnessed to be very successful, that gets you, I would say, 95% of the way there for all of the business and user requirements. In terms of my order of precedence for implementing what I call permanent strategies, these are things that you're going to operationalize and be part of your SDLC, part of your deployments that are going to be permanent. I would look at feature toggles, and then depending on your application, look at the blue-green or staging pattern. If you solve for that, moving to Canary is going to be much, much easier. Or consider tentative release rings where it doesn't make sense to have a blue-green or staging pattern. Again, it depends on your application. Shameless self-promotion. I wrote a white paper about all of this. Go to octopus.com/whitepapers. And that is it. Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Bob. That was great.
Perfect. I'm right on time.
I know, you're awesome. That was awesome. So if you have any questions for Bob, feel free to use it in the comment section of wherever you're watching the stream. Make sure to use the hashtag SHIPPED24, and we will make sure that Bob gets it. Some claps there for you there, Bob.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Everyone appreciates an emoji.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Steve mentions a white paper there. Obviously, yeah, the white paper in question. So, I know you can't copy and paste this, but yeah, if you just go to our publication.
Yeah, see, that link was a bit too long for that slide. It really went off, or I had to make it super small. So
I know URLs are the worst, aren't they? Especially the ones that have all the numbers and all that. Yeah, that's really memorable. I don't remember that. But yeah, if you go to our publication site, you can check out more that Bob and company have posted there. All right, so let's go ahead and do another drawing. And Bob, you'll just hang on here for just a second here. Yeah. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. All right, there we go. All right, another time for another giveaway. Everyone's favorite time. Awesome. So if you've been using the hashtag there, you'll be in the drawing here. So let's see who wins next. Always exciting stuff to see how this goes. There you go. All right, there's our next winner.
Awesome.
Katrina.
Congratulations.
Yes, awesome. Any final thoughts there, Bob, before we let you go?
No, if you have different opinions, always feel free to reach out to me. If you've implemented a Canary deployment successfully, we'd love to talk to you more about that, because it is a very passionate topic of mine.
There you go. I caught this live. Thanks for the awesome presentation, Bob. Appreciated your tie-ins to in real life usage. So there you go.
Oh, no worries.
Awesome, Bob. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great.
Sorry, cut him off early. Sorry, Bob. Oh, well, there you go. We are about to take a break. So we'll be back here in approximately 20 minutes, and then we will wrap things up with 2 final sessions and then a Jeopardy session featuring Dan Garfield and his colleagues there. So we'll be back here in 20 minutes, and we'll give you time checks along the way. So feel free to stretch, get a coffee, etc., and we'll be back here shortly. All right, we are back. I hope you enjoyed the break there. We are in the home stretch, so congratulations for making it this far. That's awesome. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule now. So coming up next, we've got Colin Hayden, who's the founder and CEO of Eneco, and he has a presentation, entitled "The Human Impact of Migrating and Modernizing Your Technology Stack." So this is something that Colin has had a lot of experience with and has done a lot of work in this area, and so he's got a lot of great insights to share as part of this.
Hello, everyone. My name is Colin Hayden, and I am CEO and co-founder of Eneco Data Engineers. We are an Octopus Deploy partner, and it is an honor to present as part of SHIPPED24. This presentation will discuss the human impact of migrating and modernizing your technology stack. And the context to this is that 90% of large enterprises use a multi-cloud approach. This necessitates a mix of internal skills to manage line of business applications and third-party service providers. And adopting a deployment automation solution like Octopus Deploy can make complex multi-cloud deployments like this easy, but migrating and modernizing applications and tools, particularly those used by well-established teams and well-established processes, requires strategic planning. So today, I will share my insights from migrating applications, platforms, data, and tooling to a more modern multi-cloud architecture. And in particular, I will explore the human impact on people and process. While I will be referencing many technical principles, this presentation is designed to take a step back from the technology and to look at the bigger picture. So the agenda for today is simple. I'll first introduce Eneco Data Engineers, who we are, what we do, and most importantly, why this gives us some knowledge and experience to discuss the next stage, migration and modernization, where I'll go through common approaches and techniques. I'll then step into the human impact, the common pitfalls of migration and modernization, the human factor, why we are resistant to change, and some of the ways that anyone undertaking a migration can address these natural instincts. And I will finally leave you with the key takeaways. So hopefully by the end of this presentation, you've learned something useful that you can apply when considering migration and modernization initiatives. So who are Eneco Data Engineers? Firstly, we are a data engineering company offering cloud and data consulting solutions and teams. And we've been operating 19 years. In that time, we've delivered over 500 projects, and we currently have a team of around 50 engineers who are multidisciplined specialists who work across many customers, and we develop repeat business with them. Our primary goal is to help our customers and partners to build and operate cloud and data platforms. And underpinning everything, our purpose is to deliver environmental and societal benefit through timely access to quality data. So we look for projects where we can make a difference. And in terms of regions, we operate primarily in Europe. We're headquartered in Belfast, Northern Ireland, and we deliver into North America, where much of our leading edge DevOps skills have been refined through decades of delivery with global service providers and hyperscalers with US headquarters. So who do we work with? Our customers and partners range from global technology providers to sector-specific organizations in regulated industries. They include communication providers, system integrators, cloud vendors, some of whom we work around and some of whom we build products for, and the software and tooling and automation tooling that sits within it, including Octopus Deploy. We work with software vendors, and by sector, we focus on health in biotech and health tech, managing large data sets, delivering connected health. We work in local and central government, helping deliver better citizen services. We deliver with transport and utilities, where environmental concerns, climate emergency, sustainability are key challenges and opportunities. And we help technology innovators build and scale platforms in the cloud, most commonly those who have large data sets to manage and mine. And if I pick out a couple of these relevant to migration and modernization, for land and property services, they're the largest revenue generating government department in Northern Ireland. And we delivered a cloud readiness assessment. So that reviewed their line of business applications to inform a cloud migration roadmap. And as a large government department, they had certain aging applications that they needed to refresh. They also had skills that needed to be refreshed, and this is a common theme we will go through today. A customer also Next. So as part of a tools migration, we worked alongside Octopus Deploy to train Next staff within this retail conglomerate in deployment automation. And that's an important step in migration, is training the staff so they're familiar with the tools from the outset. For a US innovator, Tidalscale, they're an innovator in software-defined servers. We developed CI/CD pipelines and infrastructure as code provisioning of on-premise, private, and public cloud infrastructure. And that's an interesting example, because they were developing their own products while we were parallel building a refreshed CI/CD setup. And then another example of migration and modernization amongst this wide and varied group is TransLink. They're a regional bus and rail operator. And we have an ongoing projects with them where we perform cloud migration data services to Azure data platforms, and migrating certain applications to AWS, Amazon Web Services, to run as a managed service. And so from this rich and varied experience is where I draw many of the migration and modernization insights I will share today. So it's worth repeating that we are an Octopus Deploy partner. And we are a partner not because we chose to invest in Octopus Deploy, which we did, but because it fits so naturally within our multi-cloud practice. Because we work around Microsoft Azure, delivering migrations, building data platforms, and reporting as data engineers using typically Power BI reporting. We're an AWS partner. We're a public sector partner for AWS also. And for many customers, we commence with a well-architected review to look at the processes that exist and the opportunity to improve efficiency, performance, cost control, sustainability. As a data engineering company, we build and manage data and analytics platforms, and we facilitate all kinds of AWS data migrations, and I'll touch on application migration processes later. In the DevOps space, we perform DevOps health checks. I guess many who are joining today are coming from a DevOps tooling mindset, and we perform health checks to take an independent, objective view of the tools and processes people use in order to implement DevOps automation, whether that's using Octopus, Ansible, Terraform, or it's implementing all kinds of test automation where there's a wide variety of tools we use. And as a data engineering company, we overlap this with data discoveries to understand what data an organization has, what they use from partners, how they share that, and to deliver data management and platforms in a secure and protected way. And at the core of this is automation. So Octopus Deploy fits very well into this set of practices because of its support for Azure AWS, being a DevOps tool, and where we deliver data and DataOps tooling, it enables many runbooks within that. So now that you're familiar with what Anico does, let's get into the detail, talking about migration and modernizing. So migrating and modernizing is a process that involves moving workloads to a new platform. And for us, most notably, that is the cloud, and then using modern technologies to improve efficiency and to deliver a better customer service and to innovate. And there are a whole range of workloads that can be migrated. Typically, we are going to cover in this session application migration, the overall cloud migration strategy, talk about data migration, and relevant to those in the DevOps and other tooling, the tools migration. But migration is very often driven by a near-term objective to reduce risk and to reduce cost, whereas modernization forms part of a long-term strategy. And while I won't go into these today in huge detail, the modernization that we see for applications that are being improved or to move on to a serverless architecture, that's been done to simplify scalability, to being moved onto a microservices architecture, to reduce the dependencies between services and to accelerate development and indeed deployment cycles. For API enablement, to improve data sharing within an organization and with partners, and federated identity or providing single sign-on in a seamless way across the applications, platforms, and third-party vendor solutions. So looking at migration and modernization, you have to think of the migration phases. And this is where we start to consider the human impact. So the first phase in any migration is to assess where you are. It's where you evaluate your existing IT environment to determine a readiness for migration. The assess phase involves gaining a comprehensive understanding of your current infrastructure, your current applications, and what data you manage in order to find and identify the best approach for your migration journey. So we would identify workloads that are candidates for moving, create an application inventory, understand the cost and the benefits of migrating each of those applications and workloads, and be very clear about the risks and the challenges that you'll face in doing that, and making sure that you document clearly the performance and security requirements, not just to replicate them, but because this is an opportunity to improve upon them. The next stage is to mobilize. And when mobilizing, it's most important to form a migration team. And this needs to include experts from across the business. If it's a narrowly focused team, you simply won't get the understanding of the challenges and opportunities across the organization. But similarly, you won't get buy-in. And so this allows you to analyze the budgets, collate priorities. And it's important to document these clearly. And achieving consensus across this group can be difficult because of everything's important to those who manage it. So in order to allow consensus, we factor in multiple review cycles against a shared migration plan. And you do all that before you begin to migrate and modernize. So a big step of this is in the preparation in understanding what you have and getting buy-in. And when you migrate and modernize, you start with a pilot program. So a pilot migration will help tease out unforeseen technical speed bumps. And it's vital to use that pilot to communicate and celebrate success early in order to win further support for the further migration plan. And you should follow an ordered migration plan, but still be prepared to factor in changes along the way. And at all times, monitor progress and performance and communicate that clearly. So those three steps, assess, mobilize, migrate, and modernize, are common to any migration. When we look at application migration, there's a very common framework of application migration called the 7 Ors. And I'll go through each of these one by one. So the first one is to rehost. Very often this is also referred to as a lift and shift. Very little changes in the application taken from one environment to a new environment, perhaps from on-prem Windows into a managed cloud environment. There could be a relocate, which is a hypervisor level lift and shift, moving virtual machines to a cloud managed platform. You got to have a repurchase where you're moving to a new product, and we work across public and private sector, and in public procurement there's very clearly communicated contract cycles, and reprocurement, repurchasing has an advertised period, and there's an opportunity to look at what has changed in the organization over that time, and therefore define new requirements for a new product that serves the existing functionality with some added benefits. Next, we move into replatforming. Some would call this to lift and reshape. And so it's to take an application and apply some new optimizations for the cloud. Going even further with that refactoring or re-architecting the application, refactoring will develop a new cloud native application, leveraging all of those cloud native features, some of which I described previously, the serverless functions, an API interface, and a more modular platform, and leveraging much of managed cloud services as possible. You can, of course, retain an application. Now, retaining an application typically means to just for now do nothing, but to come back and revisit that. So retention strategy from an application point of view is really only kicking the can down the line, because at some point that will have to have a review and may take on one of these other ORs. And finally, there is the final OR, to retire, to decommission an application. And we increasingly see that the organizations we deal with, some of them are growing through mergers and acquisitions. And that means that multiple applications serving the same purpose need to be consolidated. And as part of an application consolidation, some need to be retired. Also, there's an increasing prevalence of platform plays. So products that serve multiple purposes, and then the scope of their functions increase, they encroach from one application to another. So it becomes very valid and important to review which applications can retire, so that you're managing fewer applications rather than more as time progresses. When we look at cloud migration, again, in those 3 phases, we begin with assessing, and at Anico, we offer a cloud readiness assessment. I mentioned how we delivered a cloud readiness assessment for land and property services. And when you consider the journey to the cloud and the adoption of cloud technology, it is different for every organization. For organizations, mostly the starting point are those line of business applications, the key services that their business depends upon. And they're running a mixture of third-party software, operating systems, virtual services, and hardware. And from the highest viewpoint, these are several major factors to consider during the cloud adoption. There's the business side. What support capabilities are needed to optimize business value? Very critically, there's the people. What training, communications, and change management is necessary to bring your people with you? There's the governance, managing and measuring the business outcomes. There, of course, is the platform and developing and optimizing the use of cloud platform for solutions and services. Paramount to this is security, designing how workloads are deployed in the cloud and how tools, including Octopus Deploy, can be leveraged to maintain and improve security postures for the organization. And there's everything that's to do with operations, enabling system health, reliability, and security with an agile delivery of services. So the cloud readiness assessment should consider the stakeholders responsible for each of these areas. And so when you're embarking on a cloud migration, you need to involve these stakeholders from the outset in workshops. Generally, complex organizations will have a heterogeneous portfolio, and they'll start with a hybrid approach. So as you begin to mobilize for planning, execution, and operation, you need to establish what are the hybrid and multi-cloud approaches you can use. And typically, there won't be a full jump to the cloud. We describe cloud best fit, so choosing the right applications to operate in the right place, whether that's your private data center, on-premise, or in the cloud. And this cloud best fit strategy is informed by the cloud readiness assessment. This planning process will require an understanding of existing workflows and workloads. It needs to be informed by the strategic plans. You need to distill the key business outcomes with clarity, and you need to describe how those outcomes will meet the organizational goals. The key factor is to work backwards from strategy, outcomes, and goals, and then select the enabling cloud technologies. Technology should never be the starting point, and you should assume that technology exists to support the goals. It's most important in any cloud migration journey to start simple and look for applications where the cloud will immediately add value and migrate those first. And simple applications are those that are loosely coupled to core services or other applications. And that boosts the confidence so that you can get internal buy-in, encourage other application owners to get on board with the migration plan. And remember that transformation is an ongoing process of migrating, monitoring, and optimizing these workloads. Data migration is the process of transferring data from one storage system to another. It also refers to migrating data between formats and applications. And because Anico specializes in data, we have a particular focus on data migration. In fact, almost every one of our 500 projects we mentioned involved some form of data migration. So again, we start with an assessment. We call this a data discovery. It's about cataloging the data sources. It's about consulting the stakeholders. It's about capturing the risk, the cost, and the value of the data you manage, both in structured and unstructured format. In the mobilization phase, you create your migration plan. So prioritizing the order, scheduling phases, doing your pre-migration planning, and considering the migration approaches, which could include storage migration from one storage system to another, database migration, and most importantly, has to have this integrity check. So pre and post migration, checking for the completeness of data. So some of the highly regulated industries we work in, information has to be retained for many years for legal reasons, and for business critical information or legally and commercially sensitive information, it's vital that not a single record is dropped during the migration process. And we would often apply during a process the medallion data lake architecture. So that's where we ingest the data, raw data, understand the change history, the logs, and these are a combination of unstructured data files, and they're stored, then moved from that bronze level to a silver level where they're cleaned, aligned, mapped, testable, and reusable, and then enhanced, that they have been enriched to a gold level, aggregated, outcome-based, summarized, and targeted in order to serve greater business value. Finally, there's tools migration. So we're very familiar here with DevOps tools, in the DevOps loop of code, build, test, release, deploy, operate, and monitor. There's code repositories, Git, GitLab, Bitbucket, and as they're moving from one to another, there's common formats there. We might be migrating from build servers, Jenkins, GitHub Actions, in test, adopting new test-driven development, behavior-driven design, tools like Selenium, Cypress, Robot, Behave. In release, you can have the cloud or the stack native technologies like Azure pipelines, or the common multi-cloud approach like Octopus Deploy for release and deployment. And in operation and monitoring, we're increasingly seeing the move from logging and tracing and application performance monitoring towards a more holistic observability where product owners want to understand how customers are using their tools. And we would perform a DevOps health check to inform that move. And the DevOps health check might look at lead time for change, the change failure rate, the deployment frequency, the mean time to recovery. There's also, Octopus will fit within these environments, as I say, in a multi-cloud, fitting between those continuous integration servers, the repositories, the runbook operation, the various environments you're managing from development, staging, production across AWS, Azure, and Kubernetes environments. But we also look at IT service management tools and things like service desks, configuration management databases, IT asset management. And very often in organizations, there's a cultural shift here from dev to DevOps. You build it, you run it, from logging to observability, delivering observability dashboards. And in IT service management, in capturing that change on internal desktop state, and mirroring and merging that with the new cloud managed virtual desktops. So from a human impact point of view, there's some common pitfalls, there's a resistance to change, and there's a way to overcoming resistance. And at an individual level, change can elicit a wide range of emotions, brings about feelings of excitement and anticipation for what lies ahead, but it can trigger fear, anxiety, and uncertainty. And this is because change disrupts our sense of stability, predictability, and pushes us out of our comfort zone. So those who like change see this as an opportunity to improve themselves. Those who fear change can be stressed by it and consider it a threat. And this is why organizations made up of all kinds of individuals face this human impact. So the common pitfalls are failing to explain the benefits. If the migration is forced upon somebody, they will resist. It's common to set the wrong expectations. Don't make this seem to be a smooth path. It won't be. Particularly at executive level, it's important to explain that there will be challenges. This should be communicated as a valuable learning exercise. Don't stick to a plan at all costs. It needs to be adaptable. For example, the TransLink operator, transport operator called TransLink that we worked with, they recently opened a major transport hub to improve bus and rail services. And so our migration plan of technology had to stop because key individuals were involved in a much more significant physical infrastructure project while we were working on their cloud infrastructure. You can be at risk of doing too much at once. Take it in small steps. See and communicate change Understand that you're improving, not replicating. Focus on what is gained, not what you're trying to mirror, particularly when you're refactoring an application. It's the improvement that's important. And don't forget to train. Training too little or too late is a challenge. So the resistance to change comes from the fear of the unknown, a lack of confidence in the systems, a lack of training, an organizational culture that needs to adapt from dev to DevOps. And so in order to overcome this resistance, support and training needs to be provided from the outset. And that support and training helps get buy-in for those that you need to develop this along the way and invest in training. Emphasize the positive vision of this change because it's going to create challenges while change is underway. And so migration is a path to an end. Communicate that positive vision. Articulate the steps you're going through to make it reality. Ensure that you have very good communication and employee relationships. Meet often, communicate across silos, across departments, and overall that resistance can be reduced. So the key takeaways: migrating and modernizing has a human impact. There will be training needs, risk, compliance, security, tools. There will be a change in workflows. You need to adapt to those and understand who and how those processes affect. There will be change to productivity and efficiency. Initially, there will be a slowdown, and you need to understand that business as usual will be slowed and then speed it up as new ways of working are introduced and the efficiencies of new tools and automation arrive. And so that human impact can be managed through clear communication, by providing support and training, and by celebrating success, both by the individuals, by the teams, and by the migration steps. So hopefully that's been of interest to you. It's drawn from our great experience at Enico. And of course, if you would like to get in touch with me or my team at Enico, here are my contact details. And we offer a zero-cost cloud migration workshop. So if you're embarking on this journey or have started in any one of those ways, please contact me and I'll be happy to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colin. Awesome stuff. I'm a big fan of Enico. They're a partner of ours, and they do some fabulous work. Let's return to our calendar here. Excuse me. The cough is spreading. It's like Ebola. It's going everywhere. So coming up next, we've got Sivamuthu Kumar, who's talking about transforming DevOps with GitHub Copilot, integrating development, operations, and ecosystems. I'm a huge fan of anything that allows me to do my job better, and certainly GitHub Copilot is no exception. So I'm going to invite Sivamuthu, apologies, to the stage. Oops, sorry, my apologies. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, doing great, John. How are you?
Good, good. Let's go ahead and share your slides / presentation. And we will get started.
Yep, I can share the screen, right?
Yeah, that's right. For those folks who have any questions during this talk, please feel free to use the SHIPPED24 hashtag. We will do another draw after this, so make sure to take advantage of that. Awesome. All right, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thanks, John. Hey, everyone. Welcome to SHIPPED24 by Octopus Deploy. We have an incredible lineup of speakers and presentations to you today, right? So I hope you are all enjoying this event. Today I'm going to talk specifically about how to transform DevOps with GitHub Copilot. So I'm going to approach this one from the Copilot and the Copilot extension and extensibility features, how it's connecting development, operations, and the ecosystem. So before that, let me give a short intro of me. I'm Shiva, working as a Director of DevOps in CEI, Computer Enterprises Inc. And I'm very much interested in GitHub spaces, and also I'm heavily working on the AI and the generative AI kind of solutions as well. So we are a GitHub and Octopus Deploy partner. We are in fact GitHub Advanced partner, where we are helping our customers, more than 25 plus customers in last year, on helping adopting the GitHub Copilot, and then helping them to make sure they are using the GitHub Copilot very well on their integrations and all. So we have a good amount of experience on how GitHub Copilot works and which direction it's going, those kind of things. So today you can see those things reflecting in my presentation as well, right? So I just put together the agenda. So the 3-part agenda today. Obviously, a DevOps is a story of bridges, right? So DevOps is going to connect the development and operations, human and machines, automation and innovation. So how a GitHub Copilot is started as a coding suggestion tool, and with the new set of the features and the new direction the GitHub Copilot is going, it's not only writing the code or giving the code suggestion. Now the GitHub Copilot is trying to complete the narrative, right? By becoming an essential partner for development and operations in complete SDLC DevOps lifecycle. So that's what today I'm going to focus on really on what is GitHub Copilot and what are the GitHub Copilot extension features, and then practical use cases on how we are using GitHub Copilot and GitHub Copilot extension in development, operations, and the ecosystem integrations. You might have already seen the Octopus Deploy Copilot extension demo yesterday. So today I'm going to cover that, and then going to take the next level on how you can build your own extension and what are the other practical use cases you can achieve that using the GitHub Copilot extension, right? And finally, your takeaways for accelerating your DevOps process with the AI. So the first thing is about the GitHub Copilot and extension. The GitHub Copilot is the world's most widely adopted AI developer tool. So Copilot started 1-2 years before, and the tool was awesome. The tool is bringing all the AI coding suggestions. So whenever you are writing the code, it's just a great Copilot for you. It understands what you are typing based on your context and all, and then it's giving the great coding suggestions, right? So this is the basic working of GitHub Copilot so far. So whenever you are typing in your editor, VS Code or JetBrains, the context that would be going to the GitHub Copilot service, and then GitHub Copilot service is using OpenAI Codex model to bring you back the suggestions you want, right? You can enable or disable the public code suggestions inclusions, but overall the working pattern or the working functionality of the GitHub Copilot is this way. But recently, the GitHub and Microsoft, they are pushing the GitHub Copilot to start integrating into the ecosystems, right? Not only within your IDE, how you can really get the information from external API, or how you can really take the GitHub Copilot functionality and wrap that for your specific use case. So that's where the extensibility features that's coming in, right? So you can see there are two types of extensibility model the GitHub is providing. One is the GitHub Copilot extension that is more on the platform level, right? So you can like create a GitHub app and then say like, okay, all these chat messages, forward that to me, and I'm having a web server that's listening those messages. And in the web server, you can use like the GitHub Copilot model, or you can use like the third-party OpenAI or Claude model. So whatever like you want to use, you can like use it in your web server, and then say like, okay, this is the response for you, right? So this is where like how pretty much the Octopus Deploy extension works. So the Octopus Deploy extension, whenever like you are invoking the Octopus Deploy AA app, it knows like, okay, I have to query the status of the deployments, or I have to query like the runbook logs of my deployment. So it's like querying that and then getting the information back to your Copilot chat itself. So once this extension is like opened up, you are not only going to use for development purpose, you are also going to use for the deployment purpose, right? So previously, like you are using it for like some scripting or doing some development activities. Now you are like also looking for, without leaving the context, you are also looking for like, okay, what is going on in your deployment within the IDE itself or within the Copilot itself, right? So that way, like you are getting all the information, not only the information, the more insights on the information the Octopus Deploy is providing, right? So that's where like we are bringing this AI capability and the future to all these the information we are getting from the external services or the ecosystem of tools. The other part of the extension is like more on the client side, right? So as a GitHub platform, you are having GitHub Copilot extension. At the same time, there is a rich rich like a ecosystem or rich context in the VS Code IDE itself. So Microsoft like recently announced like their VS Code chat extensibility as well. So without like hitting the platform, you can like build another VS Code extension that is able to be the part of your chat, so that like that extension would be able to do more than what GitHub Copilot chat is like already providing, right? So that way, like you can build like the n number of possibilities on the use cases, like, okay, how we can build this developer experience on interacting with your platform or interacting specifically for your use cases. Those kind of things you can handle at like the VS Code client level as well, right? So both like the platform level extension and also like the client level extension, that is giving like a lot of opportunities to build the new way of developer experience. Everything is like AI powered, and we are giving like insight, as much as insight the AI can give based on the information it is able to collect, right? So more than that, like the other announcements are like the Copilot is going more on like multi-model. Previously, it was like only OpenAI Codex. Now it's like you can bring like Claude, you can bring like Vertex AI, those kind of different models also you can bring. And also like they have the GitHub models where you can like pick one of your favorite LLM, and then like you can start using for your use cases, right? So that's where like I'm thinking or like envisioning in the future. Like so far we have used GitHub Copilot is mostly for our development purpose, but like these announcement and these features that has been like recently announced, that's going to be like a great integration point for the third-party applications as well, right? So Octopus Deploy, they have been like already pioneered this, and that's where like you have seen the Octopus Deploy Copilot extension, where you can like do all the query, everything from your Copilot context itself, right? So that's what like I'm planning to do some demo today, like how does it work? I'm going to show like what are the practical use cases we are using as part of the Copilot chat feature itself. So I'm going to show like some demo on how the Octopus Deploy extension works, and also like the Azure extension. So how you can like still within your IDE, but like you can like able to query your Azure resources, do some diagnostic on Azure resources, and you can ask like some question about the Azure resources. So I'm going to like walk through that. And also like we have built couple of GitHub Copilot extension within our organization for some inner source capability and also like incident management tool perspective. So I'm going to like walk through that as well to quickly show that to you, like what are the capabilities the Copilot extension is able to provide, and think through how you can like create that kind of integrations for you, right? Okay, so let me quickly switch to the demo part of it. Okay, so here is like the VS Code IDE. So one of like my favorite IDE, we are like using it like every day, right? So you can like install the GitHub Copilot extension that would be giving like the chat feature. So one of the new features they have announced is like multi-file edit also. So previously you can do like chat, now you can like do the multiple edits, so that like you can ask like, okay, I want to create a Terraform file that deploys web app, Azure web app, Cosmos DB, and storage accounts, right? So if you do that, then like in the chat previously, it will give you like the information. You have to like copy, or you have to move the answers from the chat to the editor, right? With the Copilot inline edit, now everything is like you are giving the prompt, and Copilot is like taking ownership of editing those files and keep on like adding the information in the files itself, right? Not only in like one file, you can ask for like, okay, create these files, or like create the different modules and services. Then like the Copilot edit feature, the multi-file edit, it would be able to like take the information and create multiple files for you, right? So that's like a cool, awesome feature there. Now like let's come to the chat component of it. So in the chat component, you can see you can like start asking the question, and also if you like start mentioning, you can see like what are the plugin, the extensions that's available, so that you can like use the query to do the extension calls for it, right? Let's say like Octopus AI app. So I have like installed the Octopus Copilot extension within our organization. So now you can like query the Octopus AI app. So I have like already connected this Octopus AI app with like the sample instance. So we can say like, okay, show me the dashboard for the space integration flyway. So this is the space like we have in the Octopus Deploy samples instance. So whenever like you are asking these kind of queries, the Copilot extension that would be kicking off, and then like it's able to query the deployment status for your space, and then show that in the chat itself, right? So whenever like I'm working there, I'm not like switching my context, I'm getting all this information in my chat itself, right? Again, like not only the information, we are also getting like the insights from the information. So you can ask for like the specific the other things, such as like, okay, describe the latest release of Trident in the staging environment, right? Then it should be able to like get all the details of the information, like when the build happens, what are like the commit histories, and what are like the release notes in those deployment. So basically like you can get all those information from the Octopus Deploy. The dashboard you are seeing, pretty much like that's integrated with your new AI powered workflow itself, right? So this is like very cool. We can like go ahead and try the different prompts. And Octopus AI app, they have like a given like what are the prompt library you can use to ask like a different status and questions from the Octopus Deploy. So this is like a more awesome. Now, like the other thing is the Azure also like bringing these kind of the extensibility, the features. So for example, you can see like this is a Azure plugin from VS Code, right? And I have like my subscription and I have like a lot of app services. So this is like our AdapterCAT's Copilot website. So I can like go ahead and ask like, okay, I'm going to ask Azure on like certain things, right? For example, like, okay, show me the status of the AdapterCAT's Copilot web app. So now like we are asking more from that, not only like getting the information, like how to do. Now we are getting the information on what's really going on within my Azure subscription, right? What is like status of my resource, or like how I can see the logs of my resource. So now like it's directly connecting to that and then say like trying to get the information back, right? Now I have like see two things. So let's see the show me here. Copilot Azure web app in resource group. So now like it's trying to get like all the information directly from the Azure resource query itself, right? So you can see like it's trying to connect to the app logs, it's querying the app logs, and it's trying to get like the information and make the insights and giving the result to you. So that's where like I'm seeing this is not just like querying the documentation, like hey, how to do or how to perform this operation. Now the Copilot extension can bring the capability to do the operation itself for you, right? So you can see like what's the status here and how you can like query the logs, those kind of things. Not only that, you can ask for like, okay, I want to do the diagnosis, right? So let's say like, are there any specific areas in the AdapterCAT's Copilot web app that you think need improvement, right? So now it's triggering the diagnostic agent and then like looking for any specific problems within your resources and come up with a solution like, okay, how you can improve these, right? Is it like memory problem or is it like some configuration problem? So it basically run like diagnostics for you. So that's why like as I said before, the Copilot chat or like these kind of chat functionality, not just from like giving the information. Now it's like more than the information, right? Now it's like go do your job and then come up with like the final result, or go and get all the information you have and come up with the insights. So that kind of thing, right? So now you are seeing like the series of steps that's going on, doing like scale capacity checks, doing like diagnostic check, and finally like it's analyzing the diagnostic results and then come up with like, okay, the scaling is the thing you can improve. Right now like it's running in the production load, but like you can scale for like additional 20% thing, right? Or like the auto scale profile is not configured, setting up the auto scaling profile would be like helping for you. So it's bringing like that kind of capability for you to like do the operations there. There are like a lot of other things you can do, like checking for the cost and then do some learning stuff and directly like accessing the resource and all. And it's like continuously improving also, because this is mostly in like the preview state. So before like it's coming to like GA state, you can see there will be like a lot of things you can do in Azure from the Copilot space itself, right? So that's why like I'm seeing the shift in the dynamics, how it's like changing from development to, okay, you can do the Octopus Deploy deployment and you can do like all these operations within the Azure, those kind of things, right? So that's like really good thing, and it's opening like a lot of possibilities, as I have like already mentioned. So there are like a lot of other plugins besides the Octopus Deploy and other stuff. So as I said, like there are two types of extension, right? One extension you can install as your platform. So that's where like you can get like Stack Overflow, Octopus Deploy, Launch Darkly, and there are like a few other your favorite tools extension would be available already here, right? Like a JFrog and all. So you can like install this extension in the GitHub organization, and then like everyone within your organization, they can like start using the Copilot. And the other extension you can like get from the VS Code extension marketplace itself, but those are all like a client extension. That's where like it's adding more features to your VS Code context itself, right? So at some point, like I'm seeing like both are adding the different perspectives. For example, right now Octopus Deploy is like mostly doing the server side queries, right? But like if we have to bring that kind of developer experience for editing the Octopus Deploy configurations, those kind of things, then like you can see the client side extension also. I'm not saying like Octopus Deploy is building, but like that's where I'm seeing overall like how this extensibility model is going to help us in like making the developer experience better. The other thing is like we have built our own like extension within our CEI team. So we are like a DevOps practice, right? So I have like team members, and we are like primarily focusing on GitHub and engagements, GitHub related engagements. So we have built our own extension for like the inner source capabilities, right? So we call our name called like our team called like Adopt Cats, because GitHub is a cat kind of thing. So we are helping like GitHub adoption. So we are Adopt Cats. So we have like built our extension mostly on like okay, getting all the information that's related for our day-to-day purposes, right? How to do the migration, or how to do like how to solve like specific the GitHub related problems or Git related queries, those kind of things. So you can like add some prompt engineering, so that like you can like customize your responses and all. So the one thing we have done is like, since we are Adopt Cats, basically like our chatbot, it's giving like the response like the cat themed response, right? So you can see like our chat is like, oh, Meowdy, I'm feeling fine. How can I assist you today, right? Then we can ask like, okay, how to migrate from Git to Git LFS using migrate command, something like that. And then it will like bring that information from website and also like our inner source document to give that like the response back. And we have like a fine tune our prompt so that like it keeps the cat themed response all the time, right? So the other thing is like we have also having our managed services team. So our managed services team is like pretty much, they are like handling a lot of incidents, right? So whenever like the new incident comes in, they have to like go check the run book and then see like, okay, what I have to do for this incident, or what historically we have done for this incident, those kind of things. So we have like a generative AI engine specifically deployed for our managed services team, which we have like connected with the ITSM like systems, right? So you can say like that's another bot here, the Clairvoyance bot. So here we can say like, okay, list my incidents to work on, right? Then like it's querying the incidents and then come back like, okay, these are the incidents you have, and this is what like the title and description, right? So from here we have like solved a lot of problems like this for the client system. Then you can ask for like, okay, let's do the troubleshooting on this incident, right? So if I do the troubleshooting, then like it will analyze the historical incidents and also like the details around the incident, and then it come up with like, okay, these are the recommended resolution you have to take, right? So it's basically like within few clicks, or like within without like going away from the context, we are able to like tap our own knowledge base and integrate that with the workflow, the Copilot chat workflow. so that like we can get that insights from the information we have, so that like the level 1 support engineer, level 2 support engineer, they can like quickly get into the problem and then like solve based on the recommended resolutions the AI is providing, right? So everything is like get from our run books and then get from like the incident ITSM systems. So that's how like I'm seeing like how it starts from development and how we are using it for like the deployment activities, and then like how we can directly query the Azure, directly query like the cloud resources and do some diagnostic around it, and how you can like integrate it with your incident management workflows, right? So basically this is where like I'm seeing that like kind of shift, like okay, the Copilot chat features and capabilities, that's giving like a great experience for developers, right? Now with this extension capabilities and all, we are bringing like a more like information and insights from all these systems, and then like having the DevOps personnel figured out like in like a one place, right? So this is like really cool, where I'm seeing like a lot of possibilities around that. So finally, I want to like do one more thing here. So a couple of takeaways, right? So the takeaways I'm seeing, we have done like a GitHub Copilot adoption for 25 plus customers, as I have already said. So the one thing like my partner, Chris, he will keep on saying is like, if you think GitHub Copilot is like another tool, you'll be getting like middling results, right? We have to like think as this as a transformation tool. Really, you can see like this is getting into the transformation world, right? So now like not only from the developer perspective, using this extension more from the DevOps and then the other ecosystems integrations. So from that perspective also, now Copilot is like going beyond coding, right? The Copilot extension and then like these kind of extensibility, that's like bringing more innovation to our day-to-day workflows. So the one thing I would suggest is like always start small and think big, right? So identify areas in your workflows where customization like bring a significant impact, right? So first start from like your ecosystem of tools. If you are already using GitHub Copilot, that's great. But like start thinking from like, okay, what is your ecosystem, the tools ecosystem? And is there like any GitHub Copilot extension the tool is providing, like Octopus Deploy or JFrog? And how you can like start bringing those insights within your day-to-day workflows, right? And then like you can start explore the Copilot extension from your organization specific use cases as well, right? And the second thing is like obviously this is bridging the gaps. So like the between the development and operation, humans and mission, as I said, the Copilot extension is like going to really close the gaps in skill, knowledge, and efficiency. So that's where like we have to consistently like looking for what are the places where we can bring these kind of AI tools and then like the Copilot capabilities to continuously like push it forward, right? And the final thing is like adopt a new mindset. Obviously, like it's not a tool; it's like a partner. So you can see like how effectively this is bringing the change in the development and then DevOps workflows. So I would suggest like we have to like really step back and think in like a new mindset that would be like transforming how we are building and operating in the software ecosystem. So those are like the takeaways I would say. As I said, like we have marketplace. Let's start small and think big, so that like we can open a lot of future opportunities using Copilot extension. So with that one, thanks for like attending my session. I hope like this session would be helpful and giving like certain insights on how Copilot extension that would help you. So thanks everyone there.
Awesome stuff, Shiva. Thank you very much. That was great. I didn't realize that you guys were building one yourself. How's the experience been so far?
Yeah, the experience is great. It was like a pretty new, right? So we are like start building that now. That's why like I'm thinking of like previously GitHub Copilot is like making sure the engineer is like AI powered. Now it's making really as like a AI engineer, right? So now we are like playing through, okay, these are the information we already have, how we can like prompt that information so that we can bring that insights from those information. So really like we are doing a lot from the LLM capabilities and how we can like bring the insights or like the data to the LLM, those kind of things. So it's really cool. And the one thing like from the GitHub perspective, they have like made this Copilot extension development pretty easier because it's like another simple web server, right? So now like they have made like a lot easier for anyone can like start integrating their plugins and integrating their use cases. So I really see like there is a mature roadmap that GitHub and Microsoft providing on doing these extensions.
My experience with this so far has been that it's very much unidirectional. What I mean by that is, you know, you're sending commands through to GitHub Copilot saying, tell me this, tell me that. Where's your head at when it comes to performing operations? So we see this right now with code gen, but are you guys investigating like, okay, like in the example you showed, like let's triage an issue, but you were just kind of querying it, right? You weren't doing any operations against it. Where's your head at with operations that are bi-directional, meaning I can send commands through to Copilot through my extension, I can do clever things with it?
Yeah, right now, like that's where the next steps on it, right? The more the agentic workflow nature kind of things. Now, pretty much like everything is, as you have said, like it's a unitransactional. We have to trigger the query. We have to ask the agents to like start working on it. But I'm sure like the GitHub team will bring like that kind of the unidirectional things. So we have like tested some patterns around that, like where we have separate the GitHub actions. The GitHub actions like continuously doing the checks and then like doing triggering the API. But right now like there is no mechanism for like hey Shiva, this is what like going on, that kind of notification related features, right? So I'm sure like there would be some design patterns like GitHub might be bringing up to have like the bidirectional conversation as well, where most of the agentic nature that would be running in GitHub Actions are like outside of the platform, right?
Yep. Awesome stuff. Well, if any of you have a question, feel free to utilize the hashtag SHIPPED24, and we will go ahead and draw for another prize here. I'm not seeing any questions. All I'm seeing is comments like, this is so cool, agreed, this is useful. One of the comments from Joanna obviously pointed out everything that you need to know about what we have on the GitHub side. So just taking a look at this quickly, this is our site here for everything and anything GitHub oriented. So if you go to this URL here, octopus.com/GitHub, you'll find a page that looks like this. And we've got a bunch of videos and diagrams and such in here that you can take a look at how this all hangs together. So yeah, really cool stuff. Really it kind of makes you think in terms of what's possible. So really good to see that. Anyways, that's enough time wasting from me. Let's go to the giveaway tool and do a quick draw here. And we'll see who our next winner is. You notice there is an Octopus and CodeFresh in here this time. There you go. That's perfect. So, I think Suraj has already won, but that's okay. We'll consider it a double sixes, as they say in dice. So there you go. Anyways, Shiva, I really appreciate your time explaining this all to me. Looks really cool, really exciting. Can't wait to see what you guys do over at CEI next. And, you know, this world of agents and co-pilots and all this stuff is pretty awesome, actually. It's a groundbreaking stuff, and I can't wait to see where you guys go next.
Yeah, thanks, John. Thanks for like.
All right. No worries. All right. Well, moving right along, folks. We are, as I said before, in the home stretch. Again, please utilize that hashtag. Please feel free to also pose any questions you have along the way. We'll make sure to answer them accordingly. Let's take a look at our schedule. And how do I do this? Sorry. It's been long 2 days for me. So there you go. So up next, we got Jed, one of my favorite designers / thinkers here at Octopus. He's going to be talking to us about unlocking great UX, 3 keys for developer automation tools. So developer automation tools obviously are very near and dear to our hearts. It's not just a CLI or a command line or an API. We have to think about everything that goes into this, and obviously user experience is very important to this aspect. So Jed's going to talk to us about that.
Imagine a world where developer automation tools aren't merely functional, they're actually a joy to use. Today, we'll unlock 3 concepts that can take a user experience from average to amazing. We'll cover designing for interaction modes, where we balance a range of ways users can interact with a product. Then we'll introduce the concept of producing versus consuming to help users get the most out of automation, whether they're building or benefiting from it. And finally, designing non-linear workflows, because not every process follows a straight path. Together, these are essential to crafting intuitive developer experiences. I'm Jed, and I'm a product designer at Octopus Deploy. This talk is aimed at designers, but if that's not you, stick around. Hopefully, this gives you some insights into how we, as product designers, think about building experiences that meet users where they are, while making day-to-day workflows smoother. So let's dive in, starting with interaction modes. Many products you interact with are focused on a single mode. Think visual interfaces in a software product. But some physical and digital products include different modalities, which is a fancy way of saying a different way to interact with a product. In a multimodal tool, the goal is to seamlessly integrate and optimize the user experience across various modes of interaction. Think about driving your car. You might use a voice command to change your tunes. Then you might use a touch screen to adjust the temperature. Then the steering wheel to avoid that pigeon on the road. Cars provide multiple ways for drivers to interact with the system safely, depending on their preference and what's convenient while driving. It's all about what feels safe, intuitive, and appropriate for the task. The same is true for developer tools, although perhaps with slightly less safety consequences. Whether someone prefers the precision of a CLI or the ease of a visual interface, the goal is to make sure both interaction experiences feel seamless and efficient. Octopus Deploy is a multimodal tool. Users have several ways they can interact directly with our product. Through the web portal's user interface, the API, the CLI, configuration as code, and Terraform. If an experienced user prefers to edit their deployment processes in code, we should strive to offer that. If a new user expects a UI to learn the product, then it's in our best interests to offer that. If an automated batch process is more efficiently handled through our API, great, do it that way. Ultimately, we aim to deliver an experience that caters to our users' preferences. A great example of this is our config as code offering. Most competitors lock the UI when config as code is being used. But we've found that our customers typically still want to use the UI in this scenario. The main benefit of config as code isn't the code as the interaction tool. Code is how they want to store their deployment process. Maintaining the editable UI as well as code was the real differentiating aspect of this feature. So what kinds of benefits contribute to a more versatile, inclusive, and user-friendly experience across interaction modes? Well, for one, there's increased productivity. Multimodal interfaces can enhance productivity by allowing users to choose the most efficient and convenient mode for a specific task. A simple edit might be fastest with a code change, while configuring a deployment process from scratch might be more quickly handled through the UI. Reduction of cognitive load. Offering users multiple ways to interact can reduce cognitive load by allowing them to choose the modality that feels most natural for a particular task. This can lead to a more user-friendly and stress-free experience. Improved user engagement. Providing users with different ways to interact can lead to increasing engagement. For example, new users with less proficiency can make more progress if their interaction mode supports their learning of the tool. Personalization and context awareness. Multimodal UX design often leverages context awareness, enabling systems to understand the user's preference, location, and environment. This information can be used to tailor the user experience, providing personalized and contextually relevant content and interactions. The key takeaway here is that providing multiple interaction modes creates a more seamless, intuitive, and efficient experience, allowing users to choose the method that best suits their context. This flexibility enhances usability, minimizes friction, and makes the product ultimately more responsive to individual needs. This results in a smoother and more empowering user experience. Moving on to the next section. Broadly speaking, users of automation tools have two distinct and jointly valuable jobs to be done. There's producing the automation and there's consuming it. They're linked. You can't have one without the other. But they aren't always different people doing this. They're different roles or hats people wear. Imagine a home being built. The architect designs and plans everything, carefully considering structure, durability, and long-term use. The homeowner, on the other hand, simply wants to move in and enjoy their new space. The architect in this story is the producer, building the foundation, while the homeowner is the consumer, benefiting from all that planning and design. Developer automation tools follow the same relationship. Producers create reliable, scalable systems, while consumers focus on getting their work done efficiently within that framework. Here's a real-world example, templating CI/CD pipelines. The producers in this example work in platform teams. They're tasked with empowering their application teams to deploy their software quickly and efficiently. Their job to be done is to build and maintain a CI/CD template. They're responsible for most of the configuration, but allow consumers flexibility to manage the unique needs of their applications. The consumers in this example work in application teams. They want their software deployed with a minimum of fuss. Their job to be done is integrating their code base with the CI/CD pipeline template to automate builds, tests, and deployments. They self-serve their task by using the template, and they're off to the races. Both groups are interacting with this same templating feature, but with different jobs to be done. Understanding the distinction between producer and consumer matters because it changes how we design for them. In a tool like Octopus, there can be clear distinctions in the roles between producer and consumer. It's often a different person at a different time, completing a different task in a different part of the product. The producer is the creator, the designer, and the maintainer of automation tools or processes. They have deep technical expertise in automation technologies. They focus on standardization, reliability, and maintainability. And they work closely with teams to understand requirements and optimize workflows. The consumer benefits from the automation created by the producer. They integrate these automated workflows in their development practices. They have expertise in building software solutions, but not necessarily in automation tooling. They seek efficiency and reliability to focus more on feature development. They rely on automation for testing, building, and deploying code quickly. Producers and consumers collaborate to get their work done. Producers need input from consumers to build automation that fits their needs, while consumers depend on producers for the tools that make their work efficient. The key takeaway here is to recognize that users engage with automation tools differently. Some are producers, some are consumers, and others are both at different times. Automation products should empower them all by offering intuitive tools for building and managing automation. Now onto the final concept. Nonlinear workflows refer to processes that don't follow a strict step-by-step sequence. Instead, tasks or steps can be completed in varying orders, often allowing for parallel work, iterations, or revisiting previous stages. Unlike linear workflows where one task must be completed before moving on to the next, nonlinear workflows embrace a more dynamic approach to productivity. Designing for nonlinear workflows requires flexibility, adaptability, and a deep understanding of how users may navigate and revisit various steps out of order. With Octopus, our users are typically working in a team environment, and a task is often a reaction to an external trigger rather than simply internal motivation. Maybe they're troubleshooting across several tools in their stack, have a break for lunch, complete another task, and then revisit the original task later on. In these situations, they need to regain context and pick up where they left off. Let's run through some considerations for designing nonlinear workflows. Flexibility in task progression. Nonlinear workflows should allow users to move back and forth between steps without friction. Users should be able to jump to any point in the process and resume abandoned tasks. Clear navigation and orientation. Since users won't follow a strict sequence, it's critical to provide visual cues like breadcrumb trails that help users understand where they are in the process and how different tasks connect. State persistence and saving. The tool should automatically save the state at various stages, allowing users to pick up where they left off. This is especially important where tasks may be paused or revisited multiple times. Conditional paths. Users may take different paths based on their needs. Incorporating conditional logic allows for workflows that adapt based on user input or decisions. Contextual guidance. Provide context-sensitive help or guidance depending on where the user is in their workflow. Since users won't always follow a linear path, they may need reminders or instructions relevant to the specific step they're revisiting. Error handling and validation. Ensure that errors are surfaced immediately when they occur, regardless of where in the workflow the user is. Highlighting validation issues at the point of need rather than waiting for a final review prevents frustration. Visual cues for incomplete or blocked tasks. Clearly indicate steps that are incomplete or missing necessary inputs, while also allowing users to skip or temporarily bypass those steps without forcing a linear order. Support for parallel processes. In nonlinear workflows, users may work on multiple steps or tasks simultaneously. Ensure the design supports parallel work, enabling users to toggle between tasks or sections without losing progress in either. Here's an example from Octopus. When a trial user creates their first project, they're guided through the setup. This experience addresses all 8 considerations for designing nonlinear workflows. The linear, or happy path, as we sometimes call it, is relatively straightforward, a straight line sequence of progression, and it's a thing of beauty when it works this way. But even in this linear workflow, there are several ways this straight line sequence can introduce non-linear considerations. The user might take the option of selecting config as code. This changes their task sequence. And when this happens, we use conditional logic to react to the user input and update their progress indicator. This proactive measure actually keeps them on a linear path, thus avoiding some of the design considerations of nonlinear workflows. Another possibility is the user might start their project, then for whatever reason navigate away from it. This has now become a nonlinear workflow. They need breadcrumbs to return, and then clear visual cues to understand where they are in the process in order to resume their setup. The system also needs to have persisted that project for it to be resumable in the first place. These nonlinear scenarios need to be identified and then designed thoughtfully. The key takeaway for this concept is that designing for nonlinear workflows is about enabling people to work on their terms at their own pace and with the freedom to choose the order in which they complete tasks. And this ultimately fosters a more natural and intuitive user experience. To sum it up, we covered 3 key concepts. Designing for interaction modes, where we balance a range of ways users can interact with a product. Producing versus consuming, to help users get the most out of automation, whether they're building it or benefiting from it. And finally, handling nonlinear workflows, because not every process follows a straight path. Together, these three concepts can transform a developer automation tool from average to amazing.
Awesome stuff. I love this sort of thing. We've got Jed here, who was kind enough to join us. We had to record that because we were worried that things might screw up on our end. But there you go. Hey, Jed, while I've got you here, I wanted to show you this article, this blog post that I wrote when we were redesigning or we were thinking about the new CLI. For those who don't know, we actually have two CLIs, one which was based on .NET, another one that was based on Go. And this is the blog post where I basically went into detail of some of the things that you actually articulated. So if we take a look at the new CLI, it's more than just what you see on the command line. I had some GIFs in here. I thought you'd find this kind of cool. Oftentimes when you hit a CLI, and if you type the command and you don't provide any parameters, it just kind of says, well, I don't understand this. You didn't give me all the parameters I wanted. So one of the things that we're doing is in the new CLIs, we're actually adhering to the new the command line interface guidelines principles, which are articulated in this website. You'll find us at clig.dev, and they talk a lot about the sort of same concepts that you were talking about, like empathy and robustness and things like that. And so if you actually go up to the new CLI now and you just type in Octopus and you don't provide any commands, we actually drop you into this interaction mode, what we call interactive mode, and it will allow you to query parts of the system. So you can see here, you can navigate up and down. It will ask you more information to provide context, and it was something that we added here. So I was just curious. I wanted to put you on a spot here, and you know, what do you think about this? You know?
Yeah. Hey everyone. Hey John. This is a great example, and I love how much thought and attention you put into this at the time. Really considering what the experience is going to be like, and that's not always the case when CLIs are designed. And I say designed because I really do think of them as design. And it's not just product designers that are designing our product. Everyone that works on it is designing our product, I think, to some extent. And this is just a great example of that attention to detail and really considering what it's like to be an end user of this thing. It's not just about making sure the commands are there. It's about making sure that it's responsive and adaptable and really gives good feedback on the inputs that the users are giving. So yeah, thanks for calling it out. I think it's a great example.
Well, I wasn't meant to put you on the spot there, but I was like, I got something. I know I did just this, and everything that you were saying in your presentation, I'm like, yeah, we were thinking about that the whole time. We were thinking about like, okay, if I want to use this in full automation mode, no problem. It works. Like it there's no human to interact with. So just do what you're meant to do. And the other thing is when the error modes that we actually execute, you can actually capture and pipe those out. So we're not just giving you a static sort of text output saying, I cannot understand it. We'll actually either give you structured errors or unstructured errors so that you can parse and utilize those errors in an automation context as well. Of course, you want to be careful if you accidentally happen to run automation mode in a headless server. It's just going to sit there asking for input. But we do some clever things in the CLI to try and catch that if we happen to be in that situation. Steve's got a question here for you. How do you work out what to do if feedback from different users wildly conflicts?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's one of our big challenges. Often the answer is take it, analyze it, work on it as a team, and then quite often the answer is go back and get more feedback until we can build some kind of consensus internally. And there's different ways we can gather data. So we can gather qualitative data from things like interviews or usability testing, or we can look to our analytics tools and other forms of metrics for quantitative data. And hopefully we just go back to the drawing board, build up as big a picture as we can, develop a wide worldview of the problem at hand, and then sometimes have to just develop an opinion. And we can't keep all users happy all the time. Sometimes we have to make a decision that's going to upset some of our user base. And that's inevitable. People are invested in the product and they care about it, which is great. And it means that sometimes we have to make a tough choice, but we make it with as much information as we can, and then we communicate it really clearly. And I think that's a key part of it, making sure that people understand the rationale of a decision, so that even if they disagree with it, they can understand how we reach that conclusion.
That's awesome. Yeah, to kind of put it a little bit contextual here. So I know that this is a bit small, but this is the sort of I love that you guys did this. So this is Jed and team were working on this sort of first run experience. My first experience with Octopus was it was a blank canvas and like, here, you go figure it out. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. This was years ago, of course. But now if you set up a new blank sort of space, you get all this sort of information to help you along. It's sort of like the guardrails to help you walk and find the happy path.
Yeah, that's right. And we've put a lot of effort into this to make sure that first experience of Octopus is intuitive and that you don't need to go and read a lot of docs before using the product. We hope that you can get in and deploy your first project and not run into any issues along the way. And there we go. We're going to do it in real life right in front of us, John.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? And, you know, it's over the years, we've learned what kind of sequence users want to go through. And here you see John creating environments, and that's an essential part before you can deploy anything. And so we've really built up a good sense of what that initial sequence should look like of deploying your first project. And we try and make it as linear as possible. And going back to what I was talking about, non-linear workflows, in this case, we want to try and make it as linear as possible because users aren't familiar with the product yet. So there is a little bit of hand-holding and guidance we need to provide for them so that it can be intuitive and they can do it without needing too much support from external support channels like the docs.
Yeah, is there anything else that you guys are working on? Because like every time you guys add something cool, I'm like, I wish I had known about that earlier. So like we've done the new nav, we've done the new layout and everything. Like, where else are you guys thinking? Like, I know we've got the roadmap. Do you guys have items there that you're wanting to get feedback on, et cetera, that sort of thing?
Oh, we do. Yeah, what's a good one here?
Yeah, these ones planned. Let's take a look. Under consideration. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with Ships earlier about blueprints and guardrails. We're always looking for feedback on that, and that's going to have a big impact on the user experience of the product. It adds a whole new layer of user experience, that at scale layer. And that's something which we'll definitely be looking at doing a lot of testing with users when time comes. And yeah, process templates being the first feature that we're working on in that space.
So tell folks a little bit about this if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So like it says here, they're reusable blocks of deployment steps. And what this does is it's really aimed at platform engineering and platform teams who are looking to standardize on their deployment processes. And what it'll allow you to do is create reusable chunks of steps which can be used across several projects. This has been actually a feature that's been requested for many, many years from our users. And it gets requested in a few different ways. And composite step templates was the term that was for a lot of years thrown about and talked about on our blog. And we're finally getting around to doing it. And we see this as the first step in a mission around supporting platform engineering and supporting working with deployment processes at a larger scale. And the key part here is reducing that duplication and creating more standardization around your process through repeatable blocks.
So the idea is that, instead of having to, when I look at my project here, so I've created this one from scratch, so obviously I don't have anything here, but imagine if I had like 4 or 5 projects here, each with their own deployment process, and every one of them does the same thing. Like, for example, first thing you do, notify the engineering team, hey, we're doing deployment via Slack. Next thing you're going to do is maybe a manual intervention, and then you do your thing, and then you round off by either success or failure, meaning like, either prioritize, send a 911 message to the team saying, hey, the deployment failed, or just put an FYI message to some feed somewhere in Slack or in Teams, hey, it didn't. You're talking about kind of that template is going to be the overarching theme for all derivatives of that template from that point on, meaning like I can just have it work, or is that the idea, or is it something else?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So in those 4 projects, use that one template. You change the template in one place and it propagates to all the child projects. So it just makes management of it so much easier, but also enforcing the best practice that you want to enforce. And 4 projects, fine. 1,000 projects, that's
Yeah.
where it really the value comes in. When you've got these, you can spot these repeatable patterns that you're using, and you want to go and make a change to one of them. Well, let's not make that change 1,000 times. Let's make it once in the template, and then go and have some lunch.
Yep. I'm going to bias the feedback that's coming in here. So I need all of you listening to the sound of my voice and seeing my face. I want you all to mark this as important or critical, if you don't mind, because I really want this feature. It's an awesome feature to consider. So I can't see why this shouldn't be done. I think it's an awesome capability that I'm hoping will come about. Cool.
Yeah, we're really excited about that one.
Yeah. I just love the aesthetic that you guys are putting to all this stuff. Like you mentioned also the Terraform provider, which my fingerprints are on as well, and that one's a gnarly one because obviously that is a very developer oriented sort of tool. All text, all gas, no brakes, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
And then the CLI itself as well, and then the UI. Is there anything else that you guys are really thinking heavily about relative to UX when it comes to Octopus?
Yeah, at the moment we're doing a lot of internal work on our design system so that we can enforce better standards with our componentry, and this will have an end user benefit as well. But in terms of navigation and consistency in our interactions, we have a lot of interfaces that are using old patterns that we'd like to update, and ultimately.
Yes.
Ultimately, the benefit here is that it makes it easier to use and more intuitive. So there's a bunch of interfaces that are not where we want them to be in terms of their ease of use. And so we're looking to improve that next year. And going back to the blueprints and guardrails, that's going to open up a whole new area of the product for us called the Platform Hub. And in that, that represents quite a few UX challenges and some new things that we'll be adding to the product. So it's going to be an exciting year in terms of new feature development and the impact that kind of has on the user experience.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm curious. It seems to me like the Process Explorer editor, whatever you want to call it, I guess it's the editor, where you're creating the process, seems to be the most advanced part of, from a user perspective, the user experience perspective of Octopus. Is that true, or is there something I'm missing here? Because there's so many parts and pieces here when you start constructing these deployment processes by adding steps, and then you've got all the knobs and buttons that we have for each individual step.
Yeah, no, it certainly is, and I think that's a reflection of the care and attention we give to it because it's the core part of the product. Configuring deployment processes is Octopus Deploy. Nothing else, exists without that. So it's certainly something that we think is really critical, and we also think there's a lot of opportunity there to help visualize the process in a way that's really understandable. And there's so much power in what you can do in deployment processes in terms of conditional logic and things like that, which we don't always do a great job of visualizing. And I think there's a huge opportunity for our user experience to improve in that area to make sure that people can really come in and understand what a deployment process is doing without having to dive into the details too much.
Yeah, for folks who haven't seen the new UI, this is obviously hosted in cloud. That's why you're seeing it here. We have the new navigations area up here as well. I'm a huge fan of this. And of course, this is the part that I always turn off, the help sidebar. Should I keep this open? Is that what you're telling me? I should keep this open? Stay tuned for future updates from the US.
Keep it open, but also the pro user that wants to close it like yourself, then go for it, get a bit of extra screen real estate. Look, it's really there when you're supporting early stages of the user journey, and it's contextual for every page. So every time you navigate to a new page, you get specific content for that page. So it is really part of that learning journey, which, you went on many years ago. But when new features come out, open the help sidebar, get a snapshot of what it is, get a link to the docs, get some video content, and really, help learn about that new thing that we just shipped.
Yep. I like it a lot. This is great. Yeah, keep going. I think this is just making Octopus look better and better all the time. I am envious of your role, and the stuff that you guys are doing on the team is tremendous.
Thanks so much.
Sorry,
we love it.
I'm embarrassing you by giving you all these props, but there you go. So awesome stuff. Anything else you want to wrap up here before I let you go?
No, just yeah, thanks for having me. It was great to talk about design. We don't do a whole lot of that at Octopus, so hopefully it was engaging for people and we can do a bit more of it.
I look forward to many other improvements, and I'll hold you to it, especially the process template. That sounds awesome. Anyways, thanks a lot, Jed. Really appreciate it. We'll let you go.
Thanks so much.
All right. All right. Well, we are nearing the end, believe it or not. It's unbelievable. We are near the end of SHIPPED24. Another year has come and gone. So we have one more session after this, which is with Dan Garfield and friends doing a game of Jeopardy. This will be taking place in approximately 5 minutes from now. So what I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm going to go ahead and let's do this. Let's draw another winner. How about that? We did have a duplicate winner last time, so apologies for that. I did not redraw. So I will try and see if we can get a unique person here. Matt, I can't remember. We've done so many of these draws, I can't remember. You know what? I'm going to just do it twice here just to make sure. I'm going to copy this into the clipboard here and just save it for myself. But if it turns out that Matt has not won, we will go ahead and honor that no matter what. So we'll do one more draw just in case I've forgotten that Matt has won. But there you go. All right, so you can win next. The next winner is Barbara. I think you've won. I think you have. Could be mistaken. All right, we'll do one more draw. How about that? See, the key here is you got to put in that hashtag. So SHIPPED24 is the hashtag. Don't forget also using SHIPPED24 for the GitOps certification. Katrina as well. So there you go. I will make sure to take note of that. Awesome stuff. All right. So again, I'm just time wasting here as we're waiting for Dan and Co to show up. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and do some wrap up here. So obviously there's been a lot of content here. It's kind of daunting the amount of stuff that's on the schedule. Just kind of trying to remind you like how much content we've gone through. We started yesterday with a really cool keynote that's now available up on YouTube. You can find it on our YouTube channel. We talked about a whole bunch of things oriented towards obviously Octopus. So the first day was mostly Octopus and partners, and we saw a lot of great content there. We had Matt Casperson talk about the Copilot extension that we built, for example. We talked a little bit about how we maintain Octopus Cloud using Kubernetes internally. We had folks like Ian talking about hybrid cloud, hybrid problems, which is awesome. Folks from CROZ, Ivan and Denis doing their talks there, which was great. And of course, Jeffrey Palermo was giving us a talk on .NET 9 integration and Azure Container Apps, which is very important to us because obviously Octopus Deploy is built on top of .NET. So there you go. Oh, sorry, I'm just being told I got to do one more draw. All right, that's good. We can kill some more time here as we're waiting for Dan to show up with his friends. They're going to do a game of Jeopardy here. One more draw. Let's see if we can get a unique one here. Marcos, I think you've won as well, haven't you? Okay, so Joanna's going to let me know just in the chat here if Marcos has won or not. I'm not sure. It's been so long, I've kind of forgotten all the winners, so apologies for that. All right, I'm assuming that Marcos has not won. Joanna has not told me otherwise, but that's okay. Getting back to the schedule. No, I haven't won today. Hey, sorry, Marcos. Marcos is piping in here. Like, no, I haven't won. All right, cool. We'll consider you a winner then. There you go. Awesome. So looking at the recap here on Thursday, we started off with Steve talking about effective DevOps metrics. He talked about Dora, talked about a bunch of other things as well, which is awesome. We had a really cool demo featuring a bunch of system integration with Kubernetes, for example. Costas gave us the fastest walkthrough of Argo, which is great. Talked about Argo rollouts, talked about Argo CD, Argo events, etc., which was cool. We saw Gitcraft, first time, I guess, exposed ever, which is cool. Kind of a first for us here, a launch of a potential product, which is cool. Dan showed us, obviously, app promotion between environments and the new CRDs, which is cool. We had Jed featuring twice, once with SHIP, talking about insights gained from talking to 30 platform teams, and then later on, just now, talking about great UX when it comes to building developer automation tools, which was fantastic. In addition to that, progressive delivery strategies, pardon me, with Bob Walker. Bob's always great. Bob and I have done many talks together talking about what's new in Octopus, etc. He does webinars all the time, and his content never fails. And I think he shared a lot of really good nuggets in that one, which is cool. And of course, a highlight for me was actually seeing GitHub Copilot. I'm a big fan of anything that helps me do my job more effectively. And if I can stay within the confines of a tool like VS Code, for example, all the better. Just to remind you of some of the resources we have, there's our roadmaps, roadmap.octopus.com, roadmap.codefresh.io. Make them a bookmark, if not your homepage, if you feel so inclined. We have our GitOps certifications over at learning.codefresh.io. If you go there and enter the code SHIPPED24, I'm trying to remember these now. It's been a long day. It's been a long couple of days, folks. Sorry. SHIPPED24 in checkout, you'll get 50% off. That's our coupon code there. We have our new certification course there, which is GitOps Enterprise. You can take these, and we'll issue a Credly badge. You can proudly don that on your LinkedIn profile if you so wish. Collect them all. It's kind of like Pokemon. So there you go. But these are great courses to go through. They've been well written and give you really good exposure to what's expected in each one of those categories. Let's see here. Just going through the comments here. Johannes mentioned, please vote for Octopus. Yes, we've got the contest or slash survey that's going on right now. It's part of the DevOps Dozen Awards. So make sure to do that through SurveyMonkey if you don't mind. Thank you, Anna, for sharing that as well. She also is reminding us that the code SHIPPED24 for 50% off the GitOps training and certification. So learning.codefresh.io. Other resources to mention, obviously, there's our State of GitOps report. We highlighted this many times during SHIPPED24. This is something that we're really, really keen on. We've had hundreds of responses so far, which is great. We would love to hear from you. So please, please, please get in contact with us via the survey. Let us know what you think about GitOps. We'd love to know what you think, and then report on what everyone is telling us. And we'll likely do a webinar around this. So Steve and I will sit down, we'll have a chat about this, look at the data, and the more data we can collect, the better, obviously, for us going forward. Let's see. I mentioned that, all right. Go ahead and hide that. What else can we mention? There's the GitHub page as well. We also have the landing page for Kubernetes as well. So if you go to /Kubernetes, this is definitely a good resource to check out. This is one of our use cases, obviously, for deployments. And we talk a little bit about what you can expect from a perspective of Octopus deploying to Kubernetes and how that works. We've got a bunch of videos that give you the highlights there. And obviously our white paper there, which has been written by Kit and Bob, featuring how to do this at scale. So lots of great resources there. One other resource I do want to mention, which I'll bring offline because I'm probably going to mistype the URL, is our support, enterprise support for Argo. This is something we announced a little bit earlier. If you go to this URL here, codefresh.io/enterprise Argo support, there you'll find a page that looks like this. This is basically our support, 24/7 support for Argo. If you're using Argo and you're looking for help, we've got folks that can help you for sure. This includes dedicated TAMs. We've got priority bug fixers and Argo maintainers. Of course, we are maintainers of the Argo project, and so if you're looking for something that will give you a little bit more assurance there, you can certainly take advantage of that. Again, that's at codefresh.io, enterprise Argo support. There you go. All right, just taking a look at some of the comments here. Looks like we're good. Unfortunately, I don't see Dan in the chat. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and just bring up the site one more time. I'm going to see if I can connect with Dan. Maybe he's pinging me. No, he is not. Hello. Are you joining us? I'm just texting him in Slack. This is the classic service scenario. Of course, there's got to be the last session where we have to tap dance this long. All right, we'll see if Dan can respond to us. If he can't, that's fine. I'm assuming it's something going on with him, which is fine. If by the way, we'll be publishing all the videos to our site, so don't worry. Go to octopus.com/shipped. You'll find our schedule, all the speaker profiles, if you're wondering who spoke at the event. You can also check out last year's version of Shipped. There's videos there, and we'll be doing the same thing for 2024. So you'll see a list of sessions for 2024 going forward, and we've got the whole conference there. Of course, this time we've got 2 days, so we've got a lot more content to obviously talk about for Shipped 2024, and hopefully we'll be able to wrap up here with a version of Jeopardy. I don't see Dan. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping he would play Jeopardy with his friends. All right. We'll do one more draw, and then I guess we'll wrap it up. Marcos, you've already won. So Marcos has won, so Marcos is happy. So there we go. We'll see who can draw now. We'll do one more draw. And Doug Addy. All right. There we go, Doug. I can't remember if you've won or not. Sorry. You got to make sure you put in the a hashtag in order to be considered a winner. So there you go. All right. Again, I don't see Dan. Oh, no, that's too bad. All right. Well, we're going to have to wrap it up here. Thank you so much for your time and attention over these past 2 days. It's been, oh, sorry, Laurent is here. I'm wondering if Laurent has something to say here. Just add Laurent here to the chat. Hi, Laurent. Are you guys showing up now? Oh, I don't know if Laurent can hear me. Hi, Laurent. You're on the Shipped live stream. How are you doing? You got the background and everything. This is perfect. I guess you guys are arriving just now. I don't think Laurent can hear me. This is going to be fun. We'll see if he notices. All right, we'll remove Laurent. He probably doesn't know that he's on the live stream. That's fine. That's okay. So what I'm seeing in the background here is I'm seeing members of the team joining. And so hopefully we'll be able to transition over to our game of Jeopardy to wrap up Shipped 2024. Thanks, Marcus. I appreciate the support there. Laughing at us, that's okay. I'm not averse to folks laughing at us. You know, we're gonna step up. You know, doing two days of live, 8 hours back to back. You're gonna step on a rake or a banana from time to time. So there you go. All right, we'll just give it another minute. Sorry, I'm just feeling like I'm wasting everyone's time here. Dan is on the way. Okay, we've been told. All right, he's on his way. We will hold out till then. This is the longest tap dance I've ever had to do. So there you go. So what else can I talk about? We've got our webinars as well. So just to remind folks, next week I'll be talking to Nathan Harvey of Google. We'll be talking about the state of DevOps. So the DORA report comes out yearly, and they've been doing it for well over 10 years. And the 2024 report is now available. You can download it over at dora.dev. And Nathan was one of the authors, and so he's going to be joining us there. And so make sure to sign up for that. You'll find us all at octopus.com/webinars. Dan, I've done so much tap dancing. This is great. How are you, bud?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, we were expecting you earlier, but it's all good. I've added Laurent as well. You guys.
Sorry.
No. It's not you. It's not you. So. Sorry. Hi, Laurent. How are you?
Very good, and you?
I'm good. Steve's giving me props. There you go. Yes, 2 all-nighters. Yes, we started at midnight here in Australia. It is now, what time is it? It is now 7 a.m. my time. So enough coffee will get you through anything, it seems. So there you go. Laurent, it's great to have you here. Dan was doing some talks earlier, and I guess this is your first time on Shipped, the live stream here. We got a few folks who are watching. I see that you're keen to play. You are a Jeopardy champion. Look at the background there. That's awesome. So Dan, who else are we expecting to join us?
So Luke Phillips from the New York Times is going to be joining us. We had a couple of people last minute drop out. Some people had to go take flights suddenly. So it'll be Laurent and Luke, and I don't know, unless somebody from the audience. I think the audience will be playing as well. John, are you going to be playing?
I'll play. Why not?
All right. So we'll add you
hang around.
And then I think people in the chat, look, you guys can shout out answers all you want, and I'll tell Laurent and John and Luke to not look at the chat. And I would love it if I can give the points to the audience. You guys can play the audience.
We're gonna go on the honor system here. All right, I like it.
Perfect. So yeah, we're gonna maybe just wait a minute for Luke to join. But in the past, if you've never seen us do Jeopardy before, we've done this now, I think 3 or 4 times. We did it at KubeCon. So we had a huge audience of people at the booth. We had a display for people to do it, and we had a bunch of people run up and play. And we had somebody from the audience jumped up and actually beat some of our ringers that were going to be competing. So that was pretty cool. And then we've also done this for Build and Deploy 23, which was our product launch event last year, and a couple other times. So it's a lot of fun. It's trivia. Some of it's joking. Some of it's hardcore trivia. But there should be enough to laugh at and do some other things. So maybe while we wait a minute for Luke, I should ask a trivia question to the audience. One that is not in.
Okay, here we go.
So let me pull up my board here. Make sure I ask a question that's not.
No GPT cheating here too, eh?
No GPT cheating. Yes.
Jippity, Chat-Jippity, as we call it.
So who is, and call it out, chat, who is the mascot for Argo?
All right, in the chat, if you got an answer, go ahead and submit it. We'll display it. Who is the mascot for Argo? What or who, I guess? All right, well, one answer of Octopus. Name? I guess they're asking, are they looking for the name?
No, it doesn't have a name. But Steve, it is not a squid. Colleen, you are right. It is an octopus. No, you got it, Colleen. It is an octopus. We don't have a name for the mascot. And we are going to have some trivia around that. But there is actually a whole class of sea creatures called Argonauts. They're a type of octopus. And they kind of don't look like the octopus mascot that we have for Argo. Oftentimes it looks like they have like shells or something. I'm kind of confused about the structure of these creatures, to be honest.
That's right. Yeah, it seems like everyone has a good code name also, if there's anything that's oriented towards that. So both Argo and Octopus are octopuses. There you go. Yes.
Yeah, and it's a perfect fit, right? You've got blue octopus, you've got orange octopus. The orange one's the community version, the blue one's the enterprise version. You know, all things right in the world.
Yeah,
that's right.
Our little sticker with both of them, giving high five, have been very popular at the conferences. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we've the high five sticker is awesome. I don't have that sticker on me. I wish I did. I could show it to you.
I don't think I have.
So here's some scenes from KubeCon last week. If for those who are at all interested, we had a great time there, and had lots and lots of photos that were taken. In case you weren't aware, Dan was in the Inside Argo documentary, which was featured there, which is cool. Yeah. Anything you want to? Laura, did you go to KubeCon?
Yes, I went there.
Where are you here? I'm just looking through the photo. There you are. I see you. Yes. Sorry. I was busy planning Shipped. What do you want from me? Sorry.
No problem.
Awesome. We were giving away lightsabers. How many lightsabers did we give away there, Dan?
We gave away 5 lightsabers.
Very good. Very good. And we had, of course, the Argo Mobile.
There was a little bit of we had the Argo Mobile with a lot of people asked me, they were like, oh, that's cool. You guys like rented that for the week. And I was like, no, that's my car. And they're like, oh, so you're just going to take the wrap off afterwards. And I was like, no, I figured a way to con Octopus into pain to make my car look awesome.
Perfect.
Stop trying to snatch my victory away.
Yes. Why are you breaking my hopes and dreams?
Yeah.
Marcos makes the point here that the shop only has blue Octopus stickers. So there are stickers obviously at every KubeCon that I've seen. Is there a place where you can get swag, order swag from the CNCF?
They do have a swag store from the CNCF, but I can't remember if there are stickers in there. There probably are. And of course, we always have giant piles of them to give away at these conferences. Maybe it's something we should do as a giveaway is to send people stickers. We did a giveaway a few years ago, where we offered people t-shirts, and I ended up getting about 100 of them shipped back to me because they couldn't make wherever they were going in India. So offering international shipping from the US turned out to be quite the challenge, but lesson learned. We'll probably not do it that way again.
So that's what the decals are around your car there. That's what it is, really. They're just stickers you planted on the car.
They're vinyl. It's like a vinyl wrap. It just doesn't go all the way around. So I think we call them decals.
Yes.
You know, rather than a sticker, because a sticker you just stick on. These are actually like heat treated to go on and fit perfectly. So I'm going to be taking it, hopefully snowboarding this weekend, and we'll get some action shots in the snow. I'm looking forward to that.
Awesome. Hey, Laurent, I asked this to Dan earlier. We did a little bit of a webinar there around, what was cool at KubeCon. What were the highlights for you?
I think the highlight for me was all the discussion we had with customer. It was nice to meet some of my customer because being remote, we don't see a lot of them. So it was nice to put, real physical body on top of a name that I usually see, on Zoom. So that's one nice thing. In terms of the conference itself, unfortunately, being busy at the booth, I didn't really have time to go to some of the sessions, so I will watch them on YouTube. But I was impressed. I think the number of people using Argo has really grown compared to the previous one. I think it's my 4th KubeCon. So we have a lot more people now really using Argo, and our enterprise solution really resonates with our customer and with prospects. So the whole environment and product and the promotion flow to do that at scale, I think is a very good solution for customer, and I think it's resonate. I mean, I think our number of booking for demo and stuff like that has been really great. So
all right, that's good to know. Dan, should we possibly wrap this up? I'm just wondering if we're gonna.
What's your what time does Jeopardy need to end?
It looks like we're gonna have to end it pretty soon here. I think people are just hanging on.
Okay, so we should just start, and if because I actually had told Luke to join originally in like 10 minutes. I sent him a message.
Yeah, my bad.
So why don't we just start, and we'll leave a spot for Luke.
Okay.
And yes, we won't do buzzer mode. I think that'll be too confusing.
All right.
So let's go ahead and start it.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen here.
No problem. I need to have background music here. I don't know why I didn't do that. Exactly. We need like some kind of bossa nova would be perfect. All right, here we go.
All right. So let's see. I don't think. Can I edit these names?
That's not super important.
No,
but...
I can't. So John, you're going to be lemon.
Okay.
And Laurent, you're going to be celery. And if I mess it up, just tell me. And if Luke is able to join, we'll have him be pineapple. Now, John, as the person who's most fatigued, I'm going to give you the first question.
Oh, good. Here we go.
So you get a pick to your board.
Oh, sorry. I'm just obviously I spaced out there.
So our categories are Pod Save America, Git Blame, Does It Scale, Helm Sweet Helm, Koob Let the Dogs Out, and Demon Set on Stone.
Wow. I'll take Git Blame for 100, please.
All right, Git Blame for 100. I'm like clicking on the video. All right. Use this to deploy a pull request with Argo CD before merging. So just call it out. Say, tell me if you think you know the answer.
Is there an answer underneath? Or
there
sorry, is there is there music that's being played here?
Yes, sorry.
That's fine. I'm just curious to know.
Oh, because I'm not sharing it. I'm sorry. I'll reshare. So either of you know the answer?
What is a pull request generator?
What is a pull request generator? That is correct. Celery, you get 100 points. All right, Laurent. So now you can you go ahead and pick.
Okay, Pod Save America 500.
Pod Save America for 500. Going for the big dogs. Use this to tell Kubernetes your pod is okay to start receiving traffic.
What is a health check?
Health check is close.
What is a readiness probe?
Readiness probe is correct. Good job, Laurent. And yeah, in the chat, we'll be watching to see how many people can get these answers before our contestants can. All right, Laurent, still your board.
Pod Save America for 400.
All right, Pod Save America for 400. The hard system limit on how many containers fit in a pod.
There isn't.
That
none.
It's infinity, isn't it? Okay.
There is no limit. Now, technically, a cluster can only have 300,000 containers in it, but there's no specific limit for pods. So no limit is correct. Good job, Laurent. Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
300 Pod Save America.
Pod Save America for 300. This config guarantees minimum resources for a pod.
What is resource requirement?
Oh, incorrect. You have a chance to steal there, John.
My brain is mush.
We've had you up for 24 hours. I'm kind of amazed. Looks like Luke is in the green room, so maybe maybe bring him in and he can steal.
Yeah, please. I'll take my leave here. Clearly, my brain is not working right now.
You're still in, Lemon.
Hello, Luke.
Hey, Luke, come off of mute. And we just started the game, but we have you in for Pineapple. So you still are in the running. I'm sorry. I told you to join a little bit later than we actually had. Apparently, we were supposed to do it a little bit earlier. So thanks for joining. You have a chance to steal. This config guarantees minimum resources for a pod.
I'm going to play some background music here just to provide rather than the dead air.
You want me to answer, or
if you know it, you can steal it right now.
What are resource limits?
Resource limits was Laurent's guess, and that is incorrect. The audience stole it. It's actually a request. Limits don't guarantee any resources.
It's a max.
They just keep single resources from consuming a lot. So that's a hard question. And so Laurent is going to stay with you.
200 Pod Save America.
Pod Save America for 200. This command gives you an interactive shell in a pod. Call it out if you got
control exec?
Laurent says kubectl exec. That is correct. You do need the interactive flag, but exec is the command. I didn't ask about the flags, so we'll give you the credit. Good job, Laurent. All right, you're bored.
Pod Save America 100.
Pod Save America for 100. Sidecars were popularized by this service mesh.
What is Istio?
What is Istio? That is correct, Pineapple. You're on the board. Woo! All right, Luke, it's your board.
I'm relinquishing my status here. I'm not going to participate. I'm just going to watch you guys
John,
play.
I think you call it out if you see it. I'd be amazed. I mean, we've had you up for 24 hours straight, so I'm amazed at your stamina that you've attempted some.
Yes.
Go ahead, Luke.
Helm Sweet Helm 100.
Helm Sweet Helm for 100. Use this when your Helm chart doesn't support the values you want to update.
What is format hard drive? Sorry.
That's a good answer, John. Any other guesses? This one's a little bit of a joke, so it's a little quirky.
What is customize?
Luke, you know me so well that you know that is the snarky answer. You use customize.
Oh my gosh. We do well.
All right, Luke, it's your board.
Home Sweet Home 200.
Helm Sweet Helm for 200. This type of chart contains other charts.
What is an umbrella chart?
I'm going to give it to Laurent. That's an umbrella chart. Nice one. All right, Laurent, your board.
Helm Sweet Helm 500.
Helm Sweet Helm for 500. This Helm hook is not supported by Argo CD. Technically, there are a few answers, but there's one that everybody asks. What Helm hook is not supported? 6 seconds to answer. If you got a guess, throw it out.
What is multi-source? But no, multi-source is supported.
Not multi-source. The answer is Helm test. So Helm test hooks are not supported. The install hooks are supported. Delete hooks are supported. There are some other ones that are not supported, but everything else. Steve asking what are hooks. So when you do something with a Helm chart, there are hooks that can run. So when you do like an install, you can have it run a job. When you have a delete, you can have it run a job. Those are hooks. So let's see whose board is it still? I guess it's Laurent.
Yeah, 400 Helm Sweet Helm.
Instead of a Helm repo, you can use this kind of repo to store charts.
What's an OCI repo?
I think Luke started answering first, but Laurent got it out first. So I'm going to give it to Luke, especially since he came in a little bit later. An OCI repository is correct. All right, Luke, your board.
Helm Sweet Helm 300.
Helm Sweet Helm for 300. This server-side component of Helm. You got it. The server-side component was removed in Helm 3. It was indeed killer. Yeah, it was one of the first things that was decided to be changed about Helm. All right, Luke, your turn.
What's this? What? Daemon Set in Stone 100.
Daemon Set in Stone for 100. This popular storage provider is made by Rancher. Ooh.
What is Garage?
Nope. Incorrect. Chance to steal. Nobody from the audience? The answer is Longhorn. Someone said Ceph. That's actually a Red Hat product. Sorry, Steve. You were close. All right. Board still with you, Luke.
Daemon Set in Stone 200.
Daemon Set in Stone for 200. This local ephemeral storage is great for scratch space.
What is Empty Dir?
That is correct. Good job, Luke. All right.
I actually knew the answer to the last one. My internet went down. I can't believe this. What answer?
Well, John, you can still buzz in if you need to. All right, Luke, it's your board.
Was Daemon Set in Stone 300?
Daemon Set in Stone for 300. A place secrets should never be stored.
Git, what is Git?
Text file.
What is
I'm going to give it to Laurent. Git is correct. What did you say, John? X files?
Text file. Text file.
In a text file. Oh, yeah, in plain text. Yeah. Yeah, Git or plain text, either one. Now, of course, you can encrypt secrets in Git using the sealed secrets controller. That's fine, but definitely not in plain text in Git.
What's interesting now is that GitHub will actually now reject pull requests that have any credentials that are in it.
Yeah, they'll detect it.
Yes.
I've figured out a way to merge to commit some secret examples into Git. Yeah,
Please call the security team immediately.
Yeah. It's for my local cluster on my computer.
Sure.
So if you can get access to it, you know what? You deserve to own that cluster.
Okay, Daemon Set in Stone 400.
All right, Daemon Set in Stone for 400. A place to manage Argo CD runtime configuration.
What is Codefresh?
That'd be a good answer, but I won't give you credit for it. I'll rephrase it as a place where you can change the configuration for Argo CD's runtime.
YAML.
What is a config map?
I'm going to give the answer to Laurent for the config map, the Argo CD config map. All right, Laurent.
Who are 3 people who have never been in my kitchen? That's the answer I'm giving.
500 demons set in stone.
This term describes changes made in an environment that differ from Git.
What is drift?
That
Drift,
is
yeah.
correct.
Yep.
Good job, Luke. Man, that's a lot of points right there. That's a lot of money. All right, and we are playing for charity today. All right, Luke, your turn.
Kube let the dogs out 100.
Kube let the dogs out. Who? Been waiting to do that this whole time. The default state store for Kubernetes is.
What is etcd?
etcd is correct. Good job, Luke. Your turn.
Kube let the dogs out 200.
Kube let the dogs out. etcd is named for this.
What is distributed etc?
That is correct. The etc folder in Linux, but distributed. Good job. All right, Luke.
Kube let the dogs out 300.
Kube let the dogs out. Kube. This is the original inspiration for the name Argo.
What is Jason and the Argonauts?
I'm going to give you that credit for that answer. It's actually their boat. Yes, Jason and the Argonauts, their boat is called the Argo. All right, you just took the lead, Luke.
Kube let the dogs out 400.
Kube let the dogs out. This is not a real Kubernetes release name. 1, Kubernetes. 2, the Radist release. 3, Planetarinetes. Or 4, Cybernetes.
What is the Radist release?
John says the Radist release, that is incorrect. That is a real Kubernetes release name.
I do know that UU is real at Planetarinetes.
What is Cybernetes?
So that must have been Cybernetes. Yes.
Luke says Cybernetes. That is correct. Kubernetes is a real release.
It is real. It is, yes.
I didn't even know that they had release names.
Yeah.
Like the whole time. For like 5 years, I didn't even know that there were release names. And then I saw Kubernetes, and I was like, wait.
I
These
think,
have all
I
had
think
names?
that got the attention of everyone when they saw that. Like, wait, what? You know, so.
It worked.
Yep.
All right, Luke, it's still your board.
Kube let the dogs out 500.
Kubernetes isn't imperative. It's
What is declarative?
correct. I also would have accepted idempotent. All right, Luke.
Does it scale 100?
Does it scale for 100? This is a way to mass generate
What is an application
applications in
set?
Argo CD. Laurent stole it. I can't believe you stole it. Luke and I gave a talk at ArgoCon about application sets. He uses these more than anybody.
Laurent was listening,
Maybe
obviously.
click on the draw.
No, but I did a wonderful GitOps certification. So does it scale 200?
Does it scale for 200? Change this value to add more pods.
What is
What is
replicas?
replicas?
I'm giving it to Luke. It's replicas. Good job, Luke.
Does it scale 300?
Does it scale for 300? By default, Kubernetes can handle this many nodes.
1,200, 1,024? I don't know.
Incorrect. Good
What
guess.
is 5,000?
5,000 is correct. GKE just announced that if you use their version of Kubernetes, they can now do 45,000 nodes. So that's a big workload. All right, Luke.
Does it scale 400?
Scaling by using larger nodes is called this. It's kind of a
What
hard one.
is horizontal scaling?
You said it, but then you corrected yourself. So I'm going to give it to you. The answer is vertical scaling. Horizontal is adding more nodes. Vertical scaling is making those nodes bigger.
Yes.
All right, Laurent.
500, does it scale?
Oh, Steve got it in the chat. Good job.
Yes, he did. Yep, he did.
This Argo CD component handles manifest generation.
What is the
What is
Argo
repo server?
server?
I'm giving it to Luke. Sorry. Repo server is correct. All right, Luke.
Git blame 200.
Get blamed for 200. Never use these for storing environment-specific configuration.
Credentials. Oh, sorry, I'm reading that wrong.
Do you say credentials?
Yes,
Never use these for storing environment-specific configuration. Now that I'm reading this question back, I think it sounds ambiguous. But so let me give some hints. So this is a strategy that you should not use to model your environments in Git.
Steve's asking if it's templates.
It's not templates.
Oh, what are branches?
Laurent got it. What are branches? You should use folders for environments, not branches. All right, that's pretty sacrosanct. Oh yeah, Steve got it in the chat after that too. Good job.
Git
All right.
blame 300.
Get blame for 300. This is the correct way to use Git bisect.
What is never?
That is correct. We also would have accepted no one knows how to use Git bisect. It's a way to remove a specific commit from your history. Nobody knows how to use it. You always Google it. If I was in a job interview and they asked me, please demonstrate Git bisect, I would just hand them the back of the marker and walk out. or I'd write Google on the board and then shrug. All right, Luke, it's your board.
Git blame 400.
This Argo Labs tool can be used to automatically update image tags.
What is image updater?
That is correct, Laurent. Well done. All right, Laurent, you get the last one.
Yep.
This should be a daily double. We didn't have one yesterday. The requirements for Git in GitOps according to Open GitOps principles.
What is immutable?
Immutable.
What is
version?
Hey, you each are going to get half points because it is versioned and immutable.
Yeah, but there is no requirement in GitOps for Git. You could do it with S3 if you want, or I mean anything that's version and immutable.
No, that's correct. Anything that's version and immutable. So the requirement for Git is
I see what you mean.
That it's version and immutable. That's how it fulfills the requirement. Yeah. Whoever wrote that question, real unclear. But that's why it was worth 500 points. So congratulations to our winner, Luke, Team Pineapple, representing New York Times. Well done. Great work.
Next time, ask Luke to come even a little bit later so we can at least have a modicus competition, and he doesn't roll over us.
Yeah, we'll get him to come back later next time. All right, well, that's it for GitOps Jeopardy. Thanks everybody for playing. I hope you had fun, and thank you, John, for still being awake. 24 hours of wakefulness.
That's right.
It's pretty intense, and appreciate you throwing out some good answers too.
Thank you. All right, I'll let you guys go. Thanks, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. All right, let's wrap up here. All right, so you made it. Congratulations. I know a lot of you left already, but that's all right. You made it. Congratulations. That is the end of SHIPPED24. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your time and attention, and we will see you on the next one. Happy deployments, everyone. Take care.